Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. I am so sorry I'm late. Oh, hold up. I keep dropping everything everywhere. If you guys didn't know, I am God's sleepiest soldier. Yeah, no, I'm God's sleepiest fucking soldier, dude. I literally went to bed like relatively early. I was so productive yesterday, okay? I will have you know, I was so productive yesterday. I did like my stream, I did my silly stream, and then I did a collab, and then after that, you'll never guess. I went out, I walked, ran some errands, went to like the post office and stuff like that, walked back. It was such a hot day, I was like, fuck, I don't want to go to the gym today. So I went home and fell asleep. And then I woke up late for stream because I slept through like 4 alarms. Like 3 on my phone and 1 like actual like physical alarm. So what is wrong with me? That's baby. It is baby. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Kind of sleepy, not gonna lie. Now though, I have something that'll make you wake the fuck up. Bestie, I have something for you. Okay, are you ready? Hell yeah! Well, hi guys, I hope you guys are having a great day so far. Usually we should have a just chatting stream, a just chatting scene. I don't have a just chatting scene. All I have is this. And it's not a great just chatting scene, so we're gonna skip on that, huh? Oh yeah, good morning guys, good morning, good morning. Can I get an 07 in the chat? I have exactly one last can of Monster. So I have to go buy Monster again. I'm not having a great day. My radio got stolen at work while I was at lunch. What the heck? Why would anyone steal a radio? That's crazy. At least you gotta drop it in the stream recommendations channel in the Discord. Because my manager has to check through everything. We're curious, like you need someone out here so you can have assistance. No, you don't. Wait, what? Can have no, don't need assistance. You know, I feel like having the buddy system at work is pointless for the most part. But then now I'm a VTuber and all we do is collab, so like, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, right? How can you be me? I still think that yesterday's collab where they were like, what is your nickname? Miwabel / cool, the food that you like. And I'm like, and I just sat there and I was like, wait, Miwabel the cool white monster? That's insane. Like, I'm gonna get canceled. Shit. That's insane. Haha. Hold up. Oh. I did forget something, guys. I forgot to get the air conditioner remote. Also, Django, thank you so much for spoiling me on Throne Bestie. Thank you. Oh man, the Pokemon Center dropped like some new like cool shit. And I looked at it and I was like, oh no, I kinda want it. But thank you so much, Django, for indulging me. Thank you, Bestie. Are you guys ready? So the first video we're gonna watch is Many Kudos, World of Warcraft's Many Scandals. I can't tell how like World of Warcraft could possibly have scandals. But I'm here and I'm curious. I just got home from doing shameless on Minecraft, love the Monster Prom collab the other day. It was so fun. Like my girls and I, we gotta do that shit. We gotta run that shit one more time. Like, by the way, I want you guys to know, yesterday, Monster Prom, very successful. I got a prom date. It was a man. Very successful. I'll have you know. Yesterday was a mess, Panda. It was a mess. I literally tried so hard for that one guy and it worked. So I'm very pleased with myself. I'm very pleased. We got a man's at the end. You got the problematic guy though? Okay. If you don't stress about like what kind of guy we get in like a dating game, it'll be okay. Right? Are you guys ready? In like 3, 2, 1. Ye old pub.
Welcome to Mini Scandals, the series where we look into the scandals and drama that grip the many hobbies, niches and fandoms of the world. Today we're leaping ball first into the World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft will forever hold a special place in my heart. It's a shameful passion I've had since I was 12 and sunk a disgusting amount of time into, which technically describes 2 of my hobbies.
That's
a fantastical,
true.
persistent, and ever-changing world full of adventure, friends, and mighty heroes. It really isn't hard to see why me and my mates spent so many years under its hypnotic, sweaty spell. The potential for drama in WoW has always been massive. From that one degenerate who brings up real-world politics and global chat, to the raid leader giving the epic trousers that drop from the boss, to the person who drops their epic trousers for them in real life, these scandals have...
What? Do people actually get the gluck gluck in like real life for like WoW items? Hold up. That's crazy. That happens in every single MMO? That's insane. Hi guys, if you guys are just coming in, hi. That is insane. Okay. I kind of get it. No lie, I kind of get it because like I do know people who are degenerate enough for that. Like, hi, remember when I told you guys a story about like my ex's about my ex who played League of Legends, right? And he was like really good at League, and some girl basically offered to, you know, give him the gluck gluck in exchange for like diamond in League of Legends. Like, I kind of get it now. Okay, well, you know, MMO items, I guess, but like also, I don't know. Get a job and like buy it if you want it that bad. Shit. That's crazy.
Have permeated the game since its inception. In this video, we're going to look into some of the largest, most entertaining examples of the WoW community doing what it does best. Eating itself alive from the inside.
What?
Starting with something I'm sure everyone can relate to.
Okay. Having everyone at your funeral
Vanilla
killed?
World of Warcraft was a special time to be online. In 2004, many people were still coming to grips with using the internet, let alone living out an online fantasy adventure. So when Phaeton, an officer of a guild on the Illidan server, sadly passed away from a stroke, her guildmates naively believed that their fellow man wouldn't interrupt an in-game funeral for her. Yuzi Yanoa took to the WoW forums and announced they would be holding a funeral by the Frostfire Hot Springs in Winterspring, as Phaeton loved the snow and the sound of the water. This post was meant as an open invite to anyone on the server who knew the deceased and wanted to come and pay their respects, but guys, whatever you do not come and kill everyone, okay? Of course, this is like telling a big YouTuber to stop messaging 16-year-old girls, and so the ironically named Serenity Now Guild decided to pop in and pay their respects in their own unique way. If proposing at someone else's wedding is a massive dick move, you could argue that dying at someone else's funeral is just as bad, and what was a vigil for one fallen comrade ended up being a mass grave for all attendees. This debacle was recorded in the finest 4:3 aspect ratio available and uploaded online by Women Shouldn't Vote Productions, because of course it was.
What the fuck? This whole story is like a fucking... It's like a roller coaster where like once you think like, oh, it can't possibly get any higher, it just keeps going higher. What the fuck? Oh my god, that's insane. In my first Final Fantasy 13 static, the raid league was married to our main tank. We were witness to unspeakable things. Crazy. There was that one woman who begged a guy for an epic flying mount. You know? Dolox did tell me about like the price of some stuff, and I was like, ooh, you guys are kind of crazy. You guys are kind of crazy. Had a woman in my guild sleep with 4 guys for loot, gold, and mount. I genuinely think that if you're sleeping with a guy, if you're sleeping with 4 guys for loot, gold, and mounts, You might as well just play the game at that point. Shit. You know? Just play the game. Thunder Lips Daka, thank you so much for follow. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, Lockie. Hi. Okay. Also, Women Shouldn't Vote Productions. I expected nothing less. 3, 2, 1.
This was one of WoW's first viral videos, up there with Leroy Jenkins.
Oh.
But for some reason, Blizzard decided not to embrace the funeral raid and make it an achievement, the same way they did with Leroy.
What?
My favourite part of the video is where one of the griefers undercover at the funeral says out loud how it's a nice day for a memorial, prompting this Tauren to get suspicious and equip his weapon. Phaedra's guild even managed to log into her character so that she could be there in spirit, which naturally was the first character to be targeted by Serenity Now. The video itself opens with a number of hate comments gleaned from various forums online, spouting vitriol at the guild for their heinous act, and even going so far as to wish death upon members of their families.
Damn.
I'm assuming in real life. In reality, the reaction was a bit more mixed. While most everyone condemned it as a bit of a dick move, a lot of people also saw the absurdity of hosting an in-game funeral on a player versus player server where the rival faction can attack you at any point, cynically brushing it off with a, "What did you expect?"
What?
The saddest or perhaps funniest part of the story was that, according to the original funeral announcement post, the organisers had planned to film it and send it to the family of the deceased.
No.
Which, they probably didn't. With the power of hindsight and widescreen monitors, Monday commenters have pointed out that, while this was mean, it kept Phaedra's memory alive much longer than had the funeral gone to plan.
That's true.
Even now, 15 years later, we can all remember that she enjoyed the snow and the calming sound of water.
Can I get an 07 Phaedra in the chat? Because we should remember our fallen, like, gamer buddies. But also, I guess he was right when they said that this, like, I don't know, maybe she'd see the humor in it, right? Maybe she'd see the humor in it. Like, I'm just saying, if I die, chat, I require a 1-day memorial where everyone only plays Sword Soul and nothing else. Yeah. I hope that she was able to see the humor in it. You know? Miss Star, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Yeah, it's been immortalized. It's honestly, I wouldn't say that it got ruined. I think that, like, if she was someone with, like, good humor, it honestly would have been really funny. Yeah, I would have been, okay, if that ever happened to me and I was the first one to be, like, fucking murked, I fucking laugh. I'd be like, oh shit, people are crashing my funeral? Nani? Blizzard accidentally released a plague? What the fuck? Hold up. What? How?
From funerals to things that cause funerals, let's talk about a deadly plague being unleashed on the world that ground it to a halt. These fantasy
What?
games, huh? In late 2005, almost a year into World of Warcraft's release, the cities of Azeroth were set upon with a plague worse than the lack of personal hygiene they were accustomed to. The final boss of the new max level raid Zul'Gurub, Hakar the Soulflayer, had an ability where he force-fed raid members bowls of bat soup, afflicting them with the corrupted blood debuff. This debuff would do damage over time and jump between players, requiring gamers to spread apart and use hand sanitizer so they wouldn't infect their teammates. The debuff only lasted for 10 seconds and wasn't powerful enough to kill a max level player on its own, so hardly cause for concern, right?
I guess so.
Until it was discovered that player pets that were afflicted with it could be dismissed and then resummoned at a later time, with the debuff still ticking down.
Wait.
And it wasn't long before one infected pussy in a crowded city became patient zero. The debuff, while annoying for max level players, could instantly kill low-level characters. Even worse, it would jump to non-player characters who were immune to its damaging effect but still had the capacity to spread it to actual players, much like asymptomatic carriers of real diseases. This ensured that the disease wouldn't simply disappear once all the affected players died or spread apart for 10 seconds, as any one of the hundreds of guards, quest givers and vendors were all lining up to cough in your mouth. What followed was a fascinating insight into human behaviour in the face of a global pandemic, albeit on a microscopic scale with no repercussions.
That's crazy. That's so funny. Wait, that is actually insane and really funny. Also, Salty Nog, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the basement, bestie. Congratulations, you now have Wi-Fi. It's real in the real world too. I'm not surprised because of how many like cons, like how many conventions are like basically disease hotbeds, right? I'm not surprised, but also the fact that this was a thing in game is low-key amazing. I feel like this is one of those things where the devs didn't like think that far ahead. And then when it actually happened, it was like, oh, these are the consequences, huh? Yeah, when WoW had its own like version of COVID. Bro, oh my god. Do you guys remember like the COVID days? Do you guys think that, okay, what in your opinion, were the COVID days good or bad for you? Hi, if you're just joining, hi, welcome in. I'm doing good today. I slept too much, made you guys wait for an hour, but it's okay, guys. I'm just training you guys for when you finally get girlfriends, and then you'll have to be used to waiting for an hour. Pay was good. Was it good? Bro, let me tell you something. I worked for my mother, right? I worked for my mom, right before COVID started, and then she decided, okay, she needed to make some budget cuts. So the first thing she did was let me go because she was like, well, you know, you can probably survive. So I got fired by my own fucking mother at the start of COVID. So, you know, top 10 anime betrayals, am I right, guys? Hi, guys. Hi. Bro, I'm Arrow A saying getting girl or boyfriend. Shit, you know what? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you get. You're still gonna have to learn patience. Sorry to hear that, bro. No, my parents are just insane. It's fine. No, you see, it's not even the pay cut. Okay, so I was like, okay, shit, you fired me, great. And then the next day, she sends me work to do. And I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah, this is the family business. You still have to help out. I'm just not paying you anymore. I was like, I guess. Play MMOs with his friends in college. We tried WoW. And I gotta say, I like WoW. But I think the constantly creating characters because I died so many times that one time kind of took its toll on me, and I unsubscribed immediately because I was like, wow, I'm tired. Yeah, my mom's great. My mom's great. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
While WoW didn't have the if you die in the game, you die in real life feature at the time, which wasn't added until Warlords of Draenor, many players still treated it as a real disease because it was killing something arguably more important than their lives. Fun. Low-level players were unable to access the main cities and even some of the busier towns, essentially locking off a huge chunk of the game's content. Many of them simply fled to the wilderness, while higher-level players either tried their best to heal those affected, visited the cities for the spectacle, or, as expected, attempted to spread it as much as possible. The plague itself is much like EVE Online, in that hearing about it is much funner than actually playing it, and the novelty quickly wore off for everybody except those who saw it as a gregarious griefing gift. After most everyone tired of the literal bed of skeletons that littered city streets, Blizzard was forced to step in and do a series of hard resets and hotfixes that temporarily limited the problem before completely annihilating it almost a month later when they made it so that corrupted blood would no longer affect pets. The corrupted
I
blood...
just want to say, I can foresee some random troll, like high-level troll, getting this disease and running to the beginner villages and just spreading that shit, right? Also, Tevia, thanks so much for the follow, and Basty, thanks so much for the follow. Congratulations, Basty. You now have Wi-Fi in the basement. Okay, can I be for reals? Did you guys know that Down the Rabbit Hole made like a 6-hour EVE Online I don't even know what it's called, documentary, but I have no idea. But I watched that shit because I'm an idiot. And I gotta say, at the end of it, all I understood was that people played the game to re-experience capitalism as a capitalist. That's it. Oh man, the Blood Plague happened again with Classic. Will they ever learn? Will Blizzard ever learn? Why would you watch that? Oh, because I'm an idiot. Because I'm an idiot, and because this guy that I was talking to was like, hey, you should watch this documentary, and I was like, cool. And he never talked to me again. I'm watching YouTube, thank you. Sad game was so boring, he go off. What? I don't get it. Okay, I kind of get the romance in it, but I think the only real fun that you get from being in EVE Online is if you're a high enough player that, like, your actions matter, you're in, like, a good enough guild. Oh yeah, I know. I'm actually friends with, like, his boss. Mio Vesti. I am the world's strongest. I'm the world's strongest simp. It's so over for me, guys. I want you guys to know. It is over for me. I will never emotionally recover from, like, the amount of, like, documentaries I've had to watch. Even then it's so boring. Oh no, it was so wild. It was so wild. I watched it, I was like zoning out halfway through because I was like, what the fuck? Oh, 7 what? Thank you. How do I learn the secrets of being Arrow Ace? I think that might solve like 90% of my problems. Also, let's just keep watching.
Blood incident was one of WoW's most interesting events, a truly random, unexpected occurrence that could only happen in a persistent online world. This unique positioning even caught the attention of the scientific community.
Oh, that's crazy.
Who stated that online worlds such as Blizzard's could potentially be used.
Wait, what do you mean 276 readers on X Hamster? This is an epidemiology webpage. Is that not what I think it is? Lucky, it is an NSFW site that is heavily banned in Singapore. Who the fuck's reading this shit on X Hamster? What? Do you guys want to know a story of how I know what X Hamster is? So like, when I was like a kid, right? When I was like young enough, so I think like I was like maybe 6 or 7, and we had like a class that was basically like teaching us like how to use the computer, right? And one of the things that they taught us how to do was how to create like a blog, right? And I remember like a bunch of the girls just being like, oh, at that point in time, the whole like X something, X like angel, that kind of thing was like trendy. So like, and we had like some random like contractor from outside come in to teach us how to make like blogs, So some girl was like, oh, I'm gonna be cool. I'm gonna name my blog X, like, and after her pet hamster. and the guy, the contractor guy was like freaking the fuck out. He was like, oh no, you cannot name your block that. I can't explain it to you, but you cannot name your block that. Yeah, you know the whole like XXXI, XXX I'm an angel, XXXX, that kind of thing. God damn it, I just looked up what X hamster. Don't look it up. It's not. It's NSFW. But also, who the fuck is reading an epidemiology like article on fucking X hamster? That's insane. Creepers EU, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. It's so bad. It was so bad. I remember like the guy freaking out because some girl tried to name her block X hamster, and like we had like and my teacher at that time, like my form teacher was like this boomer old lady. I mean, she's not even boomer. Like at that age, I think she was like 50 or 60 when I was 6. So that's like before boomer, right? She had no idea what he was talking about. Infectious diseases or NSFW. See, it sounds like a train wreck. It was so dumb. But I mean, a bunch of us like got to learn like how to set up blogs. I still don't know, but you know, hey, apparently we did it. Tweeted by 29, blocked by 5, picked up by 10 news outlets, 276 readers on X Hamster. This article is not it. They're not doing it, guys. Oh. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
To more accurately model how humans react to a pandemic, which turns out is bad. Still, these studies were sure to note that death in WoW was a mere inconvenience compared to real life, meaning players would happily throw their character's body into the pile if it meant they got the chance to kill one more player, or even just be a morbid sightseer and nab a glimpse at the chaos. Now, having an accidental plague lock down every city is one thing, but what about...
Wait, one man locking down an entire town for months? How do you do that?
Okay, sure. It isn't quite as impressive as every city being turned into a literal ghost town, but if corrupted blood was an unflinching, uncaring disease born of a programming oversight, this story showcases something much scarier: the sheer power of one man's commitment.
Okay.
In original World of Warcraft, Menethil Harbour was one of the few ways for Alliance players to set sail and reach the continent of Kalimdor, and the easiest one to access for low-level players. For 4 months straight, working the equivalent hours of a very sad full-time job, one man completely locked down Menethil Harbour so that no players could access the boats. Angui, a max-level orc rogue on the PvP server Deathicus, set out to get 100 honourable kills a day. That is to say, he aimed to kill 100 players who were close to his level. Despite being called honourable kills, he set out to do this in the least honourable way possible, griefing low-level players to the point that they would either get on their high-level character, if they had one, or whinge enough to their guild that a high-level player would come and help them out. This proved surprisingly effective, and Angui was routinely at the top of the ranking for honourable kills each week. But this wasn't his only goal. Inspired by the salty messages he would receive while killing someone in EverQuest, Angui hoped to recreate this in WoW, except that WoW doesn't let you communicate between factions, almost exclusively for this reason. To work around this, Angui created and paid for a second account so that he could park an Alliance character named Angui Spy nearby and inform his victims that they had, in fact, been pwned. The understandably unimpressed victims often retorted with vitriol and threats, all of which he catalogued and uploaded to a website for all to see.
This is so spiteful! What the fuck? That's insane. That is insane. This is so fucking spiteful. Holy shit. I kind of fuck with it because, like, I feel like this man is driven by, like, pure, like, spite. But also, what the fuck? This is so dumb. This is so funny.
Now that I think about it, he's kind of like Matty from the Mountain Dew Game Jam, winding people up for content. Of course, unlike Matty, Angui didn't have any monetary incentive to do any of this. He was in it for the sheer thrill of it. His griefing was so effective, and Menethil was such an important destination for low-level players that there was even a guide written on how best to avoid him. You might notice a few similarities between Angry and the villain from the World of Warcraft South Park episode, and while he wasn't the direct inspiration for that, it's proof that South Park was pretty spot on with their parody. Unfortunately, assholes in World of Warcraft aren't able to unionize, and so when the patch that finally introduced player versus player battlegrounds was implemented, Angry found himself out of a job. Because battlegrounds were designed specifically for player versus player, it was significantly easier to get kills in than camping out in one town, and he quickly found himself knocked off the leaderboard. Angry later stated in an interview with PC Gamer that this was also sort of a wake-up call for him. At the time, he was around 21 years old and realised that all of his WoW mates were going off to college or starting families, and all he had was the reputation for being the biggest asshole on the server. Which is admittedly a bit more impressive than having a kid. I was like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? So I ended up going to college for game design. Some people...
That is such a funny tangent. Wait. Stop. So he realized he was being an asshole to people online, so like his solution was, oh yeah, so I'm just gonna go to school for game design. Wait, I kind of love that. He's so... It's such a spiteful dick move, and then like... Wait... This wake-up call is insane. Peter Turbo would be proud. Peter Turbo would be... Do you think Peter Turbo would play WoW? I mean, you know what's the thing? I'm proud of the guy for, like, waking the fuck up, right? I'm proud of the guy. Don't get me wrong. But also, this is so fucking funny. He really just said... Oh! He really just said... Okay, well, all my friends... Actually, you know what? Never mind. I understand him now. I take it back. I understand him now. I, too... Wait, I'm gonna make myself a little bigger. I too had a wake-up call once my friends started having kids. At which case, I've decided I'm gonna be their loser auntie. Then he invented gotcha. Oh my god, we gotta figure out what the fuck is Angry doing with his life right now? And did he invent the... What if he's the guy who invented the loot box system at Blizzard? That'd be insane. I mean, last week. That's too real. One of my friends is on her second kid. And then and then like, okay, all of my like friends right now, like, because they're all moms, they only ever want to talk on like Facebook. They don't even use Instagram anymore. They've like given up their thought face and they've like started using Facebook. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll use Facebook with you guys, right? I looked at one of the girls I went to school with. She's on her third fucking kid. I'm sitting here watching WoW videos with chat. It's so over for me, guys. It's over for me. I want you guys to know, chat, I'm looking at you guys right now. Okay, I'm even gonna zoom in, okay? I want you guys to know, chat, you and I, we are ride or die at this point. We are fucking ride or die, chat. If you know, I don't have like kids or anything, chat, you and me, we're ride or die, bitch. Hell yeah. I'm not a femcel, but I'm not a femcel, but it's okay. Anyways, 3, 2, 1.
Were curious if he was going to take up his old post with the release of WoW Classic in order to complete the vanilla experience, to which he replied, "Nope, just had my first kid, gonna be getting griefed by them instead." There really is hope for us all. Astute, smelly viewers out there might have noticed that all of these events took place during vanilla or original World of Warcraft, long before Blizzard decided that human interaction in a multiplayer game is unacceptable. Vanilla WoW was the pinnacle of the game's community. each server was like its own little
Okay.
Hamlet, with recurring characters, infamous villains, and the most legendary players you would never want to meet in real life. It's no wonder then that WoW Classic, Blizzard's official recreation of this original version of World of Warcraft, would have a story of its very own. The Anchorage War is one of WoW's most ambitious and memorable events, which saw the entire community on each server working together to unlock a brand new raid. Players of all levels could contribute items towards the server's war effort, which would allow the most vitamin D deficient players to work their way through one of the longest, hardest, and most epic quest chains in the game's history, in order to craft the scepter to bang the gong that would finally open the gates of...
Is this a scarab thing from like the Barney video? Hold on. Wait. Mordaka says she has 3 kids, he got 13k subscribers, who's really winning? Exactly, I'm winning the fucking war, guys. This is the fucking Scarab Lord chest quest chain. What does that mean? I don't know. Okay. Basically, we watched this one content creator named Barney64 do this entire quest, and it was so stressful. We were like, when we were watching it, we were like on the edge of our fucking seats, right, the entire time, because it was that stressful. It was such a good series, but it was so stressful. Like, I can't imagine doing this. Like, I mean, I'm like basically chronically online anyways, but even I couldn't like sit here and like not sleep, right? It's just basically, just think about like, just think about how maybe like, I want to say like like 50 to 100 people can like be the Scarab Lord, and you need like the help of a ton of people just to get this title. It is a lot of work, and it's very painful. Basically, yeah. Yeah, you need, and you need like a ton of like endgame players just to even get it. That's what all femcells say. I feel like I like men a little too much to ever be a femcell. Being for reals. It's the thing about it is that the reason why I say 100 is because it's time gated, right? It's not just time gated. The quest chain itself is ridiculously long, and you have to farm for things without like a guaranteed drop rate. So it could take hours and whatnot. So maybe in like a single server you had like an X amount of people who could realistically get the Scarab Lord, and you'd have some people who would be like just short. Yeah, it sounds like a real job. Bro, my friend tried to get me to play Grand Blue Fantasy, and they were like, yeah, it's great, it's like a real job. I was like, are you kidding me? I'm not playing it then if that's how you're gonna market it. Shit. Imagine getting that title. Girls will have to talk to me if I have it. Just like, put like Scarab Lord in your like Tinder bio and let me know how that goes, bestie. Let me know how that goes. Also, every night, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Yeah, so like the drop rates for items in WoW are also not guaranteed, so you could be like farming for a while. You know? Most servers had less than even 50. You know, the servers that work together farm multiple Scarab Lords had less than 50. It's crazy. See, even Basty saying there's even less than 50. It's just that long, that convoluted, that crazy. You really had to like push people to help out. It's more into StarCraft and Diablo than World of Warcraft. It makes sense. Oh my god, do you guys remember that meme where it was like, if you want to date like a Korean girl, you have to beat like her dad in like StarCraft or something? And then I looked over at my dad, who doesn't play video games, and you know, he just works, and I'm like, well, shit. It's not me. If you match a girly pop who knows what Scarab Lord is, marry her, she's a real one. I know what Scarab Lord is, excuse me? But you aren't Korean? I mean, Well, yeah, but you know. It's like a job I don't get paid. Why would I sign up? See, that's like the MMO mentality. But can I just say, I have a friend who met his like girlfriend on Guild Wars 2. And they're like on the verge of getting married. And I'm just sat here like Final Fantasy 14, please be kind to me. Yeah, honestly, I like the lore of WoW a lot. The game itself, I don't hate it. I just think I'm burnt out from it. Although it's also like my fault because I listened to dual logs and I created like a hardcore WoW account. It's like totally my fault. If you hear grumbling in the back, it's just my tummy. Don't worry about it. I'm not hungry. I promise. I don't feel hungry. It's just grumbly, and I don't know why. Laughs nervously after playing Destiny religiously for a decade. Hardcore isn't the way to play WoW. Yeah, I think I'm kind of realizing that. I should just play like retail and just have fun, right? It's okay. My boss said to do it, so I did it, and now all I did was exchange it for like Omega suffering. MMOs where you go to meet your gamer husband/wife. Bro, the last time I played an MMO, my IRL boyfriend cheated on me with some girl in game. So I guess he did meet his wife in game. You know what's the famous saying? Don't let your girlfriend stop you from meeting your wife. That was literally bro right there. I can't wait for Miss Pandaria Classic. It's coming soon too. I want to play it so bad, but that means I have to play WoW again. That means I have to sit here and grind again. Oh, man. That means I have to sit here and grind. It's great. Okay, I'll think about it. I have to, like, really think about it just because I still feel low-key burnt out from, like, dying in hardcore WoW, like, I want to say 5 or 6 times. But, yeah. I don't know if I'll stream the grind though, mainly because like, I don't know if I'll stream the grind, only because like, you can see my sanity slip away from me every second that I'm grinding. Make sure to do it on stream. Have you ever seen someone internally die? That was me when I was like playing hardcore WoW, and like, I accidentally died for like the 5th time, and I was like, oh. And I had to give up and change class and everything. It was great. It was great. I just sat there like, oh no. We watch you play Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, that's true. You watch me play a ton of games and you watch my sanity slip away every time. Neat. Oh, thank you guys. Hardcore dissociating on stream. Okay, are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Encourage. Upon ringing the gong, the new raid would open. A unique 10-hour war would rage across the world, and most importantly, the few players who had a scepter could ring the gong and claim the legendary Black Karaji Battle Tank mount and Scarab Lord title. After this 10-hour war, there would never be another chance to get either of these prizes. It should also be noted that, given the intense time commitment and limited resources, very few players would actually complete the quest, usually only 1 per guild, and they were often helped by their guildmates. So already we have the recipe for a great scandal.
Hell
a prestigious, extremely time-limited prize, and a massive time sink done by people whose skin is likely melted to the fibers of their computer chair. Our story takes place on the Sulfuris server, which saw their war effort completed in only 14 hours.
Okay.
Something unheard of in vanilla World of Warcraft, where servers would take weeks or even months to hand in the literal hundreds of thousands of items required. According to the website Wowhead, 98% of these resources were handed in by a single alliance guild, Grizzly from Reddit,
What?
who had been stockpiling items well in advance for this very purpose. Now, if their name including from Reddit didn't tip you off already, these are our villains. Not content to share the prestigious mountain title with anyone else on the server, they routinely intercepted other guilds attempting to complete the scepter. One such quest has you and 39 of your mates taken down a raid boss out in the open world, making you prime targets for, say, a guild full of Redditors to descend upon you in the world's saddest cavalry charge.
Can I just say, once you hear from Reddit, you know that shit's fucked. You know that shit's fucked. Once you hear from Reddit, you know that it's over. Oh my god. Reddit, oh my god. It's so dumb.
Grizzly supposedly shut down so many attempts of Horde players that their only recourse was to muster up around 200 players to smash through Grizzly's defenses and take out the boss before they could recuperate. It was during this attempt that something unexpected happened. Souffle, one of the few players who were on track to get the scepter, suddenly disconnected and found themselves with a 7-day suspension. Now, given the scale of WoW's player base, as well as Blizzard's unwillingness to spend money on anything other than paper shredders, customer service reps are unable to get to every matter in a timely manner, and so certain shortcuts were implemented. While unconfirmed by Blizzard, it is widely speculated that enough players reporting a single player for cheating or otherwise unsavory behavior will result in them receiving an instant ban. After all, that many people all reporting one person could never be used by a malicious group, right? When this accusation began to gain traction on Reddit and WoW news sites, Blizzard stepped in and said that Souffle's ban wasn't solely due to fraudulent player reporting, but was still a mistake that was quickly overturned. Despite denying this accusation, Blizzard did confirm that members of Grizzly had been abusing the report player function, and many of them received 3-day suspensions as a result. This didn't count Grizzly out entirely, as they would still be able to make it in time for the 10-hour war, albeit barely. Then something magical happened. Over 600 Horde players, disgusted at the unsportsmanlike behaviour of Grizzly, attempted to lock down the final quest giver until the 10-hour war was finished, denying Grizzly a chance at finishing the scepter. They did this by attacking the quest giver, never killing it but just having it perpetually locked in combat so that it could never give out the quest, as well as killing any Alliance players who got near, especially those from Grizzly. Meanwhile, Grizzly managed to muster up about 300 Alliance players with the hope of breaking through the Horde lines. This didn't prove enough, however, and the guild that had spent months preparing finished the war effort almost entirely on their own and completed all but the final quest in an incredibly arduous quest chain, were denied the prize that they sought so deeply. After more mini scandals, you can choose between brands saying the darndest things on Twitter, or the
Girl, some of the brands are like crazy. Some of them, they say like some of the wildest things. One day I kind of want to watch this. It's Overwatch's many scandals, because like Overwatch having many scandals other than like the ass ones, I don't know. Doesn't sound fun. Bro, remember that one time, what was it? One of the pizza chains in America, right? They were doing there was this like 1 month where it was like domestic like violence awareness week, and there was like a hashtag going around about like why I stayed and whatnot. And one of the pizza chains in America decided to hop on it, and they thought it was funny to be like, I stayed because he had pizza. And I don't think the social media intern actually knew what the hashtag was for, and people were like, what the fuck? People were genuinely like, what the fuck are you even saying? The journals? Oh, it's the journals. He had pizza. Like, I kind of get why people were mad, but at the same time, I'm just here like, oof. You guys are crazy. Like, social media interns need to be chronically online now. I genuinely feel like you need to be chronically online.
So
there's a video called 5 WoW players that went too far. How do you go too far in WoW? I don't get it. Right? Like, how? I wonder if you guys even know who these people are. Pizza is good? It's a really good pizza. You would think, right? I have no idea. Yeah, you need to be like terminally online. It is... I don't know. I mean, sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's like, ooh. There are levels of degeneracy we don't want to touch. Oh, you can troll a lot of people in WoW? I think I know. Oh, shit. Okay. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
So WoW has a long history of scandals and drama with players, from players who got their accounts banned to players who actually got arrested. In this video, I will go over 5 WoW players that went too far.
You get arrested?
So with that being said, let's get right into it. Number 5, Zillion OP. Alright guys, so this first one is...
Isn't this the guy who... Wait. Isn't this the guy who was like a Twitch streamer and then he was like... You know what? I'm not gonna think about it. Wait, Mr. Monday, thank you so much for the 6-month sub. Holy shit, thank you so much, bestie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is totally the guy, right? Who was like... He was like... disabled. His whole thing was that he was disabled, but he would like, you know, he was like good vibes. And then like randomly one day during like a live stream, he stood up. And people were like, what the fuck? Anthony, thank you for the super chat. I would take a slap or two for a good pizza. Bestie, no. Treat yourself right. Okay, treat yourself right. Do not take a slap or two for good pizza. Just buy yourself the good pizza, bestie. Guys, if a woman or a man puts their hands on you, don't let them, okay? Do you order your first Warhammer minis? Yeah, I have. I got the introductory set. I didn't want to get anything too crazy, so I just have the introductory set for now. But yeah, the girls and I, we were talking about like maybe doing like an off collab where we sit around and just paint. Maybe. Who knows? There was a case, someone who got griefed and death farmed by one player found out where he lived and beat him up. The spite is insane. What if I like, Kasai, no. No, do not let people beat you, okay? That is not nice. That is not nice. What if I'm into it? No. Don't let them do that. Guys, I want you guys to take care of yourselves. I want you guys to... You are all respectable, proud, lovable human beings, and you shouldn't let anyone ill-treat you, okay? Hey, if you like... I mean, of course, if it's consensual, you know, I'm not gonna be like, hey, I'm not gonna kink shame, but, like, you know, if it's non-consensual and she just kind of wants to, like, you know, domestic violence you, that's not great. That's not great. Okay, it's a slap on the butt. Okay, of course that's okay. See, what if if I RKO'd a man, is that okay? What if I really wanted to practice wrestling moves on a guy? Would that be like, okay? Just run up to someone and just RKO them? Or what if I just like, I'm down? Oh, okay, sick. But the pizza bestie, Anthony, buy your own pizza bestie. You can do it. You are a strong, independent woman. You're a strong, independent man, and you don't need a woman to buy you pizza bestie. Has to be short enough to RKO. What if I got like enough air time that I was able to reach their neck and like RKO them? Just ask first? Okay. Just very politely be like, hey, can I RKO you? No? Oh man. What if I just wanted to like regularly spear someone? You know, just ha. I only had like a sister growing up, so I couldn't do the moves on her. My mother would get mad. It was very tragic. Also, I'm not a guy. I just want you guys to know that I'm not a guy. What you do if you try to pull the guy but you just won't fall? It's time to be a gym rat. We gotta train so I can RKO people, guys. Wait, are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Pretty bad. So I don't know if any of you guys have browsed Twitch back in the day of 2012, but this was a time when streaming on Twitch was pretty new. And there used to be a WoW streamer called Zillion OP,
Oh, it
who
is the
pretty
guy!
much ran away from his internet presence after a big scandal broke out of him faking a disability. Zillion OP seemed like any other WoW or Diablo player, except viewers in his stream noted that he was always in a wheelchair. Whenever Zillion OP streamed, he was always seen in his wheelchair and was never seen standing up or walking. And a lot of people donated to his stream, with some viewers saying that they felt more inclined to donate to him because of his apparent disability. The assumption was that he was paralyzed and he couldn't move his legs. And I kind of understand where people came from. If you enjoy a streamer's content and that streamer happens to have a disability that negatively affects their life, it's quite feasible that you would be more inclined to donate. However, that being said, everything came crashing down for Zillion when he made a giant mistake on stream, where he forgot to turn off his cam and showed him walking up out of his wheelchair in front of all of his viewers.
Easily outgeared.
Our dog, oh my god, we took our dog, like to the fish shop today because the dog loves just like going out and meeting new people. And we go, oh, this is so cute, like he's cuddling with me because he's scared. He stands up, he took a leak on my lap.
WoW cured him, guys. I just want you guys to know WoW cured this man. We experienced a miracle. We experienced a miracle on stream. Playing WoW cures you. Also, I want to be clear, I don't think that, like, being stupid is a disability. Even though I'm really fucking dumb. It's okay. A wheelchair doesn't mean you can't walk all the time. No, you see, the thing about it is that this guy's brand was just kind of like him being disabled. And people were donating to him because they were like, you're so brave. I think it's really nice that you can find like a lot of people are just basically like, you know, it's really nice that, you know, you're so brave, you're so strong. I'm donating specifically because I feel bad for you, right? And then imagine you sent this guy like money because you're like, wow, he doesn't let his disability stop him. And then he gets up one day and you're just kind of like, huh? I love you the way you are. I'm sorry to tell you, chat, but my idiocy, it's real. It's very real. I don't know if I could turn this shit off. I don't know if I could get up one day and be like, not get up, wait. Okay, that sounded mean. I don't know if I could like one day like lock the fuck in. It's chronic. Does being ugly count? If so, where the hell are my donos? See, if being ugly was a disability... Actually, no, I don't think being ugly is a disability. Beauty is literally in the eye of the beholder, right? Is it terminal? Oh no, I'm terminally stupid, guys. I can't turn this shit off. I'm sorry. This is exactly what you guys get. This is it. Nothing more, nothing less. It's everything. Yeah, his whole brand was just being like disabled. So him getting up was just kind of like, yo, what the fuck kind of, you know, mood. I'm sorry, guys. I got the stupid. It's not contagious. Don't worry about it. It is very chronically and terminally bad though. God, that's
As
so
you
awkward.
can hear, his girl in the back was desperately trying to distract his viewers from what happened, and tried to pretend like it was nothing, even though she gasped when she realized his mistake. It also doesn't help Zillion's innocence when he, in a panic, pans his webcam down so that he can't be seen after the fact, like he was trying to hide himself. Allegedly, in his chat, he was trying to explain that he fell down and didn't just walk up out of his wheelchair.
Oh,
In some unofficial chat logs, he was explaining that he just fell out of his chair, but there are a number of issues with this. You can see in the glass reflection behind the fish tank, after leaving his chair, it definitely doesn't look like he fell down. And also, assuming that he fell on the floor, how did he pan his webcam down?
Yeah.
Since if he fell on the floor, he would be lying on the ground, and wouldn't he have to reach up to his webcam, which is on top of a monitor that is on a table? Assuming that he fell down and was on the floor, how could he reach that webcam? These alleged excuses don't seem to add up, and the court of public opinion decided that he was faking a disability to get sympathy. To this day, it's unknown what happened to Zillion OP, as he kind of just vanished off the internet after the scandal broke out.
I mean, you
This
kinda
was
have to,
definitely one of the
right?
most weirdest moments that ever happened on Twitch. Number 4.
You kind of have to, right? Like, you can't really come back from that now, can you? Like, you honestly can't come back from that. You just have to, like, take the L and, like, move on. Like... Shit. Would my brand fall apart if one day I sat here and did math, guys? He'll come back as a VTuber, Trez. Oh my god. Yeah, you have to? Oh my god. My brand's gonna fucking fall apart, guys, if I ever do math on stream. It's over for me. I'll be honest, I stopped watching you. Oh no! You've done math before? I've done baby math. Basically, so, you know what's the thing? I'm like, okay. I can do, like, mental, like, math, right? But I can't do, like, if you ask me to solve shit like linear equation canon, which, by the way, is this Yu-Gi-Oh card that actually needs you to solve, like, math, right? I can't do shit like that. I just sit there and I stare. My face gets... Okay, you know what's the thing? I'm okay with my face getting revealed. On, like, the lowest of keys, I'm not opposed to it. It's just that I live in a small country that is, like, basically a small town. So if I get doxxed, that shit is Jover for me. Being the stupid makes you cuter? Thank you. I don't try. I don't fucking try. It's called arithmetic. You know, I've always wondered, you know how, like, okay, in America, you guys call it math, right? But in, like, everywhere else, I think we call it maths. Why? Do you guys only learn one? Do you guys, like, only learn, like, one? Like... You can only, you can't count beyond one? Oh shit, besties. It's over for all of us. It's just over, it's just over, guys. Holy shit. What's worse, getting doxxed as a VTuber as a Yu-Gi-Oh player? Getting, I don't know, you know what's the thing? I think, like, as a girl, saying that I have a job in content creation can only mean one of two things, right? Either I do beauty content either I'm a TikTok creator or I have an OnlyFans. There's no in between, right? There's no in between. People assume either I dance on TikTok or I do OnlyFans when I tell people I'm a content creator. One math, please. Do the Americans only learn the singular math? What about the maths? Technically adult energy. I mean, you're not wrong, but, like, you know. So, yeah, no. They don't assume Twitch. They're like, oh, are you like one of those like people who makes, like, TikToks? And I'm like, no. Do you think I could make a TikTok? You're insane. So which is it for you? Well, clearly I dance on TikTok, right, guys? Clearly I do that. I fucking love... I love that there are differences in, like, American and, like, British English. And, like, I have to figure out which one is which, because sometimes I'm, like, talking to you guys, and then you guys are like, huh? And I'm like, huh? And then we're both like, huh? And then I realize, oh, I'm just spelling things differently than the Americans. Like, apparently you guys don't spell color with, like, a U. You know, C-L-O-U-R. Right? Don't you make shorts? Yeah, but I don't dance in the shorts now, do I? In the shorts, all I do is play Yu-Gi-Oh! Unsuccessfully, and then I cry about it. Yeah, C-O-L-O-U-R, color. Miwa's hair is hiding all the smarts in the hairline too. I want you guys to know, okay? the entirety of my head, right? My brain is probably like the size of like a walnut or like a pistachio or something, and if you shake, it just rattles in there like this. In the it's we call it COLOUR. Favor favor is like FAVOUR, stuff like that. Wanna sell brain barely used? That's me. Barely used. Yeah. I was like, when I was like, okay, so one of the biggest issues that I had growing up, right, was I remember when I went to university, I had like an American professor. And when I went to university, I had like an American professor, and I remember like I submitted my like paper, right? And I got like a very like stern phone call, and they were like, "Do you not know how to spell?" And I was like, "What are you talking about? Do I know how to spell?" And he like marked all the words, like, you know, color, you know, honor, that kind of thing. And he was like, "You don't know how to spell." And I was like, "No, I know how to spell. This is how you spell color. This is how you spell honor. This is how you spell flavor." And then I realized, oh, you speak a different English. You speak a different English. Yeah, I was like, oh, we just don't speak the same English. So then I had to like go and like get it like disputed, right? Because I didn't realize that like regionally we had like different like, you know, different like ways of spelling things, different ways of like talking. And I was shook because I was like, it's dumb that I have to even dispute this. It's so dumb that I had to even dispute it. It was kind of insane. It was like even really small things like shit, I don't even remember what my term paper. You guys call it something different. I called it my term paper. And he was like, "This is not a term paper." And I was like, "What?" Like, I mean, I don't know. If you're teaching, there should be like acceptable like words. Yeah, term. 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 So yeah, he was kind of like a male. He was kind of like a male Karen, huh? Yeah, I was like, oh my god, why are you penalizing me for this? Like, oh my goodness, what the heck? You're insane. Okay, are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Elvine.
Elvine.
So in case you guys haven't heard the new scandal that broke about Elvine or Thomas Chung, this happened last year where a fairly popular WoW YouTuber and streamer called Elvine, who was an employee of High-Res Studios before the scandal broke out, which led to him getting arrested and fired. So what happened to the guy? Now, to explain what exactly he did to get arrested, I can't precisely describe because YouTube will get mad at me. But let's just say he was caught sending rude messages to a low-level gnome. You guys can probably figure out what I mean by that. In a sting operation set up by law enforcement in Georgia called Operation Interception, they went on various social medias posing as low-level gnomes to catch people soliciting illegal acts with them. This led to 21 men getting arrested, including Elvine, the WoW YouTuber and streamer. This was quite a big deal because he wasn't just some random WoW player, he was a Twitch partner, a YouTube creator, and a game developer. So he had quite a big online identity. He even had interviews with devs at BlizzCon. So it's fair to say that he was somewhat of a figurehead for the WoW community. So to see him getting arrested for trying to do bad things to a level 14 gnome is quite shocking. Since his arrest, his social media channels like YouTube and Twitter haven't seen any updates since about a year ago. And it's hard to say when or if he will ever come back.
Stop! Hold on! So this guy was just bullying a random fucking gnome? What? But like, wait. Huh? Wait. Why? damn it. What's with content creators and talking to people younger than you? Holy shit. How did all of you guys get it? And I just sat here thinking, oh, I think it's so fucking weird that there's like a group of people bullying a random gnome account. Like, why are there so many people? Why is this like a Blizzard issue? Like, why are they getting arrested for like bullying? That's insane. Wait. Yeah, I thought he got sent to jail for bullying someone. I was so confused. I was just waiting for like them to explain why he was like, was he sending them? Huh? That is crazy. Also, Folder, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. I didn't know. Oh my god. I actually didn't know. I genuinely was just waiting for them to be like, hey, so anyways, he like sent death threats to this like one low level account and that's why he's in jail or something like that, right? No, but also, what is it content creators and talking to people younger than them? Like, if anyone below the age of 23 talked to me, I'd be like, yo, no, don't talk to me, sir. Don't talk to me, sir and or ma'am. I don't know who you are. And I don't want to know who you are because I don't need the FBI on my front door. So like, haha, talk to me when you're like 30 or something. Bye. You know? Like, I don't know. Why do people talk to younger people? Oh no. Oh. It's like icky. I don't know. Like, shit, talk to me again when you're like 30. Don't talk to me when you're like under like 27. It's crazy. Ugh. He sent stuff to a low-level account if you get my drift. I was thinking that, like, what could he have possibly sent? Like, a bomb in the mail or something? No, okay, he said much worse. Okay. Understandable. Have a nice day. Holy shit. Oh my god, that is crazy. That's insane. Ugh.
Twitch channel has been taken down, but his YouTube channel is still up. And ironically, the last video he made was about the BFA dungeon Tol Dagor, which funnily enough is a prison. It's kind of an interesting coincidence. Another interesting coincidence with Elvine is that the two WoW characters that he plays are a female gnome and a female goblin, two of the smallest races in World of Warcraft. So take—
It was a self-fulfilling prophecy? That is like arguably even worse. Holy shit. Holy shit. He fulfilled the fucking prophecy. Oh no. This is traumatizing, chat. What the fuck? No players are something different? Oh no. Back in VFA, so 2018, that wasn't even that long ago. That was like 7 years ago. I know, it's kind of crazy that I said 7 years ago wasn't that long ago, but like realistically speaking, it's a lot closer to, you know, when I was like fucking born, right? 7 years ago compared to like when I was born. His imagination was his downfall. Talk to people your age. Just talk to people your age. It can't possibly be that hard now, can it? I don't know. Just talk to people your age. Shit. That's crazy.
Take from that what you want. Number 3, Zuzo. So this is a pretty weird case of a top player who sold his account for real-world money.
Okay.
Now, back in the days of the Burning Crusade expansion, a rogue in the Method Guild had a lot of really nice stuff. And when I mean nice stuff, I mean both legendary Twin Blades of Azeroth, as well as the tier 6 rogue set. So this is as good as a geared character as you can get. The interesting thing with this account is that the original owner actually got contacted by a potential buyer for the account. The buyer offered approximately $10,000 equivalent in euros, which is a huge chunk of money, and it was enough to let the original owner of Zuzo sell his account to this buyer. However, that trade didn't exactly work out for the buyer. According to news reports that covered this news story back in the day, The new owner of the account only had a day to play on this rogue before Blizzard caught on to the fact and permabanned him.
What?
Now I'm pretty sure that the buyer didn't get a refund and the guy that sold the account kept that 10k. In general, it's kind of stupid to buy accounts for World of Warcraft. I mean, Blizzard are just very good at detecting that, and they are very strict when it comes to real money trade as well as account trading. But it's especially bad considering that Zuzo was quite a celebrity back in the day. I mean, this was one of the top rogues in Method. Of course, Blizzard are going to have their eyes on this account if it just mysteriously transfers to a new IP. It also didn't help that news stations were reporting on this. So if someone is selling a World of Warcraft account and it gets the media's attention, it's kind of naive to think that Blizzard won't hear about it either. Number 2, UK Drillers. So this happened not that long ago. In fact, this was somewhere near the launch of Classic WoW back in September. A Twitter user by the name of UK Drillers was bragging about how he DDoSed Classic WoW servers and forced a few servers to be unplayable. In case you guys don't know what DDoS is, it's on the same level as hacking.
Yes, chat. That is 100% what I think hackers look like. When someone says that they're hacking, I think of this. 10k for a WoW account is honestly crazy, but I feel like a lot of like games have like really crazy like marketplaces, so I'm also not like surprised. Hey, that's a picture of me, the professional hacker. I want you guys to know that this is literally you when you're hacking.
It's more about spamming a server with useless information to intentionally lag or crash the server. Now this happens to quite a few websites where either a competing website or a hater would just send massive amounts of spam data to the site to make it so that people can no longer access it. This can also be done for game servers as well. In this case, UK Drillers was bragging about doing it to a bunch of NA Classic WoW servers, including Farolina, which is where Asmongold and Sodapoppin was playing on. Apparently this guy wasn't a fan of these streamers and just wanted to mess with them so that they couldn't stream. Now Twitter obviously suspended his account, but you can see his old messages in a web archive. I don't need to say this, but this was super illegal and can get you in big trouble with law enforcement, as this is directly cutting into the enjoyment of Blizzard customers and is costing Blizzard quite a lot of money in order to combat the DDoS. Blizzard put out a bunch of updates saying that they're working on getting the servers back, and they actually made a post saying that they found the guy who was doing this and that law enforcement had tracked the guy down. So he's probably in quite a lot of trouble right now, since he was doing this to multiple servers and not just one.
See, could you ever feel bad for someone who does stuff like that? I don't think I could feel bad. Like people who like intentionally like commit crimes just for the lulz. It's like hella illegal, right? And like I don't think I could ever you ever feel bad. I feel like people would probably be like, "Oh, you know, it's just like some dumb computer stuff, like what's the big deal?" But I think that like this is very much a crime. So they brought it on themselves, right? Right? Well, they got him. Yeah, they got his ass. Hell yeah.
The guy behind this definitely went too far and is now in trouble with the law. There have been quite a few cases where DDoSers have gotten caught and have had to pay massive fines and prison sentences.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that this guy is going to be in some big trouble. Number 1 on this list is Kalen Mateus.
Okay.
So this was another guy that got caught DDoSing WoW servers. This was a guy in Romania called Kalen that was using the same DDoS method as UK Drillers.
Okay.
Except the idea behind this attack was to make a server unplayable. His reasoning behind these attacks was allegedly to impede on a rival guild's progress. By him lagging out and disrupting his servers during raid night, the PvE encounters would become a lot harder and they couldn't progress in their raid.
That's
in this
so
way,
petty.
he could affect the guild that he had beef with and also everybody on the server.
That's so
However,
fucking
this was
petty.
not a simple prank of annoying a rival guild. This did financial damage to Blizzard and hurted the customer experience of people playing the game. A few years later, he was actually caught and extradited from Romania to the United States and was ordered to pay Blizzard $29,987 to compensate for the costs Blizzard spent to deal with this attack. He was also ordered to do 1 year of prison time for the DDoS attack on the WoW server. These DDoS and hacks never seem to work out. You don't want to mess with Blizzard because they will track you down, and even if you're outside of the United States, they will put a lot of effort into catching you, so it's probably not a good idea to mess with them. So if anybody is thinking about messing with Blizzard servers, you should probably reconsider. You don't want to end up paying a massive fine and going to prison over it. Well guys, if you enjoyed this video, please drop a like down below as it helps me out a lot.
Guys, I also okay, so the first comment explained it too. Okay, I also someone in like YouTube chat said that the most messed up thing is that the low level gnome ring was number 4 and not number 1. The fact that was that low is kind of a crime in itself. So what the heck? Also, hi Roxas, hi. Wait guys, I gotta pee though. I chucked the can of Monster. You guys know I'm not very tall, therefore my bladder also not very big. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta pee real fast. Okay? Yeah, I think it's kind of fucked up too. Like, why wouldn't it be like higher? What the heck? Okay, be right back, guys. Okay, so you want to hear something crazy? I have like a big fucking bruise on my thigh. I don't know how I got that. It's not that crazy if you really think about it, but you know, still pretty fucking crazy. Right? There's another video called World of Warcraft's most famous and infamous players. So I'm curious. I want to see how bad could this possibly get, right? Like how bad could this possibly get? But also apparently, this person, Matt Season Show, hitting subscribe, dropping a fat like, is a friend of the channel. It's a friend of my boss. So hey, they're a friend of mine. What were you doing? I have no idea. It's just like randomly a big bruise. Oh well. Last season's great. Yeah, my boss has friends. Apparently, Duolog, sorry, Hiruma Red X has more friends than I do. Apparently he's got more friends than I do. Shocker, I know. But yeah, he's got more friends than I do. That's like unfair and fucked up, right? Tell him that's crazy. No, he's gonna die. What did I do? Lox's friends? He does. He has more. You know, the other day he was like, hey, I have more friends than you do. Haha. I was like, what the fuck? Bitch, what the fuck? Like, imagine your boss sliding into your DMs to be like, hey, I have more friends than you do with smiley face. That's insane. That's like so fucked up. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. Oh, most famous and infamous players.
For better or for worse, over World of Warcraft's 20-year lifespan, there have been some players or moments that have stood out from the rest. From loot drama to angry raid raiders, exploiters
That's me!
to selling sexual favors for
What?
flying mount
That's not
training.
me.
The legacy they've left behind is as legendary as the game itself. In celebration of the upcoming 20-year anniversary, I have recompiled the series that highlights some of the players who have helped shape one of the most interesting legacies in video game history. These are the most famous and infamous players of World of Warcraft.
Wait, that's crazy. They made WoW erotica. Artemisa groaned softly, biting your neck softly, her breath hard against your neck. Oh. This is crazy! What the fuck? Ah! Why are people like this? Ah!
Have you ever heard the tale of Gedrin the dwarf? Out of sheer boredom, one day he went
no.
exploring in the Deep Run tram that connects Stormwind to Ironforge, and he came upon an interesting scene. You see, Gedrin was on a role-playing realm, and he came upon 2 night elves in the middle of a very special roleplay, Enotep and Artemisa. Hey, nothing says romance like a dark, dank corner of a public transit station. Enotep settles for nothing less than the top high-class venues to...
Why are y'all fucking in the subway station? What? Why are y'all doing that? Why are y'all ERPing? Why are you guys ERPing in the fucking train station? Ah! Why the train station?
to engage in saber-diddling. The hairy dwarf skulked the shadows, assessing the situation from afar, and seizing the moment, he decided to join in. He emerged from the shadows and interjected himself into their intimate role-playing experience. He tried his best, but for some reason he was rejected.
He removes his dwarven hand cannon and begins to stroke the barrel ever so slowly. Artemisa growls menacingly at you. Enotep growls, you need to leave. Why are you guys fucking out in public then? Why are you guys doing this shit out in public then? Huh? Imagine doing this at a train station and thinking, oh yeah, no other weirdo's gonna like, come up and like join me. That's insane. Ah, what the fuck? What am I making you guys watch? Sir, I don't know what I'm making you guys watch either. What? Oh man.
Enotep didn't roll that way apparently, so Gedrin quickly retreated into the shadows to watch the safety.
Gedrin tries to disguise himself as a tree and makes crow noises. That is me! Guys, oh my god. So like, random story time. When I was like young and a cosplayer, right? There were like, this is like when I was like 18, okay? So I would have like a group of friends and like we do like cosplay like chalets where like we like get like a room near the venue and like we'd like all stay there and we get ready in the morning like together, stuff like that, because that way we wouldn't have to wake up early in the morning to go, right? And then like so one of our friends like and her boyfriend, they're also cosplayers, right? For some reason they decide that they didn't want to go out to actually cosplay, and they just spent the entire weekend just banging in the fucking bathroom. And it was so awkward because you could hear them, and it was like 5 people huddled up sitting on the hotel like bed, right? Trying to watch like whatever movie it was on the TV while you can hear our friends having the fucking time of our lives there. It was like, why? Yeah. What did you cosplay as? Oh, I can't say because like it's a kind of niche character, so it's easily recognizable in my country. I probably can't say it, if not like I dox myself. Sounds fine. Shame they didn't invite anyone to join in. No one wants to join in because like if you want to know how awkward it was. If any of us wanted to like pee or anything, if you wanted to use the bathroom, stuff like that, right? We'd have to like walk over to another friend's hotel room and be like, hey, can I like use your bathroom real quick? Because the bathroom in our room is being like occupied at the moment. I wouldn't sleep in the same room as them at that point. Yes and no. I slept on the floor because I was like, it's fine. They slept in the bathroom. They slept in the bathroom all weekend. We were like, on God, it's probably cheaper for you to just like get your own room. I know, it was crazy. It was fucking insane. I don't know if they left the bathroom other than to eat. It was insane. All I remember was that after that weekend, no one talked to them again. Literally everyone like basically stopped talking to them because of how weird and awkward that shit was. It was such a wild moment. It was actually insane. It was like, oh my fucking God, girl, you gotta like not do this shit. But yeah, also, basically, that was me trying to disguise myself as a tree and making crow noises. I went home, by the way. I, like, decided that, like, it wasn't worth it, so I went home, slept, did my costume at home, and then, like, took a cab down to the con. My friends were nice enough to not charge me for it because, I didn't fucking stay overnight. But yeah. It was so bad. I shouldn't make crow noises. Oh my God. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Distance from Enotep's roaming fingers. But alas, the moment had passed. And before Gedrin could even whip out his dwarven hand cannon, Artemisa took her leave. In fact, she walked on foot all the way to Ironforge, which is...
Stop! She really fucking dipped, guys. Holy shit.
hardcore. Uber didn't exist back then, apparently. And Enotep, not too pleased with this turn of events, prepared to leave as well, but not without a choice of words to the dirty dwarf. No one stands in the way of a night elf and his.
You, sir, are a dirty bastard of a dwarf, and I hope your mother is... Oh, no. By a troll, and then killed, brought up among... What the fuck, dude? You just got blue ball one time. This feels excessive. You got blue ball one time. Stop. Be for
Ciphering.
reals.
He re-equipped his clothing and verbally bombasted Gedrin for dropping in uninvited, and feeling remorse for ruining the moment, he offered an apology, but it wasn't taken. He had done quite enough, and Enotep walked off into the sunset, never to be seen again. Karmer the Paladin. Back in vanilla, there was a talent called Reckoning, which would give the Paladin an extra attack on their next attack upon being critically hit.
Okay, I just want to say, our players need to, like, not take things so seriously. Holy shit, you're not even, it's literally E-sex. You're not even getting real sex, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? You've heard of this? Oh shit. Guys, if you're a role player and you take like E-sex that seriously, I need you to, I'm gonna hold your hand, bestie. I'm gonna hold your hand. Because, actually no, I don't want to hold your hand. I don't know where your hand's been. But, don't do that. Don't do that, guys. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
Attacking infinitely. A paladin by the name of Karmer saw the potential in this, and using the dueling mechanic, he stacked Reckoning to an absurd amount to become a weapon of mass destruction. He did this right next to the outdoor raid boss, Kazik, and when he was ready, he charged in and insta-gibbed him. A video of this event was released, and paladins worldwide started emulating it, using it to one-shot people in PvP, kill Kazik themselves, and so on, and it was quickly hotfixed to only store 5 charges max before more damage could be done, but not before Karmer cemented himself into Paladin legend. Drama over loot has never been in short order in the game, but for this particular guild, it had reached a boiling point in the Burning Crusade expansion. Analog Kid was a rogue in the Vicarious guild of the Area 52 server. From the Sunwell Plateau raid, the final boss, Kil'jaeden, dropped this legendary bow, Thoradal the Star's Fury. This was the first legendary item meant for hunters, aside from Thunder Fury, of course, and it was perfect. It had a slow speed, amazing stats, and most of all, it had its own ammo. This was back when hunters needed to buy ammo for their bows and guns, and it was the item that every hunter wanted at the time. It happened to drop for the Vicarious guild, and one of 2 hunters would be the lucky recipients, or so they thought. Citing that Analog Kid was more loyal to the guild, it was given to him to use as a stat stick over the 2 hunters in the raid. This was also back when rogues had a ranged weapon slot, and hunters had melee weapon slots. They could equip both, but obviously ranged wasn't the rogue's primary, and it was just used for extra stats. Word of this quickly spread, and the whole guild and Analog Kid became the subject of ridicule and anger, and it's quite ironic that the ongoing joke of the game was that everything was a hunter weapon, but for this day, it happened to be that this legendary bow was a rogue weapon. But next, let's go over the computer programming weapon, boot.dev. Have you ever been stuck in...
Wait, is that really such a big deal? Okay, I need someone to, like, explain this to me. Is that really such a big deal? I don't get it. Back then it was a super rare drop. It was really weird for it to drop. And then they gave it to someone who, like, not using it at all. Oh! Wait, what the fuck then? Also, you guys don't at me, but I might order something to munch on. I know it's like, guys, if you guys are curious, it is 4:25 in the morning. I might get, like, something to munch on. What do you guys think? Yes or no? It's a hunter weapon for sure. Okay, that makes sense now. Okay. So it's just given to someone who is absolutely not gonna use it. But rogues can equip it too. Okay, that makes sense. Get some snacks. I'm getting rice, and I'm getting some, like, beef skewers.
in the middle of learning a new programming language and felt like you hit a wall? Welcome to boot.dev, the smartest way to master backend development while keeping things exciting. Boot.dev helps you learn Python and Go in a way that feels more like a game than World of Warcraft has felt in the past 10 years. Told you so, by the way. It holds a bunch.
I just want you guys to know, I really admire people who can do stuff like this. Cause like I tried really hard to learn like programming, and it just wasn't for me. Like I just could not do it. I felt like such an idiot, but I genuinely could not do it. I was like, oh no, it's like Jover for me. I'm too cooked for this, guys. But yeah. Also, by the way, I just want to clarify, we are watching all of the ads in the videos because it's the least we can do. It's the least we can do. Coding is so hard. I admire people who do this for like a living. Cause I just know would start crossing the minute I saw like all the words and all the numbers. I don't know if I could do it.
Of RPG elements. You earn XP, complete quests, and even level up as you code. You learn hands-on right from the start. Instead of just reading about code, you'll actually be writing it, which I found to be personally useful. And they also balance theory with practice, giving you actual useful knowledge and skills to prepare you for interviews and get you ready to tackle real-world coding problems, such as perhaps maybe an algorithm that subtly manipulates your players into buying microtransactions via stilted matchmaking. Or a sorting algorithm or something, I don't know. One of the two. If you ever get stuck, they have a Discord community to help you out, as well as an AI wizard named Boots to guide you through any questions that you may have. Backend developers in the US earned a median salary of over $100,000 last year, which without taxes, that's 5,000 WoW tokens because, let's face it, although we don't have time to play video games anymore, that of course won't stop us from paying money to not play them because we are hopelessly addicted.
True.
If you're ready to start coding, click the link in the description below and use my code MADSEASONSHOW to get 25% off your first month or even your entire first year if you go with the annual plan. Next up on our list, we have Indalamar, the warrior of the guild nerfed. And when I say the warrior, I mean the warrior. Back in the game's infancy, during the beta, no one really knew how to play it, and everybody, quote, knew that warriors were the worst class in the game. They killed things much too slowly, and they were constantly calling for buffs on the forums and whatnot, and everyone believed them to be underpowered, except for one person. He called out against these cries for buffs and said that warriors weren't even underpowered, but rather they were overpowered if you actually knew what you were doing. No one believed him, so he put his money where his mouth was, and he made a video showing them how it's done. He showcased a 3-minute steamrolling through high-level mobs, often killing them in just 2 hits, which was unheard of those days. Back then, the Bloodthirst ability worked much like Victory Rush, where it triggered off of kills, so he just chain-killed an entire compound without having to stop once to heal. He was right.
That's kind of insane.
Warriors were overpowered. In a storm of people saying that they were weak, he showed that with proper itemization and talents, they were wrecking balls. Shortly after the video was released, they were hit with a nerf bat, and everybody subsequently pointed their fingers at Indalamar as the cause. He was just a little too good, and the class suffered because of it. And he was so good, in fact, that Blizzard hired him as an itemization developer, and he's had a few items named after him. There's Ramaladni's Blade of Culling, which is just his name spelled backwards. And also in Diablo 3, you have Ramaladni's Gift, which gives a socket to any legendary. And he also got his own card in World of Warcraft's trading card game.
Wait, that's crazy.
Until sadly, he passed away in 2022.
No.
Time is money, so it stands to reason that at a certain point...
Can I get an 07 in the chat for him? Because, ow, that's sad. Oh no. I think it's cool that when I think it's cool when companies hire like super fans, but then that's so sad. Hi Honorable, I'm home from work and sad because my favorite board game company got shuttered today. Wait, what board game company? Knowing about the items? Yeah. 07. This is like really tragic. 07's in the chat.
World of Warcraft account starts to accrue significant value. Next up, we have what is possibly the most infamous instance of a World of Warcraft account being sold. Zuzo was a rogue in the Method Guild back during the Burning Crusade expansion, and at the time, he gained the reputation of being the most geared. He had the server first
Oh
Warglaze
yeah,
of
this was
Asimov
that guy.
and most of the tier 6 set, and he was a very hardcore raider with the gear to back it up.
Uh-huh.
One day, somebody with a lot of money started whispering him, offering him real life money in exchange for his account, and he initially refused the stranger's offer, but he persisted, offering more and more as time went on, eventually reaching 7,000 euros, which was nearly 10,000 US dollars at the time. As it turned out, something happened with Zuzo in his personal life, and he found himself strapped for cash, so he finally accepted the stranger's offer, and he sold him his glaive rogue for 7,000 euros. The buyer renamed the rogue to Shax and got to play for all of 5 days before he was banned by Blizzard. And the reason for that is because glaive rogues were very rare back then, so it was pretty obvious what happened. You had Zuzo, a very high-profile character due to his gear, suddenly disappearing, and this new rogue with the exact same gear as him appeared in its place. It also didn't help that the Shax character was spectacularly bad at his class since he never played it before, which was kind of hilarious to people considering how geared he was.
Why would you spend 10k on an account only like for items only to never have played the class? Like what the heck? I wouldn't have done that. I would be like what? Wait, that doesn't feel like a smart use of money. Like why wouldn't you do it for like the class you're most familiar with? What? Oh no. Greater the game close today, all staff was laid off. Oh no, 07. I think like I don't know, I worry a lot about like local game stores now because especially like a lot of like smaller businesses like game stores and stuff like that because of like how fucky the current economy is. People pay a skip to the end and they think they'll get cred. I'm not surprised that happens. I think like every game has that happen, but still, oof. Not good. Ugh.
So they quickly pieced together what went down, and the details of the trade were leaked and word spread, and Blizzard quickly caught wind of it, investigated, and dropped a 7,000 euro ban hammer. It was such a big event that it was even covered by the BBC, although due to legal reasons everybody chose to remain anonymous. And in a fit of rage, Shax was planning on suing both Zuzo and Blizzard, but
okay, come on, you can't possibly do that. You can't possibly think of suing both Blizzard and the seller, considering. Okay, is it in like the Blizzard TOS that like real world trading is like not allowed? It should be, right? So like if you do this to yourself, then isn't it your fault? I mean, I feel bad for Shax for like, you know, being out of like 7,000 euros, but still, shit. Yeah, you have no ground to stand on, so what the fuck?
I'm coming up with 32.33, repeating of course, percentage of survival.
Oh, that's a lot better than we usually do.
Alright,
drums up. Ready, guys?
Oh, is that Leroy? It is
Oh my god, I just ran in.
everyone knows Leroy, being the subject of one of the very first viral videos for World of Warcraft. He was a paladin in the Pals for Life guild. They were running the Upper Blackrock Spire raid, and they were coming up with the plan of attack for the next room, and while they were constructing a strategy, Lyra came back from AFK, and with the battle cry, he abruptly charged into the room, guns blazing, or swords blazing, I guess, and he pulled the entire room of enemies, and the raid was overwhelmed and eventually died. Though this was ultimately staged, it quickly spread across the internet, and it gave birth to the Leroy term, which is ascribed to reckless or stupid behavior in-game. It became so popular, in fact, that it was even referenced by the game show Jeopardy, although None of these filthy casual normies knew the answer,
Damn.
which is just honestly pathetic.
And that would be the World of Warcraft.
Blizzard also saw fit to acknowledge him in
What
game
the heck?
in many different ways. They released an achievement to enter the same room that he did and kill 50 whelps, which awarded the Jenkins title in game. And in the Warlords of Draenor expansion, there was an event where you could resurrect an NPC named Leroy Jenkins, who, after a short amount of time, would rush to the end of the dungeon. If you're able to clear it before he Leroyed, you got an achievement.
Wait,
and
that's
you can count him
crazy.
as a follower for your garrison. Truly one of the most famous players in the game.
You know, I remember a while back, like, Internet Historian did, like, a video on the whole, like, Leroy Jenkins thing. Maybe we should watch that. Because, like, I think that, like, this whole thing was, like, very interesting. It was, like, meant... Okay, it was meant to be a viral video, right? Like, it was intentionally engineered to be a viral video. He has a Hearthstone card, too. I kind of want to learn that card game. But also, I'm not like, you know, I don't know if I want to fill my head with another card game. Asher got into a car accident? Oh no! What? Yeah, he did. We can watch it later. Wait. Are you okay, bestie? I gotta ask my friend if he's fine. He got into a car accident. That's my best friend right there. I'll have you guys know that, like, Asher is such a bro. Asher is literally one of the girls. Every time any of the girls and I see, like, dinosaurs in the wild, we're like, oh my god, it's Asher. By the way, the horse race, like, updated today. Holy shit. We should watch a horse race later, guys. Wait, are you guys even interested in the horse race? If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there's just, like, one horse race thing that's been, like, taking over Twitter, and, Jovial Merriman is doping. They finally let someone else win yesterday. But my boy Bulletin Board can't get out of a fucking paper bag, so he's kind of an idiot. He's kind of a fucking idiot, but I love him. That was a good time to start a new season? Oh no. Okay, well, we can watch the Internet Historian Leroy Jenkins video after this. Hold up. We'll finish this video. Or wait, let's just watch the... Okay, random segue. I'm sorry, editor, I've done this to you, but guys. So if you guys didn't know, there's this very, like, shitty, it's like an internet thing, okay? It's kind of shitty, but it's basically horse racing. So you have all these horses. This is the gate. They're gonna try to get to the carrot. Except they're all a little stupid, okay? So you have Bulletin Board that's blue. You have Doorknob that's brown, and you have Jovial Merriman, who is orange. And the problem with Jovial Merriman is that Jovial Merriman has won so many times that people are accusing Jovial Merriman of doping. Okay? And no one else, you see, because no one else has won, you don't know their names, so there's gray, red, yellow, and pink. So we all root for, like, one of them, but half the time it's Jovial Merriman winning because I guess he locks the fuck in. But now that he's been accused of doping, he doesn't win anymore. It's kind of insane. It's made by someone who does like games and whatnot. Except this thing's gone like dummy viral. So hey, what schizopill corner of the internet are we looking at? This is my new hyperfixation, and it's these dumb fucking like horses. So are you guys ready to bet? I mean, don't actually bet, but like, you know, just say who you want to win in the chat box, okay? Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
Place your bet.
Okay, I hate that voice, by the way.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, Red is fucking running. Holy shit. Fucking the rest of them are so sucked there. They're dumb. Come on, Red. Come on. Come on, Red. Holy shit. Oh, wait. Pink is also catching up. What the heck? You want the brown one to win? I think Red is gonna win, guys. I think Red is... Oh my god. Brown went into the wrong corner. You're dumb. Doorknob, you're dumb. Fucking bulletin board is also... See, Jovial Merriman is throwing. We accused Jovial Merriman of doping one time and he can't find his way out the starter gate. SMH, guys. SM fucking H. I can't believe Jovial Merriman, is throwing now. Guys, Red is not locking the fuck in. He can't... I stand corrected. Red is locking the fuck in. Holy shit. Oh my god. Come on. I believe in you. Come on, Red. Come on, come on, come on, come on, please. I'm asking you like really nicely. Guys, never mind. Jovial Merriman is coming back. Look at how close Jovial Merriman is to Red now. Oh. The goal is to carrot, by the way, if you guys weren't... Oh! Red is doing it! Red is fucking doing it! Yes! Red rise up, gamers. Red fucking rise up, gamers. It's Resolute Mind Afternoon, guys. Oh. Oh my fucking god. Bro, what the fuck? They giving Red, man. This motherfucker locked in the first 10 seconds and just played goalkeeper for no reason. Guys, this is how you know this is like true brain rot. This is true brain rot. It's so dumb that it's funny. Also, big ups Resolute Mind Afternoon enjoyers. We went from WoW Scandals to like this dumb horse racing thing, but it's so funny that it's good, okay? It's so funny that it's good. It's it's brain rot to take away from the distress that is WoW, that is like Warhammer. I'm hooked now because I won. It's so dumb. It works. It's so dumb that it works. He does it like every day, so like maybe we'll watch it tomorrow too. Who knows? But anyways, let's get back to WoW. Okay, 3, 2, 1. I am pissed. Wait, I need to go back. I gotta read this for you guys, okay? I am pissed. Time to pay the piper, you silly little punks. You might save yourselves if you delete your trite nonsense now. Some may have not had the chance you have. Others will follow. Golden crispy, bad guys are history. When you can understand how a group of belligerent and angry posters can drive away people from this game with an uncrafted and I don't know how to say the word. Campaign of misery and spin doctoring, then perhaps you can understand the decisions I make. Until you face mobs of psychology, you will not see my side. What is this? Why is he so mad? Holy shit.
Stepping outside of the game for a moment. Next up, we have Sarek.
Until you see some bright-eyed player coming onto the forums wanting to know what they should spec as this class and see them shat on and driven away by petty and selfish people who are simply leveraging for game buzz, you will not understand. You will not understand until you have to see it daily for years. Until you understand that many people will trot over you to get where they're going, to get what they want. Is WoW that serious, guys? Hold on. This is this man's crash out anime villain arc. Holy shit. Anthony, thank you for the super chat. The internet was a mistake. No, bestie. The internet is exactly where it needs to be. If we don't have people who occasionally crash out, how happy would we be as a community?
The story of Sarek isn't necessarily based around a player, but rather a community manager.
Oh.
The World of Warcraft forums have always been a pretty unfriendly place.
Wait.
But it was particularly bad during the early days where there was less moderation and tools for reporting people. Trolling and flame wars were rampant, and community managers or CMs were often the target for players' frustration and
It was a fucking community that was a forum manager fucking like crashing out. I gotta ask, okay, because I did not exist in this like, okay, I did not exist in the time when like forums and community managers were a thing, but Are these like paid roles? Are these like paid roles? So he's getting paid to crash out then. He was an employee. He's getting paid to fucking crash out then. Holy shit. That is insane.
Rage. Nowadays, for the most part, abusive posters are silently banned, but back during the game's infancy, the CMs were a little bit more interactive, with Sarek probably being the most outspoken.
Oh my
been a CM
god.
For a few years already, he was starting to show visible signs of weariness, having to deal with the forum's more unscrupulous users. Instead of simply removing posts, he would enter debates and arguments with these trolls. Some cheered him on and saw him as a crusader.
Okay. At least I don't circumvent the profanity filter and try to call someone out. I guess you can't help it. You're an e-thug.
Of sorts, fending off the dregs. Some thought it was unprofessional. Others just found it funny watching him get wound up. And it all boiled over one day when he replied to a thread created by somebody wanting to know how to report a CM for inappropriate behavior. He gave the avenue to do just that,
Okay.
and jokingly wished the poster good luck in reporting him. Another user replied, asking if he was depressed and egging him on, to which he replied that the poster was cowardly because they hide behind the anonymity of the internet, stating that he's the one who, quote, steps up.
What?
The exchange continued, and Sarek vented the frustrations of his job as a CM in the form of poetry. Can't help it. Posting impassionately, they say you don't care. Posting nothing, they say you ignore. Posting with passion, you incite trolls.
Okay.
Posting fluff, you say nonsense. Post with what facts you have, they whittle down with rationale. There is no win. There is only slow degradation. Take note, it is the first and only time you'll see someone in my position make that position. You can be me when I'm gone.
He's so mad. What the heck? What? I get it, but
The
also
response
what?
was mixed. In typical fashion, some people sided with him against the trolls, and others condemned his lack of professionalism, and some were just curious to what the heck was going on. He ended up making another post venting further about the troubles he faces with his job and how he has to deal with people constantly goading him and deriding him and so on.
No,
And
I
after
get
a little
it, but
back and
also,
forth,
like,
he
holy
dropped
shit.
the mic with the following quote shortly before deleting the thread entirely. Understand that this moment will be fleeting and that there's a hard crash of self-esteem to follow.
Okay.
You'll try to feed it again and fill the void, but it'll never be enough. You've backpedaled into the troll excuse. You have no point.
Uh-huh.
You have no meaning.
Uh-huh.
You have no significance. You will be forgotten. Godspeed. He made just one final post in response to another troll thread created by that day's drama,
Okay.
titled, "Killing a Sarek should aggro every Sarek in a 40-yard radius." It makes sense. You're actually killing their best friend. In a final post, he replied with this. A few days later, Blizzard announced that he had left the company, and it's still a point debated to this day whether or not he was fired or he quit. The following year, another CM, Drisk.
I feel like, right, it's probably very stressful managing forums, because, you know, having to censor people is definitely a challenging thing, right? But also, if you're being employed, you should have like a level of like professionalism, because like everything that you do and say reflects on the company that hired you, and just having like poetic crash outs doesn't seem healthy, right? Even if he's right, it just, number one, I mean, yeah, it looks bad on the company, but also it looks bad on him as like an employee, you know? Shit. Holy shit. On the professionalism part, Blizzard was well known for being casual in its PR at that time. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I just feel like, holy shit, dude. Like, is it that serious? Probably, maybe. I mean, WoW was like really big back then, right? And you have like all kinds of people like just being weird. roleplay and support tickets and many people loved it. That also makes sense. You know what? Maybe I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna judge. It's kind of wild to me, but yeah. Holy shit.
Was asked about his fate,
Oh.
to which he responded, "If I answer, you might ask the same thing of me tomorrow."
Oh.
On a lighter note, next up we have the Warlock legend, Kralnor, a level 11 Warlock who made quite the puzzling post on the forums. The discussion focused around Warlocks and their use of staves, containing a 4-step process. 1. Post message in the room. 2. Look it over.
Wait, what?
3. Don't report anything. I might get in trouble. Smiley face. And 4. Have fun.
What does that even
Kralnor
mean?
himself failed to post any information about his staff, other than the fact that it was a good one, and he alluded that he would somehow get in trouble if people were to report him. Players were left mystified by the post. Some followed his instructions and posted and talked about their staves, and others flamed him for his poor grammar, and frustrated that some were not following his 4-step process. He posted the following, and
What the fuck is this crash out? Also, hi Dual Logs. My favorite streamer is Piwa. I don't know who you're talking about. Clearly, my name is not Piwa, it is Miwa. Okay, guys, how simple can you be? It's a fucking topic about soft users. If you're not a soft user, get your ass out. Jesus. Why is he so mad? I'm so confused by this now. Holy shit.
and was never heard from again. The thread quickly reached hundreds of pages of responses, and Kralnor quickly became a legend amongst warlocks. He was even referenced by Blizzard in their sneak peek of the new arena system in the Burning Crusade expansion, which featured an orc warlock named Kralnor, decked out in the arena set, and also using a wimpy level 5 staff.
Okay.
He also got his own card in the TCG where, upon entering play, the player may search their deck for a staff card to look over. How do you kill
This is
that
so
which has no
dumb.
life? Next up, we have the
Oh.
grandfather of griefing, a player who had just one goal: to be the most hated and prolific ganker
Oh,
on the
this
entire
guy.
server. This is the story of Angui, an orc rogue player on the Deathicus server who would head deep into Alliance territory into Menethil Harbor to kill low-level players, either in transit to other areas of the game or just there for questing. He would spend around 9 hours a day in Menethil Harbor, taking out any adventurer unfortunate enough to enter his sights. He quickly became an infamous legend, even spawning intricate guides on how to avoid his wrath, and naturally he was met with anger from his victims. At the time, you couldn't have both Alliance and Horde on the same server, so people would take to making alternate accounts to give Angui a piece of their minds, and he himself made an alternate Alliance character on the same realm to goad reactions from his victims. He screenshotted
He's
some choice
crazy.
conversations and hosted them on his website as an archive to his in-game antics. He's since moved on with his life, but back then he was probably the most infamous rogue on not just his server, but possibly the entire game. Next up, we have the Undead Warrior, Noctin. Noctin isn't really known for an in-game event. Instead, he's known as being the first recorded recipient of the very first legendary in the game, the Talisman of the Binding Shard. This was a legendary amulet that dropped off of the Baron Geddon boss in the Molten Core. It had some resistances, strength, agility, stamina, and a Thorns effect, and he happened to be the lucky recipient in a March of 2005 raid by the Guild Nerfed.
That's
The
kind
same
of
one that
insane.
Indalmar was from, in fact. The only problem was that the item wasn't actually intended to be a drop in the game. Blizzard just forgot to remove it, so as soon as word spread, they removed the necklace from the loot tables, but they did let Noctin keep his, making him the only person to ever have this legendary necklace.
Wait, guys, my food's here. I'm gonna go grab it. But also, Menethil Harbor was filled with about 15 to 30 zone people who use it to get other locations. Max level was 60. So he was really being a fucking bully then. In the previous video that we watched, they briefly talked about him. They touched on him, and it was like apparently he quit, right? Because he realized that people around him were like moving on with their lives, and he was just there being a fucking troll. It's my favorite small indie company. It got removed, but his didn't get removed, right? Because that wouldn't be fair. Now, would it? Right? Slowly come. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll go grab my food. I'll be right back. And then we can like watch videos together. Okay, gamers, I'm back. But at what cost? But at what cost? Okay, I'm kidding. I got food. I got my food. I got water. So I think we're ready. Are you guys ready? Snack time? Yeah. Everyone get a snack, okay? It's time for us to continue in 3, 2, 1.
Odd groups got left.
What?
Even groups got right. That means 1, 3, 5, 7 left. 2, 4, 6, 8 right.
Okay.
Anyone who's played World of Warcraft knows about the Onyxia wipe animation. The person you just heard was named Dives, a Tauren warrior and leader of the guild Wipe Club. On one fateful night, they decided to raid Onyxia's lair.
Whelps! Left side! Even side! Many whelps! Now handle it!
What?
And Dives was the acting raid leader at the time. And as you just heard, things weren't going so well. They were having trouble killing the boss, and Dives wasn't too happy with the raid's performance. And what resulted was the birth of one of the biggest rage moments in the history of gaming.
That's a fucking 50 DKP minus! What the fuck was that shit?
Someone took audio of Dives' vexation.
Holy shit!
And they made it into an animation that was watched around the world, reaching over 10 million views on YouTube before it went Karen mode and it had to be re-uploaded. But it's gone down as one of the most popular World of Warcraft related videos ever, and it gave a taste to onlookers just how intense endgame raiding could be. Double Agent is a Pandaren shaman who did something pretty unique.
Ooh.
Since the Mists of Pandaria expansion, he has obtained the maximum level without ever picking a faction or leaving the starting area for his race. The Pandaren have a unique introduction in World of Warcraft. You don't pick a faction upon creating a character. Instead, you first make a neutral, factionless character, and then you pick Alliance or Horde after a short series of quests. Normally, this process is done at around level 10 or so, but Double Agent found out that it was possible that you never even needed to pick a faction or even leave the starting area.
But
he discovered
why?
that you could level to the max solely by gathering herbs and ore, even in low-level areas. The process is incredibly slow and tedious, but every expansion he makes it a point to reach this new max level by gathering copper and peace bloom, and at the same time, remaining neutral. Blizzard saw fit to reference him by putting an NPC named the Venerable Shaman in the Monk Order Hall in the Legion expansion, who patrols the area, occasionally picking up herbs and ore.
I'm not gonna question how people have fun. That's actually kind of insane. That's actually kind of fun. Not anymore. They took him out. That's crazy. $20 DoorDash fee? No, in Singapore we don't pay like insane fees. In fact, I got like 2 meals for like $15, so I think that's pretty okay. Dedication? It is dedication. I kind of admire it. I don't want to shit on anyone's way of like playing video games. I think that's dedication. I think it's really nice. So that's pretty fucking good. Yeah. Could grind a max by playing WoW Pokemon? Really? What is WoW Pokemon? Yeah, in Singapore, the delivery fee for most places, if it's like close enough to you, I think the delivery fee for this place was like $1.99. And like because I had like a what is it? Like I have like membership with the place. This is probably gonna be my last month of membership though. I'm gonna weed myself off of like eating out, but it was like free. What's my take on NBA? I don't know anything about American sports at all, other than UFC and boxing and WWE. That's all I know. I don't know anything else about like any of the other American sports. You can play Pokemon? Oh shit, maybe it's time to play WoW, guys. For reals.
Next up, we have Ian Bates.
Oh, this guy!
Who's also known as the Red Shirt Guy. In BlizzCon 2010, he brought up some lore issues regarding the Wildhammer clan. This was during the Cataclysm beta, and one of the Wildhammers, Falstead, was replaced by Kurdran as the representative of the Council of the Three Hammers, even though Varian Rin decreed that Falstead was to be the representative. Game designer Chris Metzen incorrectly stated that Falstead was dead, to which he was quickly corrected by the red-shirted lore master.
No, he survived, and in fact, he was the leader of Airy Peak and Vanilla WoW through Wrath of the Lich King.
Damn.
Right. Yeah, Alex, what's up with that?
Yeah, what the fuck, Alex?
Thanks for pointing that out. We're gonna get that fixed.
Thank you.
Bet.
He's kind of a chat for that, though. Holy shit. He really came up here. He had a goal. He had a plan. He said, hey, he's like, what the fuck? You guys fucked up the lore. And then they're like, oh, I guess I did. Let me get it fixed. Okay, thanks. Bye. What a fucking legend. That is a goat. He's now CEO of 5 Wives. I believe that. Boogie wants me to say, blue cheese is delicious and I eat it every day. What's up with blue cheese? This guy was the pervert? Oh, this guy was the pervert? Oh. Oh. Oh, no. You know, can I be real? I still don't know much about the Blizzard, like, drama. Because, I didn't, like, get into WoW until, like, this year. So, the Blizzard drama was something that never really, like... How should I put it? It just never really, like... was something I was, like, super interested in, right? But also, ooh... This guy's a good guy, but this guy's a bad guy. Okay. I mean, he looks cool. He looks like he'd be the chill uncle at, like, in your family. So, I get that. Mm-hmm. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. We stand people who aren't icky and weird. We stand people who aren't icky and weird, guys. I don't play Blizzard games so you know more than me. Bestie. There's not much to know. I think that, like, Blizzard games are just fun. That's it. That's good. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Damn.
And in response, they not only corrected their mistake, but as a nod to one fan's diligence, alongside Falstad is another NPC wearing a red tabard named the Wildhammer Fact Checker. And funny enough, if you take him out as Horde, he does indeed have a chance to drop a red shirt.
Oh!
Ever since the introduction of personal loot, ninja looting in World of Warcraft has, for the most part, been a thing of the past. But back during the early days, it was every other day it would seem that you would read stories of guilds having their loot stolen by what were called ninja looters. Quite possibly one of the most popular incidents was when the guild Nevermind killed Gar. The guild was celebrating a successful kill, and they were talking amongst themselves, trying to figure out who gets what.
Yeah, I want that ring. I do.
Alright. Who else wants it other than Roche?
During this time, the way that most guilds handled loot was through the Dragon Killing Point system.
Okay.
The DKP for short, where raiders would accumulate points through raiding and killing bosses and doing guild activities, and they would then spend these points on items that dropped.
Oh.
But Nevermind seemed to forego this system, instead opting for the free-for-all looting option, and then rolling against each other for the boss's loot. And while this is much simpler than the DKP system, it of course leaves the guild open to thievery of any items that drop.
Ooh, that's no good.
Come on, what are you doing?
What the fuck? Oh my god! What the fuck?
Oh my god.
I'm going to kill myself right now. See ya.
She's literally
They
me.
were left
Holy shit.
shocked by this turn of events. I mean, who could possibly imagine that out of 40 random strangers on the internet that someone might be untrustworthy? I,
Yeah.
for one, am astonished.
Imagine being
This happened all
untrustworthy on the
time,
internet,
but
right, guys?
This particular incident was one of the most infamous, even spawning a parody video.
Alright. Okay. Hello, we're waiting.
What's going on?
Oh my god!
What the fuck?
You fuck!
Oh my god.
In the
Martin
game,
Fury.
there exists a selection of items that are reserved for game masters, or GMs.
Okay.
They're primarily used for testing purposes, and they have these rather overpowered properties tied to them. One of these items was called Martin Fury, which, upon use, killed all enemies within a 30-yard radius.
That's crazy.
Here's the story of how somehow, some way, this fell into the hands of not a GM, but instead a normal, everyday player.
Oh.
Larry Speltz was a player in the guild, the Marvel family, on the US server, Vecnalash. Like many others at the time, someone had hacked their way into his account, and he had all of his items sold and characters deleted, and as part of standard procedure, he paged a GM to have his account restored so he could get back to playing the game. And while his request was granted, in the process of restoring his account, the GM had mistakenly sent him Martin Fury along with the rest of his items. Not being soulbound, Leroy then sent this item over to his guildmate, Karate Chop, and he did what was possibly the dumbest and also most amazing thing that you could do.
Okay.
He used it. When Raid Night rolled around, they went on a Northrend World tour, going through the entirety of the newly released Ulduar raid and also the Obsidian Sanctum
What
and
the
Eye of Eternity,
fuck?
and one-shotted all of the bosses there and made it rain loot. He was quite liberal with his use of this GM item, and the guild claimed several world firsts within the span of an hour.
Fuck,
The
what a
entire server
cheater.
was alerted of world first achievements during this point, so people quickly figured out that something fishy was going on. The Marvel family wasn't a hardcore progression guild, so to see them rolling through everything in the matter of minutes was suspicious to say the least. So word eventually got out. Blizzard, probably in a moment of panic, decided to give a 24-hour ban to not only those involved in the raid, but everybody online in the guild during this time. The way they handled it was lambasted, and it was basically a giant catastrophe. But after the dust had settled, Karate Chop himself received a permanent ban.
Okay,
and
I mean-
the properties of GM items were changed so that something like this would never happen again. In the early days of World of Warcraft, everyone hated rogues.
I kind of get it. Like, it was handled really poorly by Blizzard, but also like, they kind of took advantage of it anyways, right? Yeah, like, the dev fucked up, but then they also, like, kind of took advantage of it. So, I don't know. Maybe, like, perma-banning that one guy makes, like, the most sense out of everything. For, like, intentionally taking advantage of the situation. But who knows? I mean, this is, like, such a gray area, I guess. Yeah, they could have had it go under the radar if they didn't use it obnoxiously, but then they decided to get, like, world first and, like, oof. Devs did a whoopsie. Devs did do a whoopsie. I don't know. Do you think the dev got fired? The dev who fucked up got fired? I hope not, but also who knows? You know? In this, like, economy, who the fuck knows?
I should know. I was a rogue in vanilla.
Ooh.
And I was a little shit. Now I'm just a big shit, but they had a very high damage output, and combining that with stealth made them forces to be reckoned with in PvP in particular. This is when PvP was in its infancy and there were a lot of balance issues. There were no diminishing returns. Crowd control such as sheep could last for a straight minute, and with rogues having stuns, disorients, and more, it was commonplace to lose control of your character for 30 seconds or even minutes at a time while you were stuck in this seemingly infinite lock of stuns, disorients, and silences. This was highlighted no better than in the World of Warcraft series of videos made by the player Mute. These were a series of videos showing just how strong rogues could be, giving the following two conditions. A, you were good at the game, and B, you also had your cooldowns. What would you say if I said that you could beat anyone in the game if you had just these two things? What would you say if I said you could do it naked with the level 1 white dagger? Well, these videos show just that. A naked rogue taking out not even just random players, but rank 14 Grand Marshals, including Maydai, who was a pretty popular PvP warrior at the time. Although there's some controversy about if it was actually him or if he sold his account or whatever. Regardless, the video showed just how good rogues could be given the right circumstances. It caused quite a lot of controversy at the time. People were outraged at how much control rogues had. Rogues responded saying that it's fine, they're cooldown dependent, and so on. It was an interesting time in the game where if you were good enough, and with the combination of some engineered gadgets, you would be able to pull off some pretty amazing things, and it was showcased very well by this popular PvP series.
Rogues are obnoxious.
I don't understand.
I guess it must have been like a really big issue then, huh? What the heck? get caught by a rogue thing, you just take your hands off the keyboard. This ain't new to me. Ooh, it was that bad? Ooh. That is insane. Thanks for the hydrate. I'll hydrate real quick.
And how like whenever you hit someone with a you hit them with a hamstring, you figure they're not going to be able to move. How does the hamstring last like 2 to 3 seconds? But whenever I get hit with a hamstring, it lasts like 2 to 3 minutes. I don't understand. Like I don't even understand what it is that I'm fighting.
This is Tommy, and he's having some troubles with hamstring.
Okay.
I can charge him, and as I am charging, I am slamming on my button that only hits hamstring, and I'll miss. As in, not like it swings and misses. I won't get a hamstring off. If my only intent on attacking him is to get a hamstring, how the fuck can I miss it?
Damn.
They just get the flag right underneath of us, and this guy is running 3 times faster than I am. How the fuck?
Back in the day, there was something called charge dodging.
Holy shit.
Warrior's charge ability wasn't the most reliable, and if you had good timing, and if you jumped as they were charging you, you would be out of range before they could actually reach and attack you. This was a PvP tactic used by higher level players to kite warriors more easily, and Tommy wasn't a very big fan of this technique.
Okay.
And he wasn't afraid to let his voice be
I don't
heard.
understand why it is that I get my ass stomped by these fucking coneheads.
His woes continued, and his indignation steadily rose.
Okay.
He refers to his opponents as coneheads, in reference to the look of the Alliance's PvP gear at the time.
Oh.
As his hamstrings failed, so too did his patience.
I
just missed again! What the fuck?
His rage bar was full, both in-game and in real life, and the only thing that got hamstrung that day, apparently, was his pride.
Yeah. Guys, I love it when you listen to clips of people actually crashing out over video games. It's always so good. It's so funny. It's so good. Sold by a rogue at PvP and get full CC just accept my fate. Oh, that sucks. That like blows. Oh, nice. Good job, Leaf. No, yeah. No, you know what's the thing? I want them to bring back the shitty, like, headset mics, right? Where, like, it crackles like crazy and you can hear someone crash out and it's just stupid and funny. I love that. I love that so much. It's so good. Oh, it's Gundam? Nice. Yeah, you need the crusty mic. The crusty mic is the best part. Like, it has to be the crusty mic when you fucking crash out. Like, there's no other way. There's no other way. It's so good. Imagine a guy like this playing a card game and having a couple rough opens in a row. I want to specifically hunt down a crusty mic and play League. Oh, sorry, and not League. I want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay? I want to hunt down a crusty mic and play Yu-Gi-Oh! And just rage into the crusty mic for hours. Mirror crash out moment, I'm gonna crash the fuck out! I'm gonna crash the fuck out! Oh.
No, this isn't Bohemian Rhapsody.
Okay.
This is Kunyan, who is considered to be the best warrior tank in the entire game during the Vanilla and Burning Crusade era. He was the leader of the hardcore raiding guild, Nihilum.
Okay.
This is one of the best, if not the best, raiding guild of this era, claiming many world firsts throughout their time raiding. Later on, they would merge with another hardcore guild, Curse, to form the super guild Insidia, which would continue to get world first throughout the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. But something that really put him and his guild in the spotlight was the Serenite bomb glitch in the Wrath of the Lich King. Insidia was the first guild to kill the final boss of the Ice Crown Citadel, the Lich King, on 25-man difficulty, but to everybody's shock shortly thereafter, the entirety of the raiding team received a 72-hour ban for exploiting. During the fight, the Lich King will destroy portions of the room and make it more difficult to navigate, and there was a bug where a consumable engineering item, a Serenite bomb, would respawn the platforms falling around the boss. And the ban became extremely controversial because these bombs were a part of everybody's DPS rotation, so Insidia claimed they didn't really know what they were doing or why it was happening. At this point, Blizzard watched every world first kill in small groups invisible as GMs, and Kunyan later alluded that one of these people watching knew him from his time playing another MMO, EverQuest, and that this person was biased against him and was looking for an excuse to drop the ban hammer. He also argued that it was normal mode and this hardcore raiding guild really had no reason to cheat on what was to them a trivial fight.
Holy shit.
Though it was quite a controversy at the time. People generally today see Blizzard in the wrong for failing to test their fight properly and handing out unwarranted bans.
Yeah, I'd agree. I gave up on humanity when I saw a 35-year-old Yu-Gi-Oh player screaming at a child in a local tournament. Wait, what? He said Solemn Judgment couldn't destroy his monster because it was immune, which it wasn't, but he argued the card text, the kid started crying, I left after 20 minutes. That is how you kill a game. When you intentionally alienate people trying to learn the game. It's so obviously did knowingly though. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the situation, but holy shit. That is, if it's part of someone's kit, I don't get it. Yeah, if it's part of someone's kit, then I don't get it because it's like inbuilt, right? But who knows?
Next up, we have another guild baiter.
Ooh.
This one is more on the infamous side, though.
Ooh.
The Shitsu of the guild 6 feet deep on Dragonma. Nearing the release of the Burning Crusade expansion, guilds were getting ready to take their adventure into the Outland. How would you level? Questing, maybe some instances here and there, or perhaps grinding.
Okay.
Well, if you're in 6 feet deep, you had less say in it than you initially thought. In fact, you had no say in it. A 2007 post by Shitsu laid down the rules. All members of the guild are expected to level to 70 as fast as humanly possible. If you want to experience the content, please do so after you have reached 70 or on another character. Here's how we'll be leveling. You will log into the game and look for an officer. One of the officers will assign you to a 5-man group. This 5-man group will run the appropriate instance level over and over again until someone has to leave, at which point an officer will assign a replacement. No questing, no BGs, no grinding solo, no trade skills, no farming, no checking out the new races.
Guys,
If
this
you're
is
online,
actually a
you
boot
will
camp.
be
Holy
expected
shit.
to participate in one of the groups running 5-man instances.
Okay.
The only exceptions to this will be if there are not enough people for you to group with, etc. And there will be plenty of off-hours downtime to goof off if you wish. But during prime time, I swear to Thrall, I will G-kick your ass if you're screwing around with stupid shit instead of participating in the leveling
What
grind.
the fuck?
This was posted to the forums where he was widely mocked, and in response to this, he said that 6 feet deep members are treated more like prized athletes than kids, and it's his job to provide clear direction and focus so that their team is all on the same page, working towards the same goal. It's called leadership.
Ending it with it's called leadership is low-key crazy. What the fuck? That is insane. Okay.
For this next one, I want you to think, out of anything that you can do in the game, what is the most offensive thing you could possibly
we just saw
do?
this. Holy
Ninja
shit.
looting, going dives mode. Well, how about crashing a funeral? This next one isn't about a person, but rather a guild, Serenity Now, otherwise known as the Westboro Baptist Church of World of Warcraft, who in just one night became the most hated guild on their server, Illidan. Someone in a horde guild had sadly passed away, and her friends thought that it would be appropriate to hold an in-game memorial for her. They posted on the forums, picked a location, and gave a time when the memorial would be held. And this was all well and good, but there were two problems. One, it was on a PvP server.
Okay.
And two, it was the internet. An Alliance guild, Serenity Now, saw the post and decided that they would show up, but it wasn't in a show of support. The turnout was very big, and people lined up in front of a pond to pay respects to their fallen guildmate.
Yeah,
While
we
doing
just
so,
saw
however,
this.
Most of them were also dressed up in RP clothes, so they didn't have any weapons or armor equipped, because, come on, that would be inappropriate. While all of this was going down, Serenity Now were storming through Fellwood up to winter spring, and when they reached the memorial site, the most controversial large-scale PvP battle in online gaming history took place. Arrows went flying, blood was spilt, and
still think
jaws
this is so
were
mean.
dropped. Some were outraged, others were amused, some quit playing entirely out of disgust, and it goes down today as quite possibly one of the most controversial things to happen in the game.
I don't know. I still think it's kind of mean, but I also feel like, yeah, I would have expected this to happen, but also it's really mean. You know? How's the stream? Oh, we are talking about how people can be mean. So far pretty good. I mean, nothing that we didn't expect, I suppose. Well, I lost something I was looking for. I can't find it. Yeah, rip winning ass behavior. I don't know. I would never be mean to Log, 'cause you kind of are though. Not that I go that far. I think that's why you do it off game. I think like, okay, you like specifically have a funeral for like someone who loved the game and like passed away. I hope that, you know, she was like she was someone who could see the humor in it, but still. Wait, I gotta screenshot this. Oh man, why is my boss being mean to me? Yeah, it's also the internet though, so that's kind of the issue, right? Because it's the internet, you kind of expect people to be dickheads on the internet regardless of the situation. But 100% I do feel like, yeah, no, that was, it was very immature. Yeah, it was just very immature behavior. But hopefully, what's her name? Faye? The girl who passed away can see the humor in it. It's so sad. Sorry, my boss doesn't like the Alliance. No, he doesn't like the Alliance because he prefers like goblins. Okay, 3, 2, 1. That's the difference, guys. Oh no, this video is not gonna be monetized now.
After nearly 20 years, there are those who have mastered PvP in vanilla World of Warcraft. But next, we're covering someone who did the same about 18 years ago, and his name was Vertney. He released several PvP videos showcasing the potential of the mage class mainly in world skirmishes, often outnumbered, outleveled, or outgeared in some cases. And although he may have been outgeared, outnumbered, or outleveled, he wasn't outskilled. Mages were the kiting kings, and combined with their wide tool set of slows, roots, and throw in some engineer gadgets and special trinkets into the mix, you would see him taking out multiple people at once. And he made it seem effortless. Earlier we went over just how good rogues could be when they're in the right hands.
Yeah.
Well, here he is taking out 2 of them at once.
Oh!
In fact, here's a clip of him taking out a warlock, a rogue, and a priest. He had both Battlegrounds and World PvP in his videos. Lots of Eastern Plaguelands, which was of course the level 60 zone. Including the grinding spot Tier's Hand, which held a bunch of elite enemies. You weren't getting any farming done that day if you were Alliance, and Vertney was there. Truly one of the best PvP mages at the time, if not the best. And his videos chronicle an interesting time in the game's PvP history.
Well, at least
next, we
Dolok's
have
made me play hard.
another mage here, except this one isn't known for PvP,
but
instead for one of the biggest exploits in the game's history. Well, either exploit or clever use of game mechanics. That's up for debate. The old vanilla raid Nexramas was re-released in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. It was the current raid tier, and guilds were racing through it. And while that was going on, this very clever mage managed to solo the entire military wing, which held 3 bosses: Instructor Resuvius, Gothic the Harvester, and the 4 Horsemen. One of the trash mobs had a buff called Bone Armor that absorbed a huge amount of damage. It also happened to be a magic effect, so mages could spell steal it for themselves, and these mobs would continuously cast it, so you would have an infinite supply of absorb.
Hold on. Encases the caster in bone armor, absorbing 50,000 damage for 1 minute. While the armor holds, spellcasting cannot be interrupted by physical attacks. That's kind of insane. That's actually kind of insane. What the fuck?
And these mobs would continuously cast it, so you would have an infinite supply of absorbs as long as you didn't kill them. So
Yeah,
that's the defense
50k
covered,
is
but
massive.
What
What
about
the fuck?
offense? If you're solo, it would just take too long to kill the bosses, and they would enrage, making the bone armor worthless. But there happened to be a talent that mages had in their arcane tree called Incanter's Absorption.
Okay.
Where if you have all 3 ranks of this, whenever you absorbed a damage, your spell damage was increased by 15% for 10 seconds,
shit.
which also stacked infinitely. So
you're
combining
just a
this with the
nuke.
infinite bone armor made you into a one-man wrecking crew, and made it quite easy, in fact, to solo the military wing. And the only reason that you couldn't solo the other wings was because the bone armor mobs despawned when you left the military quarter. Blizzard got really salty and gave Piccolina a 24-hour ban.
What?
It took away all of her loot, and
What?
the bone armor spell was changed to where it was no longer stealable, to stop every other mage playing the game from emulating her. But
Wait, that's
this still
not
goes down
fair.
today as one of the biggest exploits / clever use of game mechanics in the game's history.
Is that really an exploit though? I don't know. I mean, Blizzard put it in the game, right? And they didn't like realize that it was like, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of creative. Like, shit, Girly must have done like the math behind it. But also, I don't think that's worth banning someone over, right? Like, shit, Blizzard, just take the L and move on. That feels weird to me. That feels dumb. They underestimated the player base. I think at this point, like, a lot of the people that play video games are heavily, like, successful. And in, like, you know, they have, like, good jobs. They're heavily successful. You should not be underestimating anyone. My god. I mean, look. So many of the people who play Yu-Gi-Oh! Are, like, really fucking smart. Blizzard hates taking L's. That's true. That's true. Uh-huh. Yeah, right? Like, they banned her for your ego being hurt. I don't even think it's really an exploit. Because it's just someone cleverly using their skills, right? You can't really call that an exploit now, can you?
Next, we have an OG of PvP,
Okay.
Swifty. Anyone who played vanilla back in the day may have heard of the Incredible Warrior Trick series, where he would showcase, well, incredible warrior tricks. He had a macro that allowed you to charge in combat, something that was impossible at the time.
Yeah.
He popularized the use of the Skull of Impending Doom, which was an item that dealt damage to the user and gave you a movement speed boost. One of the ways to counter the many forms of crowd control in the game, and his videos focused more on 1v1 situations against each class in the game, against players who were considered to be the best on his server at the time. And you of course had the usual warrior, wrecking ball, and battlegrounds and whatnot. He released several popular videos throughout the entirety of the game, and also becoming something of a personality for it. And along with many other PvPers, he was reincarnated in-game as a commander in the Ashran PvP zone in the Warlords of Draenor expansion. You may have heard about the Iron Man challenge, where you have to level to the max using all white or gray gear, and no money from your main, no grouping, and other crazy restrictions.
Dude, I fucking...
Well, Gutrot was
Iron
a
Man
warrior
challenges,
that
like,
took it just
scare
a
me.
little bit further. Starting in July of 2006, over 15 months, he leveled to the max at the time, 70, using no weapons nor armor at all. Instead, he simply punched his way all the way from 1 to 70 with only rings, trinkets, a necklace, and a non-weapon offhand to aid him.
That's
so he was the
insane.
Iron Man before the Iron Man challenge even existed, although the challenge does disqualify you if you died, which I'm sure happened quite often with him. Regardless, it took him a whopping 32 days of in-game time to reach the max level, and along the way he updated curious onlookers, and when he turned in the final quest, several hundred people were present, and he threw a party in the low-level troll area, Sunken Village. The turnout was so big that it caused the server to go down a couple of times, and in celebration they launched a raid on Stormwind City with an army of naked low-level trolls. Once the Wrath of the Lich King expansion rolled around, he did the same throughout Northrend, all the way to 80, and then again to 85 with Cataclysm, and it seemed like he threw in the towel after that. Like many others, he quit during the stupid Panda expansion, and the highest he reached was 87, where his character disappeared, either deleted or banned.
Why'd they ban
in original
him?
vanilla was pretty different. It had a chance to give you an extra attack, as it does now.
Okay.
But from these extra attacks, you could proc even more extra attacks, repeating infinitely. It was a very RNG heavy thing, and one player, Unbreakable, showed just how crazy it could be. This is the Shaman on our list of PvPers. He held the legendary mace, Sulphurus, the Hand of Ragnaros, and combined with Wind Fury, he became a force to be reckoned with.
Oh,
if you
okay.
played back then, you're probably familiar with the countless threads of calling nerfs for this spell and shamans in general, and Unbreakable, in my opinion, was probably one of the main sources for them for this PvP video, where he's just in a lot of these clips using one ability and auto-attacking and just wiping people off the face of the planet. It was a bit of a slot machine.
That's
type of
kind of
playstyle,
insane.
but
Holy
when
shit.
things lined up, it was pretty deadly. Earlier, we talked about the World of Warcraft series with Mute and how he was able to take down rank 14 players naked. The next person on our list, Grim, showed the rogue's full potential with actual gear equipped, so you can imagine the havoc that he wreaked.
Ooh.
He was an undead rogue who had his time during vanilla, like many others I've listed, and per vanilla standard, he showed off some good old-fashioned world PvP, and he released 2 videos, Total Annihilation and Path of Blood, where he showed off the combat and assassination specializations, and he also had some subtlety gameplay in there as well, and he would be responsible for many people making rogues after witnessing how powerful they could be with endgame gear, as he took out multiple people within just a couple of stuns. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of rogue hate back in the day. As someone who played one back then, I personally saw nothing wrong with it. No, nothing at all.
I mean, I guess you wouldn't. What about Yu-Gi-Oh! Iron Man? If you lose a match, you have to destroy the deck and make a new one. That sounds like hell, and I will never do that. But also, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has its own, like, Iron Man, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has its own, like, Iron Man, challenge. It's basically called the Masochism Challenge. Like, the Masochist, deck, where you pull how many was it? You pull, like, 10 Master Packs, right? Enough cards to build a deck. And then you basically play with like whatever shitty deck you've cobbled together, and after every win you get to open one more pack. I did it and I just about lost my mind doing it. Never again. Oh, sorry, 5 packs. Yeah, my bad. 5 because they're not insane. Yeah, my bad. Yep, there's one Yu-Gi-Oh! Player that's successful and speaks multiple languages. I mean, I guess MBT speaks, like, French and English. Coder speaks, like, English, like, French, and, like, Portuguese, I think? So I guess there are multiple Yu-Gi-Oh! People who are pretty successful and do speak multiple languages, huh? Shall do by taking shots every time you take 2,000 damage. Last person standing wins the game. I just want you to know that if I ever did something like that, I'd die. Josh is German. Oh yeah, Josh is also German and speaks like English. I speak multiple languages, but I'm not successful. That's the beauty of it. I can't fight my way out of like fucking plat. I feel like I could have fucking the spirit of like Kazuki Takahashi in me, and I still couldn't fight my way out of plat. Trust. Maple, I just want you to know that if I ever did that, if I took shots for every time I took 2,000 damage in Yu-Gi-Oh, someone's gonna have to pop my fucking stomach, because I think I'll die. We almost died? Oh, okay, great. So, I don't know, but, like, my goal isn't to die. Meanwhile, humble bragging about getting plat sign a wood tier player. You just have to, all you have to do is play the game, okay? From, like, unranked to, like, bronze, all you have to do is play the game. They don't even penalize you. They don't derank you. They just let you play the game until you fucking win. You're literally fighting, a fucking wall Okay? No, it's not. You're not fighting a wall, sorry. You're fighting like an open door. And they're still like, well, just come in anyways.
Everyone
Ooh.
remembers the Alamo.
Alamo?
Earlier we mentioned Kralnor and his infatuation with staves. Alamo was the Kralnor of druids. In 2005, he posted a highly detailed and intricate step-by-step guide to the inner workings of the druid class, titled
Okay.
Alamo Teaches You to Play Druid. The thread explained how some druids can tank in bear form or DPS in cat form, and coined the phrase, "Cat druid is for fight." The post was riddled with poor grammar and a plethora of Microsoft Paint images to accompany it, and similar to Krelnor's post, it quickly caught on and became quite popular, and he continued them throughout the Cataclysm expansion to make sure that every druid knew how to properly play their class. These guides were popular enough that Blizzard gave him his own card in the trading card game, like others I've mentioned, and he also made an appearance in the April 2009 joke
that's so
about
nice.
the advanced battle system, where he was part of the druid team. So far, we've covered a couple of people who leveled to the max in pretty unconventional ways. We had Double Agent with his urban ore gathering, Gut Rot with his fisticuffs technique. Next up, though, we have Nur the Pacifist,
Okay.
who, upon character creation, left his starting zone with gear that he never used.
Okay.
Instead, he chose to level up without killing anything, otherwise known as the pacifist approach.
How?
If you think about it, our characters are pretty much psychotic murderers. We've killed countless people for sport or just a few silver, but Nur took a different approach, instead avoiding any quests that required you to kill anything, and instead opted for the ones where you simply had to deliver something from one NPC to another, or ones that required you to just pick up stuff, cooking dailies, things of that nature. It took him 2 years, but he reached the current max at the time, which was 80, without
2
killing a
years?
single enemy, which was even more impressive because at the time, gathering nodes didn't even give you XP. Many others would follow suit to emulate his feat, but Nur the Pacifist was the first player to reach the max at the time with their hands clean.
That is crazy. Am I a genocidal murderer in, like, WoW? Am I basically cosplaying a genocidal murderer? Yeah. Yeah? Yeah? Oh, man. And you guys support my war crimes? You gotta be alive to kill stuff? Well, I mean, I died a bunch of times, but it's okay. Shit. Wait, Luke von Karma is calling for your help in a mushroom battle. Hold up, guys. I gotta do something for my bestie real quick. I gotta do something for my bestie real quick. I'm not moving because I need to go help Danny fight a mushroom. God forbid women have hobbies. True. If Chad didn't allow me to do war crimes, would I even be me? Okay, Luke von Karma. My best friend. Is he my best friend? To be honest, I don't know. I just like saying it because I think it's funny. So World of Warcraft, not the World of Hugcraft? That's true, that's true. I'm just a regular murderer. Okay, are you guys ready for Joe? This is number 1 Joe, right? I don't know how long this could possibly be, but there's still like, I want to say 30 minutes left of this video, so holy shit. Let's go.
Nerdgasm. The thrill or excitement felt in response to something relating to a subject in which a person has an obsessive interest.
Oh, dude, 4 strength, 4 stam, leather belt. Ah, level 18.
The voice you just heard was that of Joe.
What the fuck?
That's it, just Joe. Just another one of the millions of players adventuring in the world of Azeroth. In his leveling, he apparently happened upon a belt, one with 4 strength and 4 stamina nonetheless, and uttered the nerdgasm heard around the world.
No!
Okay. Either that or he was just having a stroke. What kind of stroke is up for you to decide. And when I said around the world, I meant that literally because, unlucky for Joe, someone outside of his group of friends not only was listening, but also recording.
Strength 4 stam leather belt.
What the hell? The video compiler was a YouTube channel that specialized in what he called ventrilo harassment.
Is that
where
what
he
you
would
guys
enter
sound
other
like?
people's
Oh fuck,
servers
I remember
and
this.
harass
Oh
them
my
in some way,
god.
either by playing loud, obnoxious sound effects, movie clips, songs, or by recording their own voices and playing it back to them.
Insane.
He'd record their reactions and upload them to YouTube for all to see, and Joe just happened to be one of his many victims.
4 strength 4 stam leather belt.
Joe, is that you and the other one?
What? No.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, 4 strength.
No,
4
it's
stam
not.
leather belt.
Yeah.
Alright, obviously it's not. Oh, dude, 4 strength 4 stam leather belt.
That's definitely Joe.
Oh, dude,
No, it's not. He's been coming in there doing it.
Guys, this is insane. Wait. Oh no.
It sounds just like Joe.
Oh, dude, 4 strength 4
No, it's not!
His nerdgasm spawned a whole series of videos, as the video compiler and his fans would replay it to other random ventrilos to get a reaction out of people.
Nerdgasm is crazy.
No, Kaiser Elements. Those are the ones that were on the Deshies, dude. If you get the Deshies,
Oh,
those
dude,
skits
4
fucking
strength
ride
4
as
stam leather
Yeah.
belt. Holy cow. Level 18?
You're so stupid.
Next up, we don't have a player, but instead a guild.
That's
the Goon
insane.
Squad. Not really known for being one of the top guilds, but rather one of the top troublemaking guilds. No funeral crashing this time, but some of their work includes cutting Jaina Proudmoore to Orgrimmar to kill unsuspecting city dwellers,
Okay.
forming a raid of zombies during the Wrath launch event to infect and kill unsuspecting city dwellers, and tricking Alliance players into attacking an immune player and gathering them up so they can all revive at once to kill unsuspecting city dwellers. Well, at least this time they're of the opposite faction. Their crowning achievement, however, came during the Wrath of the Lich King expansion in the new PvP zone, Winter Grasp. One side had to defend a fortress from the other,
Okay.
fending off players, siege tanks, demolishers, and planes. Well, that's what the box art said, but I guess that never made it in. The goal of the attacking team was to break through these layers of walls using these siege tanks, or if you were an engineer, grenades, which also did normal damage like any other grenade, but in addition, siege damage specifically for this event. In preparation for the event to begin, the Goon Squad perched themselves upon the final door leading to victory of the zone, all having a large supply of these grenades, and as soon as it started, they parachuted down, and in just 1 minute, they destroyed the last gate to win the game in record time. A stunned Alliance returned to their keep, only to find out that they've been locked out and surrounded by elite horde guards, which quickly slaughtered them if they drew too close. Immediately after, Blizzard released a hotfix that made the grenades pretty much useless in the PvP zone.
07.
Hi, this is Gurkhok from Elitist Jerks. This is a narrated video of a Zulaman speedrun that'll show you how my group has successfully approached the zone.
Oh shit.
Some of you may recognize this voice. That's right, that's the voice of Ian Hazakostas, who's the current game director of World of Warcraft. This was back during the Burning Crusade expansion before he was affiliated with Blizzard. He was the leader of the Elitist Jerks Guild, which was one of the most influential guilds at the time. In 2008, before Wrath's launch, he joined Blizzard as a raid and dungeon designer, and 7 years later, he moved up to assistant game director.
Damn.
And finally, in 2016, the game director for World of Warcraft, a position he still holds to this day. In this video, however, he's just another player making a guide on how to successfully complete the bear run in the Zulaman raid in the Burning Crusade. This guide proved useful to many players, showing different shortcuts and mob skips and boss strategies to speed up the run as fast as possible. As someone pointed out in the comments of the video, you can maybe think of this as a foreshadowing to the Mythic Plus system, which saw its introduction in Legion.
Wait.
He was also active in vanilla World of Warcraft, though. In fact, he was the one who did the math and concluded that the Cthulhu fight from vanilla AQ40 to be mathematically impossible to win, assuming the absolutely best geared roster and 40 players making 0 mistakes. Frustrated, a number of these hardcore raiding guilds called out Blizzard and accused them of releasing intentionally overtuned content in order to stall for their next raid, Mixramis. Some were constructive, like Ian's post, and provided the numbers, and others went with a slightly more dramatic approach. This is a screen cap of an IRC chat from a member of Death and Taxes, which was another top rating guild having difficulty killing Cthulhu.
Okay.
Also present in the chat is Fear, the alias for Alex Afrasiabi, former world designer of World of Warcraft. There's quite a history with him as well, having led the EverQuest guild, the Fires of Heaven, which was considered by many to be the most dominating guild in the game. When he was still playing EverQuest in 2003, he made a profanity-laced rant about a new raid called the Plains of Time. It saw a shaky release, so he took to the forums to give the developers an ultimatum. You have
That's crazy. Wait. He was the main subject of the lawsuit. Oh, this was the guy. That's insane. I mean, his name is fucking Plain Defiler. You know? I don't think that anyone with a name like that is okay. Plain Defiler.
14 days. If after that, the plane of time is not properly tuned, I am deleting my characters and canceling all of my accounts. The rest of my guild will follow suit.
But bro, you end up working for them.
Guilds and people that play EverQuest.
And also you became a pervert.
I did not work my ass off, jumping through your idiotic hoops with my friends and guildmates so I could go to a zone where groups of 18 could enjoy the content. Even if, past these initial moronic events, I can finally get my entire guild to raid with me, frig you guys. Seriously. Frig you to heck.
Damn.
He's pretty mad, to say the least, and the rest of the post was more of the same. So now, with Afrasiabi now employed at Blizzard, she, the leader of Death and Taxes, made a pseudo-parody post using the same format of Afrasiabi's 2003 EverQuest thread. Instead, this time giving Blizzard 14 days to properly tune Cthulhu, or else he and his guild will quit to switch to professional solitaire. Back to the IRC chat, the guild questioned the professionalism and ethic of Blizzard releasing a seemingly broken encounter, and they expressed frustration with their inability to overcome the unfair challenges. And after carefully pondering their argument that the content may be a bit overtuned, Afrasiabi looked back to the time when he was the player. The frustrated guild leader posed with an unbeatable challenge, and he realized that he and she weren't all that different. And with great care and deliberation, he sincerely took on the criticism and replied, I think you're just being okay. That's pretty impressive, actually. With how filtered everything is these days, to what lengths do you have to go to for an employee of a AAA video game to say that you have Down syndrome?
Bro! What the fuck is their problem? I mean, there are different times, yeah, but like still, you would think that as an employee, you would know not to say things like that. You know? You would know as an employee to not say things like that. But holy shit, I guess not. I guess not. He used to work as a fancy... Ian used to work at a fancy corporate PR law firm before becoming a dev on WoW. I mean, I guess that's why, like, he does, like, professional, like, fucking... math breakdowns. Holy shit. Yeah, but like I think that like insulting the player base is a bad move overall, right? Regardless. Yeah, I think insulting the player base like that is just overall a bad move, and that's how you get me to stop playing your game. You know what I mean? Dude, also, can I just say, if a man's hobby was doing math for video games like that, low key, I think that's sexy. I don't think that's bad. I think it's kind of hot, actually. But then again, I'm weird, so who the fuck knows? Game that still insult player base? I guess so, but like, I would just feel like really uncomfortable if I were like voicing my opinion on like a game, and then like one of the fucking Konami devs comes and publicly like tells me in my chat, hey, fuck you, you're an idiot, KYS, bitch. I'd be like, yo, what? You know? They could do no wrong, I guess, but holy shit. Just holy shit, you know? Like, oh, kind of icky. Kind of like icky fucking behavior. The former elite community during the expansion BFA attack people doing a thing. If you keep doing it, we'll just raise the price. Why are people like this? Like, I mean, I guess WoW and like Blizzard were like doing enough that they were convinced people wouldn't leave, but like, holy shit, you know? Has no one at Blizzard like taken like a PR class? Do they not know that like, I don't know, insulting your customers is probably a really fucking bad idea? You feel noticed? I don't know if I feel noticed. I'd be like, oh shit, why are you calling me out? That's why the lawsuit happened? Damn. Yeah. Imagine if I were like, yeah, I think Max C is a card that needs to be banned because it is unhealthy for the format. And then a Konami like dev slid into chat like while I'm streaming and was like, hey, I heard what you said and I think you should rip up your cards and never fucking play Yu-Gi-Oh again. I'd be like, yo, what? You know what I mean? He is the green Jesus of WoW? He is the green Jesus. Yeah, heard you were talking shit about our game design. How dare you? I don't want to keep looking at this guy. Hold up, I'm gonna keep playing because I don't want to look at this guy anymore.
How much would you have to mess with someone to completely send them off the deep end to the point to where they publicly lash out at their own community base?
Yeah.
Well, the world may never know. I'm surprised you can say that with Blizzards. Okay, I think you can read the rest of that for yourself. The two continued their constructive discussion of old gods and cocks. It didn't really go that far. And incidentally, Cthulhu did end up getting a nerf shortly after.
Oh, okay.
And guilds
Yay.
finally started to beat him. But more importantly than that, we were left with one of the most dramatic public arguments between a Blizzard employee and members of the community in the company's history.
Stack up for the meteor. In.
Stack now.
Ooh.
Tight. I'm not moving
Balden.
anymore.
Damn, what a name. Teeny Violet.
Zeliak is Mark 1.
Zeliak is in the wrong spot.
Who's on Zilliak? Feeny, move it. Yeah, you're fucking loser. Taunt Zilliak and run
Tiny
away.
Violet.
Run Zilliak away.
Oh fuck, was that the wrong corner?
Did Teeny just do that?
Oh fuck.
Yeah, he did.
Oh fuck, I had the wrong corner.
Between private servers and official re-releases, Vanilla World of Warcraft has to be one of the most relaunched or remixed games of all time. And in 2023, Blizzard would launch an official hardcore server. The major difference being as simple as it is daunting. If you die once, that's it. No corpse walk, no spirit res, whether it be from overconfidence, a duel to the death, or bullshit disconnects.
Okay.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh, don't you dare, dude. Come on. I'm not doing this quest anymore.
Oh! Guys, I'd end it all.
I'd like to thank you guys for checking out my stream tonight.
That's me.
I love this game. It's my favorite.
That's
I'm
me.
actually going to take a 2-year break. If you die, every item and all the gold on that character can be considered gone forever.
Oh
even
my
if
gosh,
it's at the
that's the
hands,
logs.
not from a mob or
That's
an
literally
internet connection
me.
from 2004, but rather a supposed ally.
Aw.
Even if you're level 60, and even if you're in the final raid tier for all of vanilla. These official servers were inspired by the community with a self-imposed rule set and an add-on to moderate them. And in July of 2023, the Guild Hardcore Elite were making their first attempt at the final boss of the Death Knight wing, the Four Horsemen. This fight would prove to be one of the most intimidating, as one screw-up by a single person could potentially wipe the raid. It's a 4-boss fight where each horseman periodically applies a unique AoE dot that stacks onto everybody within 40 yards, and at a certain point it becomes unhealable. So the strategy to beat them is for the entire raid, tanks, healers, and DPS, is to play merry-go-round, moving from one boss to another before their stacks get too high. It requires a lot of coordination. Some believe it to be the most complex fight in all of vanilla, and also execution, and in general it's extremely unforgiving for mistakes.
Yeah, we
especially
never
if
get
a
there,
tank dies,
for sure.
as the boss will then run around the room and stacking this dot onto everyone, which renews debuffs that are about to expire, and screwing up the entire rotation in the process. And with death now being permanent, the stakes were high, to say the least.
Well,
Unfortunately for Hardcore Elite, they had an extra secret debuff, a hidden affix in the form of a player with less than pure intentions. And so begins the story of Tiny Violin, a player spurned, according to him, by being cheated out of Scarab Lord and Atish by a corrupt loot council. This, along with, as he claims, the guild cheating the rule set of the self-imposed challenge, would be the reason for what he called Judgment Day. He had been with the guild for a year at this point, and during that fateful raid night, as they attempted their pull, Tiny Violin, who was tanking at the time, intentionally pulled one of the horsemen into the wrong corner, throwing the entire encounter into disarray and killing 36 people in the process.
Oh, fuck, was that the wrong corner?
Did he just do that?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, fuck, I had the wrong corner.
As this wasn't controversial enough, this event would start another controversy of its own within the community, as the deaths were shortly appealed and petitioned to be reset due to griefing. Those killed had their characters reinstated to them, and the community would be split on this decision, with some supporting it in order to dissuade future griefing, and others disagreeing as it bended the rule set of death is death, period. But little did they know, this would not be the last that they had seen of Tiny Violin.
I'm just saying, I kind of respect Tiny Violin for like the long fucking con. Like, holy shit. That is some spite right there, buddy. Oh my god. That is insane. I can't believe they let him... Okay, I mean, I can't believe they let him revive. Okay, I kind of hate that. Also, Huntail, are you here? Don't fucking hate me, but I'm hungry, so I'm gonna eat the Nutella. I'll have to go buy Nutella again, but I'm gonna eat it right now, because I'm hungry. It's always nepotism. This is how a couple of years ago, pre-official hardcore, so it was a community brand. Some felt the guild got favoritism. It's kind of a punk, but also super funny. I think this is hilarious. I love this. He deserves it. That's some even line level of griefing. This, okay, I low-key respect this level of griefing because, like, holy shit. Bro felt slighted and he really acted on his, like, emotions. Like, I can't even be mad at him for that. This guy really played the long fucking con. And the whole Nutella, it's like one of those Nutella with, like, the bread, with, like, the stick things. Oh, it's made in Canada, too. They made it in Canada and they brought it to fucking Singapore? Yikes. Cool. But yeah, also, like, I just think it's really funny. Oh, do you need a snack when you order the snack? Oh, hunger for the most part. Hunger for the most part. Rating? Okay, I guess I feel like the OnlyFans thing, right? It kind of makes sense because I think OnlyFans, the entire concept of OnlyFans really shone like such a bright light on like hardcore WoW, right? That Blizzard trying to keep it going for as long as they can makes sense to me. How many people do you even kill with that one horseman? 36 apparently. My husbando VG card is releasing soon. I don't know. I don't want to look. I'm poor. I don't want to look. No. Yeah. Yeah, and it was since it was like a DDoS of like the Blizzard server, it wasn't like someone maliciously doing it. It makes some sense to like reinstate it. You know, it's not like a player error. This was like the company error. OnlyFans is not real WoW. I guess, I mean, the thing about it is that I think that, like, I genuinely feel like OnlyFans, the entire concept of it, made WoW a bit more mainstream. And whether you like it or not, that's how you bring people into games. That's how you keep the player base, like, you know, thriving, by having new blood in it. Regardless of whether or not, you know, people approve of how it is. But yeah, it was just good advertisement. You know? So, I firmly believe that the health of a game is tied to, like, the number of new blood that comes in. And that gatekeeping in a game makes no sense, because if you want a game to thrive, you need to replace the people that are leaving the game with people who are just coming in. You know? I'm so sick of trying to catch notifications like this. What notifications? Very WoW streamers, Mio, I literally don't play WoW anymore because I got tilted from dying too much, remember? It was kind of reality showy. I think that's the thing though. That's kind of the issue. Cause like you can't possibly have like a mass collab without it being like reality showy. Right? Not actual retail. I think WoW for a lot of WoW for a lot of normies is just WoW. And that's like if they want to meet their Oshi in game, that is the way that they chose to do it. You know? You stream, should YouTube not yell at me that you're streaming? Oh. I don't know. I don't get how YouTube notifications work, to be quite honest with you. I miss like... You're not following me? Oh, okay. Wait, you're not following me but you get notifications? I don't know. It's one of those things. Well... The WoW commercial with Chuck Norris? I guess. I mean, I remember the MTG commercial, the MTV one. I remember like watching a video on it and it's like, what the heck? Just what the heck? WoW keeps going on, absolutely will gatekeep Xbox players from M+. I have no idea what that means.
Months later, he had secretly gotten into the guild under another name. They were getting ready to pull the final boss of the Encourage raid, Cthulhu, who has a mechanic where he will I-beam, which changes to other nearby players and increasing in damage. This mechanic begins immediately, so pulling has to be done in a very careful way, with the tank charging alone to take the first beam, and then the raid following a safe distance behind. While going over strategy, he pulled in without warning, instantly killing 13 people in the process.
Again, do not run in with me.
Wait,
Oh
wait!
my
Oh,
God.
Patrick, everyone!
What?
Oh my God!
Griefer.
And so, a true anime villain was born.
Oh my
He began
God.
to play the game in a very different way.
It's
by
time.
multi-boxing 16 accounts and camping them throughout the world at various spots to dispel unsuspecting raiders of their buffs.
What?
He would even go as far to claim that he had been in contact with a Blizzard developer, and he was one of the reasons that Blizzard released the Chronoboon item in 2019 Classic, which allowed players to safely store their buffs. Reaction.
Wait, okay, someone needs to dumb this down for me. What does this mean? I should follow together. I didn't know I wasn't. Oh, okay. Oh, you're good. Just, I don't get how like the notification system works anyways. In like most of these things. You can still sell good product without a commercial. I played 40k in the 4th edition. We had a lot of people. Can spell World Bus back in the day. Ah, okay. That sounds annoying. You have to do a long thing to get them, and you could just get them to spell. Oh, I would be pissed. Hi, Panna. Hi. Special quest turn it. Oh, I would be pissed if it took so much effort to get a buff and then like it just got the spell like that. That's dumb. That is an oversight. Where else are you streaming? I'm streaming on Twitch also. a lot of people get world buffs, but instead of the timer being immediately, you could store the buff to use later. That's good, I guess. That is good. I guess like a lot of these games, there's just people who want to be trolls, and I don't think that, and I guess there's nothing wrong with that. I just think it's like kind of annoying. I don't know, but I play games like I'm a normie, so maybe that's why. Yeah, I would be so mad.
To his story are extremely polarized. Some are angry, some are amused, some look at him as a hero, others as a villain. But whatever the case, he certainly earned the title of one of the more infamous players of recent day.
Wait,
Oh
wait,
my God.
oh, Patrick, everyone.
What?
Oh my
Ooh.
Griefer.
I still hate like
I'd like to welcome
I still
you to
kind of
my,
hate that.
video
Oh
on
no.
how I make money in SM Cath. It's a 10-minute run. This
Okay.
is basically what I've been doing for a while. It's a power level where I basically get all the good loot and they get all the great experience.
07.
On a more wholesome note, when World of Warcraft was released in 2004, social media was still in its infancy, and therefore so too were its content creators. And even still, those who did exist were more PvP-centric, uploading their compilations to the popular website Warcraft Movies. When
Okay.
YouTube launched in 2007, along with the game's first expansion, The Burning Crusade, one of the very
Hostile
first
streams
content
on YouTube?
creators would make their
Ooh.
debut, a player by the name of WoW Hobbs, who didn't showcase his prowess in PvP, but instead, in power leveling. The Hobbs way of pulling, as he called it, would
Okay.
involve gathering up all of the
Whoa.
mobs inside of a low-level dungeon and AoEing them all down at once in order to power level. His videos were guide-based,
Whoa, what the fuck?
sharing his experience, tips, and tricks, and were characterized by his humor, enthusiasm, and deep knowledge of the game, quickly garnering him a dedicated following and earning him the title of one of the very first World of Warcraft content creators. He would show, at the time,
That's kind of insane. Like, look at all those damage numbers. Holy shit. Yeah, wouldn't you lag like crazy? Also, hi Cougar. This is kind of insane, don't you think? Oh my god.
a unique and unconventional way of playing the game by soloing through these low-level dungeons and providing quick XP for the levelers in his party, and also a
I mean, I
lucrative way to farm
guess.
gold. These videos would stand out in a sea of PvP compilations that dominated the scene and pioneered an entire genre of entertainment. The online personality, where he would also provide class guides, parodies, and updates on the latest developments within the World of Warcraft universe. His videos appealed to a wide audience, from hardcore players seeking advanced strategies to casual fans looking for entertainment and guidance. Over the years, Hobbs has established himself as one of the more respected and beloved figures within the World of Warcraft community.
I'm just saying, if Hiruma Red X doesn't get a shout out in this video, it's fake. It's not real. Because that's my boss. What do you mean? He's not famous. 07 Hobbs? Who? Oh my god. Hit him with the who so that every time he's like, meanwhile, I'm more famous than you, I can like take screenshots. Thank you. Just popped in. Mad Season show is great. He has a really relaxing tone of voice, but his later energies. Oh, that's good then. Minnie, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. Dulox says you're his best friend. He's lying. He always says that. Also, Anonymous, thanks for gifting a sub to WoW Hobbs. That's insane. Yeah, how much did he pay you to say that, Minnie? I'll go drop a fat follow to WoW Hobbs. I didn't know of him, but hey, he's got a sub badge and he's verified now. Holy shit, let's go. Pay me nothing. He said that in her chat. Really? That's insane. Are we talking about the same person? Oh my god. Yeah, he's lying. He's fucking lying. Oh my god. That's insane. Make him pay for your therapy because of all the mental damage he caused you. See, he does pay for my therapy. If you guys didn't know, the company that I'm in, Glitch Stars, they pay for my therapy. Very, 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 like, you know, That's like a big reason why I signed up. But also, I tell my therapist that I have a boss that like bullies the fuck out of me and I don't know what to do. And my therapist was like, is it power harassment? And I was like, no, he's just a brat. He's just a brat. And my therapist is like, understandable, have a nice day. What the fuck, dual logs? I literally like alt tab just to look at mini chat and he just said, I will fire her right now unless you collab with me. That is insane. Guys, this is power harassment. I take it all back. My therapist was right. My therapist was right. So he's like a father figure. I don't know. This is like if your father figure was also like threatening to like fire you. Ethan, thanks for the super chat. Critical hit. That's literally me. I tried that would work for me. Lab is a shit show most days. We love lab. That happens a lot. Does it though? Does it though? Does it though? Oh my god. Just keep going. Sorry to longer how he keeps trying to drag you into raid. You know, he said that if I didn't play raid, I couldn't like go to Offkai. So I played raid. I even played high enough so I could like give him his like buffs and everything. And then he was like, hey, I hate you. So I was like, okay, shit, what the fuck? This is like father zoning? No, he hates me and then he'll come in and he'll be like, actually we're best friends. But also I hate you. And I'm lying to you. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Yeah. This is that one corpo where like the CEO made the talents play Overwatch with him. Except, yeah. Is he DMing me? Mio, I'm banning your chat. I just wanted to say I'm scared. I love you, Piwa. Somebody's hurt this man. Holy shit. What the fuck? That's insane. What? But not in a gay way. Thanks, dual logs? Thanks? I don't know. What the fuck? Guys, what does it mean if your CEO says I love you but not in a gay way? Like you're not happy? Brother, I don't know. You know what? Every day that I live, I feel like I've slowly stopped understanding men. I slowly stopped understanding men. Wait, am I getting fired? Am I getting fired, guys? Can you give me for romantic? Oh, okay, not in a romantic way. Oh my god, I'm getting fucking fired! Holy shit! I can't believe the hype train just ended, too. This is so fucked up! This is so evil! Holy shit! I'm gonna message them. You make too much and do too well to get fired? Oh, I'm not getting fired! Yo, let's fucking go! Hell yeah, baby! Job security! Guys, I'm not getting fired. This is so dumb. Okay, also, WoW Hobbs is my new Oshi. Where can we follow after inevitable layoffs? I still own all of my accounts, so you can just keep following me here. Love your hammer reacts. I've played for 26 years. Always love seeing new interests. Text talks, Battletech. Yeah, so I think once I'm back from like from the tournament, right? I'm gonna start doing streams where we co-paint. So that'll be fun. That'll be really fun. How much would you like help on for DK? Probably, I don't know if I necessarily need help right now. I have like the stuff that I need to paint. I just have to actually like have the time to paint it. So yeah. Tell Logs you want tenure. Do I get tenure? You're not a top earner, but you do well? You do well? Oh, okay, well, I'm not a top earner. Okay, well, you know, there's Sunny and Mogu, so I'm definitely not the top earner. But yeah. Wait, let's keep watching in 3, 2, 1.
The landscape
Oh,
of
shit.
online
Ow.
gaming and content creation has evolved since his debut. His influence and impact within the World of Warcraft community remains significant to this day, where
Damn.
he continues to produce content, engage with his audience,
Aw.
and contribute to the vibrant gaming community that he helped shape over the years.
I love it when people get their flowers. It's so deserved.
The year is 2008. The Wrath of the Lich King expansion is brand new, and World of Warcraft is at the height of its popularity. However, with great power comes great responsibility, as with success comes with the opportunity for theft,
What?
robbery, and pilferage. As the game grew in popularity, so too did the ways in which players' accounts were stolen. I was just minding my own business, doing a little
Tauren, Night Elf, Orc, Murloc. Okay.
research online, and somehow my account got hacked.
Oh no!
That's the power that this game had. In the mid-2000s, people were after your credit card number, banking information, social security number, and your World of Warcraft account.
The fuck? Ah! What the fuck?
Have you ever been so pissed
Oh,
off
wow.
that you unlocked your potential as a death metal singer? What you just heard was the death knell of one of the millions of victims of account theft, or so he thought.
Oh no!
Unbeknownst to him, he was merely the victim, instead a prank by his friends who
Oh.
logged into his account and changed his password to give them the impression that he was one of the many affected by a recent rash of compromised accounts. It quickly spread across the internet and has become one of the more popular World of Warcraft related videos to this day.
See, it's not even fucking working now.
I would pay for this to be on the shitty 2010 like headset mic. I pay for this to be on there. Holy shit. Love your videos. Thank you, Caladir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think he's a little mad, guys. I don't know. But I don't think he's very happy. Oh my god. And this is so funny. Are you getting into 40k games? I am so far only gonna get into painting and maybe learning tabletop RPG. 40k games. I don't think I will be physically playing it, mainly because your girl's a little too poor to buy a whole ass army. Also, I won't be here for like a few months. I won't be back home in Singapore for a few months. I'll be in America. So I don't necessarily want to paint a whole army, carry it with me to America, and carry it back home. So yeah. We're only getting into the baby stuff right now. So like little painting the little miniatures. I'm gonna paint like myself some Space Marines. I'm gonna paint myself some Tyranids, and if I can find someone who I think one of my friends is down to teach me like Warhammer on tabletop RPG. But yeah. Any favorite Oshi in 40k? Rogaldorn is my Kami Oshi. I love him. I'm an Empop, I think you're right. Kill team? See, I thought about making a kill team. The only thing about it is that I don't actually have the space. I don't have the space, and I don't have the friends to do it with. So I am, you know, I'm just thinking about it. It's mainly like a matter of space. Would you paint a Lamenter if, you know, if it were cheap enough. To be honest, I was thinking if I should buy like Games Workshop kits like while I'm in America, but then the thought of like bringing it back, right, and it taking up space in my suitcase feels a little like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do that. Yeah, my current table is like 3 feet long, and it houses like 2 monitors. So I don't think I do have the space for something like that. Kids aren't huge for the most part. My suitcase isn't very big. I should get a bigger suitcase. Yeah, Frozen, I'm gonna be in I'm going to America for Offkai in June, and then I'll be staying there for a few months. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe they'll fucking deport me, who knows? But I mean, we're hoping that they don't fucking deport me, but you know, I'm gonna be there as a tourist for a few months. It'll be great. We are going to a bunch of different places. Might go to nationals. Might go to like a Vanguard tournament. Who knows? Well, you're going to Offkai. I'm going to Offkai, Dual Logs. Your stuff for Gunpla is mostly good. Yeah, so I can like reuse my Gunpla stuff. It's not the biggest issue. I didn't buy glue or anything just in case, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should take the kits out of like the boxes or just chuck all of them into the same box, but then it wouldn't look nice. Yeah. You just got rid of all your clothes at the end of the trip. You can fit more models. Bestie, no! I wear nice clothes. I can't throw them away for like model kits. That's so sad. Have they said anything about your visa? No. We're probably okay because I'm Singaporean. We're probably fine. But you know, there's like a travel advisory that says I have to carry like my passport and like my visa everywhere with me where I go, you know, in America. So I'm like, okay, cool. I guess I'll just do that then. Come to New Orleans? I don't think I will, unfortunately. I'm gonna be staying with some friends, so it's just like super dependent on where my friends want to go. Just buy new clothes and suitcase when you arrive in the US. Oh, it's so expensive though. Mio's gonna visit me too, right? Mio, we're gonna see each other at Offkai, bestie. We're literally gonna see each other at Offkai. Also, I want you to know that this year we are not having we will not be hanging out with the Dual Logs that often because he fucking hates me. Since you malls every month like combat patrol stuff, let me see if they have that. Hatchet Paint Works, right? I don't quite know. Hatchet Paint, I can't spell. They... Let's just look at Combat Patrol. Subscribe. Choose a starting issue. I guess it doesn't matter. Country, they do not ship to Singapore, unfortunately. It's UK and Ireland only. Very sad. Many tears. Cynax, thank you so much for being a member. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bessie. Right now we're just chatting about like 40k and while we're watching like a WoW dude like crash out. I'm not gonna lie, I love crash out videos, especially from like the 2000s. I think they're so good, they're so funny. Hate is a strong word. It's true, I do. No, he fucking hates me, chat. You don't get it. You don't get it. Okay? He was like, I bumped into him and he goes, ew, don't touch me. Like I'm intentionally like putting my hands on him. I remember looking at him like, oh my god, what the fuck? So in August, heading to Anaheim for Pokemon Wars. I don't think I'll be heading to Anaheim, unfortunately, because it's a little out of my budget. I have plans to go to Vanguard's. Okay, so my plans right now are Offkai, Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals, and a Vanguard tournament. So yeah. So I don't think I will have it in my budget to also travel for Pokemon, unfortunately. Hi, Anthony. Hi. Some Warhammer stores offer free malls for beginners. I'm probably gonna see if there are any like local stores near like these areas, and I'll try to hit up and see if I can like get any cool like models, but probably nothing big. I know that like there's gonna be an Imperial Fist one releasing soon, and I really want that. So I'm probably gonna see if I can find that while I'm in America. BlizzCon 2026 if it happens. The only person that I know who would go to BlizzCon is Dualogs, and Dualogs like also like I don't know. Dualogs, can we go to BlizzCon? Nicest thing that's nice thing about budgets, Mila. Wait, what? Stim wants to go too. Oh my god, we can go to BlizzCon. You can join us. Chat. BlizzCon trip. Don't paint yellow and white and black. No, those are my favorite like factions though. Like, okay, the only colors that I want to paint, okay, so it turns out all the factions that I like are like stupid hard to paint, and now I'm like really sad about that, but it's also okay because I mean it's just a challenge, right? What's the worst that can happen? So I want to make like I want to do like the Imperial Fist, I want to do the white scars, and also I want to do my own homebrew chapter of like pink ultramarines. Like pink kawaii-fied ultramarines with like bows, and like, you know, I'll put like little hearts on them and stuff like that. It's gonna be so cute. It's gonna be really pretty. The big Vanguard events, May, September are team events. Yep. So if my friends are so excited to do like the Vanguard event. Like it's a team event and whatnot. So they were so excited that they actually helped me build a deck. And I was like, oh, if you help me build a deck, then clearly I can't say no. So, you know, we're gonna go. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. Are you gonna dive into Age of Sigmar or Oldhammer too? I'm thinking Age of Sigmar. But I'm trying to see how we're going to stagger this, right? The main thing about it is how are we going to stagger, because I intend to do a stream where we learn about like painting techniques and the different type of model kits that we can have, and then maybe after that Age of Sigmar, that's kind of the plan. Wait, Frozen, thank you so much for contributing to the holiday fund. Thank you. That's for my upcoming holiday to Malaysia for a Grand Archive tournament. It's gonna be really great. All might kit bash Space Marines when Google. I like the concept of kit bashing. I just don't think I'm at that level yet. But yeah, it's probably pretty affordable. No, my friends have built me some deck where the main guy is like really hot and he's got like dogs. It's great. Alpans are Barbie orcs, Kawaii Marines. I predict the next Gyaru Eldar. No, unfortunately not the Gyaru Eldar. Eldar looks hard to paint. I just want I want Barbie orcs, that's it. Barbie orcs riding on like a Barbie car. You know what I mean? Just new rule sets that were trash. No, I'm not gonna learn the rule sets. I want to learn the lore. I've already like bookmarked some like Age of Sigmar videos that I'm interested in watching that I think would be really fun. But I'm not interested in like actually learning Age of Sigmar yet, because I want to see if I like any of the factions first before I'm like, okay, well, maybe I should go down this rabbit hole. Because I'm already fucked. I went down the Warhammer 40k rabbit hole, and now I'm like, oh, I'm gonna build this. Also, I might learn how to play the game. My wallet is fucked for like, I want to say a good 2 years, gents. Like, at least 2 years. My wallet it's over for me. Paint yellow over pink makes it a lot easier. You know what's the thing? I actually don't understand that. Like, color theory makes no sense to me. I don't understand that, but I'm gonna take your guys' word for it. Oh, Barbie dream car, that would be the right size for orcs to use as their mount. Oh my fucking god. Wait, that is genius. Guys, should I paint like the actual car, or should I just buy a Barbie dream car for orcs? If I intend to use it as just like not for actual play, just for decoration. Yeah, I feel like Warhammer, like Age of Sigmar Warhammer Fantasy is gonna be its own brain rot. It's gonna be its own like trip down the rabbit hole, and I'm scared. Right? Through Vermintide and friends explained it to me. Yeah. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Cougar. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please don't spend anything on 40k called plastic crack for a reason. Bro, that's the thing. I've already started spending. It is over for me. I spent like $50 and the guy gave me a discount, and I'm also 90% sure he gave me a discount because I was wearing a low-cut shirt. So, you know, being a girl does have its benefits, I guess. I bought like a bunch of paints. It was great. I bought like paint. I bought like a whole spray can thing. I bought like paintbrushes. So, you know, that's pretty nice. Playing since 1998, money I used since then, I could have bought half a house by now. You know, if you don't think about it, it'll be okay, bestie. I got a varnish. I got like a paintbrush set that the guy recommended. I got like a big like spray can thing. It's like black paint or something. I don't know, primer, something like that. I got like a varnish. I got like four different paints. Uh-huh. Is it exploitation if you're exploiting yourself? Absolutely not. He gave you a discount for the girls thing? Shut the fuck up, Panda. You're gross. That's crazy. Time to invest in a low-cut top if discounts work like that. Bessie, you gotta get yourself a push-up bra too. Trust. That's funny. You think your wallet's only fucked for 2 years. Anthony, bestie, no, don't call me out like that. What the fuck, Anthony? Thank you for the super chat. A web pal would be so useful. They can be really cheap. Yeah, so I have to go to like an art supply store to get like the rest of the stuff because I can't be painting on like my bare desk, right? So I'm probably gonna have to get like a palette. I'm probably gonna buy like a separate cup because I'm an idiot and the only cup that I have that isn't being used like as a mug is a Sailor Moon one, and I don't want Sailor Moon to get 3D. Right? Going to BlizzCon will fuck the wallet even more. See, if I go to BlizzCon and I don't spend money, maybe it'll work. Also, if I go to if I go to BlizzCon and I dress up as Diva, maybe we can save money. Right? By like only cosplaying and not doing anything else. If I'm too busy cosplaying, I won't have the time to like spend money. Therefore, maybe cosplaying is a solution. I know when I used to work at a Bevmo, I used to give discounts to all the cute girls that came to buy alcohol needs. Oh my god. BlizzCon tickets will cost like 200 without travel or hotel. Oh, okay. Well, shit. Where's BlizzCon? Wait, that's next year, right? Oh, whatever. We can save up money for that shit. This is next year. Who cares? Because it's insane the quality. See, I'm convinced that if I do a shitty Diva cosplay, I think it'll be fine. Anaheim, California. Oh, okay. Well, we're not going to fucking California. Shit. Maybe. Actually, I don't know. Maybe. I feel like that's near Disneyland. I feel like that's near September 12 and 13. Oh no. Cutting mat is okay. So I probably have to go buy a palette, a cutting mat, and a mug. I think that's all that I need. And I have like spare what's it called? I have like spare makeup brushes just in case I don't have enough brushes. Come back to Cali. I'm going to Offkai. Is it the same city as Disneyland? Oh my god. So you're telling me I can go be a Blizzard, I can go look at like WoW stuff and go to Disneyland at the same time? Holy shit, this is it. Shitty old mug and a plate. I don't have a mug and I don't have a shitty plate. That's the issue. I don't have a mug that isn't like really nice, and I don't have a plate that isn't really nice. So I can't just cheap out on that shit. I have to go buy like cheap ones. Yeah, I have to go buy like cheap ones. The problem is that the plates that I have at home are like not mine, they're like my mom's, and I feel like if I were to use them for painting, she'd beat the shit out of me. So we're not doing that. We gotta go buy a plate. And also all the mugs I have are really nice because like they're like really cute like cat ones and like Sailor Moon ones, and we're not using that. Like we're not using it, so it's okay. We'll just buy like a cheap like $2 mug or something somewhere. I need more crash out videos.
What are you doing on your years off? You just relax, or?
Yeah, you know, I'll spend time with my daughters. You know, wife and daughters. Go to Disney.
Go to Disney.
Do some fishing, grilling, watching American football. You know, drinking, playing World of Warcraft.
Playing World of Warcraft.
Corpse Grinder. No, that's not a character name. Rather, it's a death metal singer, George Fisher, of the band Cannibal Corpse.
Oh.
As it turns out, death metal singers were no more immune to the addiction sweeping the world as any other, and when he wasn't busy singing about cutting off people's heads, he was actually doing it in World of Warcraft.
Oh!
A hobby, as it turns out, he's quite passionate for.
Hey, man, I'll talk about Warcraft all fucking night, dude. I have 4 accounts. It ain't like I don't play.
Ooh.
I have a 70 Hunter, a 70 Rogue, a 70 fucking Warrior, Prot Warrior, because there ain't no other way to be.
Damn.
And what other 70 I got? Oh, Priest, Undead.
One wouldn't really think that death metal and MMORPGs really have an intersection.
He really
so
hates
many
the
were
Alliance?
surprised to
Holy
learn that
shit.
George was an avid fan of Blizzard's 2004 hit, as he revealed in a 2007 heavy metal interview. And he had a lot to say about his time in Azeroth.
Stop going to the fucking elemental plateau, gagging people. I'm trying to get motes of air. Nobody else in the damn plays Warcraft because we probably would never do an album. You know, I swear, and I wouldn't do this, but there are times when I get ganked where somebody fucking kills my guy, and I'm like, if I could just reach through the computer, I would punch that motherfucker's lights out right now.
The interview was quickly shared across social media, and it really showed that all walks of life played the game, from 10-year-olds to soccer moms to death metal singers.
Damn.
Everyone
Holy
it
shit.
seemed.
You know what kills me the most is all these fucking hunter elves you see, and they're all like Legolas, but it's all spelled wrong. Fuck off! That's fucking Lord of the
He
Rings.
would even perform live
my
at
God.
BlizzCon in 2011, and he still plays to this day, as far as everyone knows. But due to the demands of his band and his personal life, he can't get as much game time in as he'd like to. Today, when he isn't performing,
He has a
he's
fucking
honing his
horde tattoo, holy
proficiency in
shit.
claw machines and donating the prizes to charities around the world.
If I don't have a connection on tour, I get really pissed off. I get fucking really mad, man. I'm serious. There's a lot to do, man. There's motherfuckers to kill, you know. I don't like playing PvP a lot, but you know.
What is the point of a video game? You start from square one and slowly unravel the story, progressing your character along the way, as well as your skill, and watching an ending credits roll. It's enough to satisfy most, but for some, the first thing that they do after watching the credits is to go again, but this time, a little faster. As social media has flourished over the years, so too has the speedrunning community. Groups of people gathered around thousands of different games with one simple goal: beat it as fast as possible. Still, long before this ideal environment was created, there's a man who did the unthinkable.
Okay.
Not only did he level from 1 to 60 in vanilla World of Warcraft, he did it faster than anyone else on the planet, several times. And so begins the story of Joanna. His speedrunning escapades started long before World of Warcraft, however, as far back as 7 years old in 1987, and speedrunning Quake in the 90s, and even publishing the first ever recorded Castlevania 4 speedrun in 1999. As far as World of Warcraft is concerned, his story begins in its infancy in vanilla, and quickly gaining recognition for his speedrunning strategies and completing the leveling process in record time. His detailed guides and videos on efficient leveling routes and tactics attracted a large following of players eager to optimize their own leveling experiences. Today, I think it's harder to appreciate just how helpful this was, as questing and leveling have become much more understood and less intimidating. But in the culture of the early MMOs, leveling to the max, period, regardless of the speed, was a pretty daunting task, so his guides were a lifesaver for those who ran into trouble. One of his most notable achievements came in 2006, when he set the world record for the fastest time to reach level 60. This
Damn.
accomplishment solidified his reputation as one of the most skilled and dedicated players within the community. Throughout the years, he continued to create content focused on World of Warcraft, including leveling guides, strategy videos, and gameplay commentary, and his dedication to the game and his willingness to share his knowledge with others earned him a loyal fan base and
That's so
recognition for one of the
nice.
more iconic players to have played the game, and pioneering what was then a unique and difficult form of challenge. He continued to participate in various WoW events and competitions and remained an active member within the community until, due to a heart condition, he sadly passed away in April of 2024,
No.
leaving in his wake a unique legacy and memories that many today look back to fondly.
That's so sad. That's sad. Oh no, are we getting to the sad part of the video? What? Oh no!
When thinking of personalities within the World of Warcraft community, it's hard to not immediately think of Rekful. Rekful began playing World of Warcraft in its early years, but his history with MMOs first began in Ashran's Call, where he quickly became dominant in the game's PvP system. And when World of Warcraft released in 2004, he would join the millions of others in exploring the world of Azeroth. And he hated it. In fact, he never made it past level 30, as he found the questing to be too boring to be bothered with. And it wasn't until the game's first expansion, the Burning Crusade, with the release of the competitive arena system, that he would become engulfed into the addiction sweeping the world, having been given an account by his friend, which held a level 70 rogue named Rekful. Similarly to Ashram's Call, he quickly rose to prominence as one of the game's top PvPers, specializing in the rogue class in particular, and achieving high rankings in PvP, not just in the Burning Crusade, but throughout all of the game's history. On a surface level, competitive PvP in World of Warcraft seems to be quite a simple thing. You kill the enemy players while keeping your allies alive, but as you climb rank,
I'm so
you realize
sad
just how much
now.
depth there is between crowd control, communication, cooldown management, target switching, and so on. Only those with the ability to make quick decisions and with a deep knowledge and understanding of every single matchup were the ones to find success, and Rekful was successful, to say the least. He first uploaded to the popular Warcraft movies PvP Hub and later YouTube, his videos quickly garnering millions upon millions of views from the community. Along with friends, he would compete in esports tournaments surrounding the game, teaming up with other similarly extremely skilled players,
That
and
makes
even became
sense.
the first player ever to hit 3,000 rating in the game's arena mode. And while many would initially be drawn to him for his skill in PvP, they would stay for his entertaining personality and insightful commentary. He would quite frequently offer a view into his personal life with his viewers, who soon began to learn more about the man behind the rogue. And it would be inevitable that he would venture beyond the confines of the game and forging his path into the broader realm of content creation. His content wasn't just about gameplay, it was of entertainment, filled with laughter, drama, and heartfelt moments. From epic arena matches to unfortunate mishaps, his streams were a roller coaster ride of highs and lows, and turning into something of a gathering
That's
where
nice.
gamers from all walks of life came together to share their passion for this virtual realm, and quickly making him one of the first big streamers on Twitch. Amidst these chaotic adventures, he embarked on a quest for balance in his personal life and shared struggles with mental health issues such as anxiety and depression, and used his platform to shed light on the importance of mental wellness.
It is so important.
Tragically, in July of 2020, Rekful would lose his battle against depression, forever leaving a void, not just within the World of Warcraft community, but also the content creation industry and gaming sphere at large. Players would pay an in-game tribute to him in the Stormwind Cathedral, where, in a rare moment, both the Horde and Alliance agreed to peace in mutual respect and tribute to one of the most iconic and impactful players of the game. His death had a profound impact on his fans and the online community, and sparked discussions about mental health awareness and support within the gaming and streaming industry. And he's remembered today for not just his PvP prowess, but also his competitive nature and the impact he left on the game, its players, and the community who watched him.
Guys, I want you guys to take care of your mental health, okay?
Infamous, wholesome, controversial, whatever the case may be, World of Warcraft's intriguing legacy isn't defined by its lore, world, or even its gameplay as much as it is by the people who played it. The game is nothing without its players, and behind each avatar is a real person with thoughts, emotions, a story, and an impact.
Definitely
and each
so.
of them, in this episode, and those prior and future, play a crucial role on just why it became one of the most influential games in history, as it showcased the possibilities of a world within a world, and highlighted how it served as a medium to bring people together. Though some may be gone, let them never be forgotten, and let their legacies be celebrated for the impact that they had on the game, its players, and the members of the communities they helped inspire and grow.
That was so sad. It was a really good video. It was so sad. Holy shit. Oh. He has a memorial in the SLU Cathedral. That's good. That's good. That's good. I am a big fan of giving people their flowers. And I believe that like people should be remembered. You know? Also, Big Brother, thank you so much for this super chat, for your bliss fine brush cleaner, cutting mat, good spruce cutters, a file, and patience. Painting millies is my home therapy. Honestly, felt. I think that like I am a big supporter of letting men have hobbies, and I think that painting stuff is not a bad hobby at all. Yeah, 07, so that was like really hard. I don't know. I would say it's hard to watch, but I think the end was just really painful. Best hobby hands down. Yeah, I'm a big fan of like men having hobbies, but also be right back. I gotta pee, and by pee I mean I'm gonna wash my eyes a little. Okay. Be right back, guys. I'm gonna wash my eyes a little. What if he only played Slanesh? Don't only paint Slanesh. What the fuck? I'd be like judging you, bro. Ooh. Be right back, guys. Hi, please be proud of me because I feel like I pissed pretty fast this time. I feel like I pissed pretty fast this time. I think we're gonna watch the Leroy Jenkins, the man behind the meme by Internet Historian. Did you wash your hands? Of course I did. What kind of monster do you think I am? Also, did you guys see that apparently the state of New Jersey is gonna be suing Discord for putting kids at risk? Did you guys see it? Kind of random, but it's a Dexerto article. I kind of trust it, but also like apparently so. Cheers for the fast piss! Cheers! We pissed like really fast. Careful, someone may enjoy that. Really? So I stay doing. I don't know, Panda. What are they doing? Takeru, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the basement, bestie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yeah, apparently, New Jersey is gonna be suing Discord. Time for this EU man to go to bed. Thank you for being here, Glue. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, apparently your guys' state is doing that, guys. 07. VR chat too? Oh yeah. No. Guys, well, nothing good ever comes out of New Jersey. Hey. Who's from New Jersey? Let me see. Who's from New Jersey that's like cool? Also, I didn't know where New Jersey was for a sec. Now I know. Apparently, Bruce Willis is from New Jersey. So hey, that's pretty good, right? VR chat had it coming for a long time. Isn't Pac-Man around there? Is he? I have no idea. Taylor Swift, The Rock, Jonas Brothers, really? She said cool. No, it's just more like what are cool things that came from like New Jersey? I don't know anything about America, to be quite honest with you. I don't think I could even like do the US like map thing again. Gotta go soon, taking my 2-year-old out to the park before the sun goes down. Y'all be good. Yeah, be safe. Have a nice time with your 2-year-old. I hope they have fun. School in Sparta, New Jersey. Oh. Playing another all-nighter, so you're low-key a vampire? I am, at this point, I low-key am. But that's why I overslept this morning. Oopsie. Now you guys know. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, Leroy Jenkins. Did you guys like the whole meme?
Tonight, the story of Leroy Jenkins, the man who got famous for prematurely ejaculating himself onto the face of battle.
What?
He is Ben Schultz, a regular guy from Lafayette, Colorado, only an hour's drive from Balloon Boy's house as it happens. At the time, he was 24 years old and earning his degree in electrical engineering.
Guys, shout out Colorado, am I right? Also, Big Brawler, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you. Welcome to membership, bestie, as Nova says. But yeah.
So, Ben and a few of his mates got drunk one night on 40s and decided to make a guild. They settled on the most sarcastic name they could think of, Pals for Life.
Pals for
Life! But they
life.
needed more people to join so they could raid. So they made this video. Yes, it's staying.
You live
The
there?
guild
Congrats,
ignited
you
it.
might know.
So it goes on, they get
Leroy
720
Jenkins then.
no-scoped by the Welts.
Oh.
Here I made a map so you can see what it looks like without all the chaos. Find a full version on my second channel. As soon as they uploaded it, the views went bananas. Leroy became a star, baby.
Is that actually him? What the heck?
Like Leroy Jenkins do battle. That would be the World of Warcraft.
But fame was a cruel mistress to Leroy.
Okay, what
Taking
happened?
as much as she gave. People started to follow him around in the game. They would camp outside UBRS, hoping he would show up. He would get hundreds of whispers every day. Some like this. Some like this, but mostly like this.
Oh,
He even had a stalker who would follow him day in and day out trying to find personal information.
What?
In those days, WoW didn't allow cross-server play either, so that meant huge queues and wait times. And when you got in, there were even bigger problems. Loot lag, rollback, disconnection, which meant re-queuing.
That
And
must have been
Leroy's video
fun.
was attracting tens of thousands of new players to his server. It was beginning to impede the way he played the game. Worse, it wasn't the kind of fame that allowed him to get rich either. It was meme fame. He and his guild tried to make money by selling merch, but they had trouble with Blizzard's copyright, so the best they could do was sell shirts with Ben's face on it.
Oh.
They didn't sell very well.
That
They invited
kind of
him to
blows.
host at BlizzCon.
All right, I was cannon rushing, just being a jackass, just drinking.
It went okay. Ben was offered a job at EA, but he turned it down because
for?
the pay wasn't great. And it was only a 6-month contract that would require him to move across the country. Meanwhile, Blizzard sees the popularity of Leroy and pumps out figurines and lore.
Oh.
Ever notice how Leroy gets whiter over time? Interesting. They even make him into a quest, but it's voiced by some random guy.
Wait, really?
Ben decides to send an email to Blizzard and say, what about me? So they let him VO for it. And then, that's it. He was invited to a few other events. But that's about all the recognition offered him. Meanwhile,
07.
Pals for Life had become
Wait,
the most
this is so
attractive
sad.
guild on the server. And it was turning into a veritable bukkake of success, with glistening splashes of legendary items and trophies glazing its founders.
Actually, out of curiosity, I wonder. Wait, Dualox, where are you? Dualox, are you here? Also, hi, Dick. Hi. Dualox, do people try to give you free shit for being like famous? Where is this man? Where is this man? Okay, no, he's not sleeping. He's fucking busy working. I just know it. They do. He's not famous enough. No, Django. I think he's famous enough. Wait, Dualox. People give you free shit. Do people stalk you in game? That's fun. I mean, not so much having the stalker part. Actually, if someone stalked me in game, I'd probably feel better about playing WoW. Cause like that, but you know, if they left me alone and died, that like really fucking suck, right? He used to get free stuff all the time. He doesn't anymore. 07 in the chat. Oh shit. Am I indirectly asking for a stalker in the game? That's crazy.
We'll be right back.
Police are on the lookout for Leroy Jenkins Jr.
Ooh.
of Jacksonville. They now have a first-degree murder warrant out for the 43-year-old.
But back to Ben Schultz.
His downfall. Oh shit.
During an interview, he says he's working on a new viral video that will be out by the end of the year.
Okay.
But instead of another viral hit, he died.
What?
Okay, no, he didn't die. But he did quit the game.
Oh.
He was bored with it. All of his friends were. Jamal and Anthony quit in 2007, and Abdul in 2008.
Ooh.
It seems that Pals for Life really meant pals for about 2 years.
I mean...
Leroy comes back in 2011, but he doesn't stay around for long. He doesn't even play his own quest. In 2011, he makes an appearance in a fake trailer called The Chronicles of Rick Roll.
No.
A full version of the movie, of course, is never to be made.
All right, Sholmes. Let's do this. Leroy!
But in that same year, he gets a proper brush with Hollywood.
Oh!
The Warcraft movie is announced.
Oh, should we watch it?
One of the first versions of the script, here, features Private Jenkins, a rogue soldier who breaks rank and charges into battle before he should.
Should we watch it or you think I die of cringe?
But before production, they cut him from the script. No lead.
07.
They do invite him to the premiere, though. Here he is with Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie, I hear you've been yelling Leroy Jenkins all day.
Yeah, we're
Yeah, I'd love to hear your best one. All right,
ready?
Dies of cringe? Oh. Well, you know, maybe death is the welcome embrace.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
All right, chums, let's do this.
Brother, okay, no, I die of cringe, never mind.
Around me are familiar faces.
Pleasure to meet you, by the way.
The movie did all right in China, so they'll probably make a sequel. And if they do, it'd be nice to see Ben make a cameo.
Do you guys think that that's too much?
Ben
or
has
what do you
gone
guys
back
think?
to his regular life as an electrician. And that's the story so far. The man, the meme, the icon of internet history, Ben Schultz. Good night.
I don't know, guys. What do you guys think? Is this... Do you think, like, continuing the meme is cringe? Or do you guys think, well, you know, give him his 30 seconds of fame? Pray for another film, but for it to be what we hope for. I hope for... Wow, the cinematics, the movie. To be honest, I don't know what I hope for. Shit, I just want to see Anduin, you know? Fuck. I'm a simple person with simple needs and I just want to look at Anduin. Well, it's the internet, so yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. We have like other videos that we can watch. We can just like chill and watch like a lore video. I'm just saying, do you guys think I should go watch the Minecraft movie? Funny, not cringe meme. You need to be a specific... Yeah, that's true. That's honestly really true. You need to, like... It's very much like a time and place kind of thing, huh? Machinimas are little gems. Let me see. I don't know why I muted my mic. I was trying to like turn off the thing so you guys wouldn't see what I'm typing. Machinima. Wow. I don't know how to spell. You know what? Platinum WoW has a new video. It's an hour long. Holy shit. Okay, gamers. It's an hour long. Okay. Are we old? We're old. We're old. Let's do it. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Machinima. A combination of words machine and cinema. Used
Okay.
to describe the method of making animated film using software similar to that designed for making video and computer games.
Okay.
This style of video production was pioneered by dedicated fans of the Quake series in what were originally called Quake movies. What was widely considered to be the first machinima ever created was the video Diary of a Camper in 1996 by a gaming clan called the Rangers. And although it was primitive, its creation inspired others to use video game engines as mediums for storytelling. The act of making machinima can be relatively simple and intuitive compared
What
to other
is this?
styles of filmmaking by reusing game assets, animations, and using a person's in-game avatar as an actor. Because of this, the machinima genre has become a popular avenue of self-expression.
If you guys don't know what happened, I dropped my Nutella. That's why I said, oh shit, my bad. Yeah, okay, I don't know what this is. I just realized it is Gary's mod, huh? I have no idea what a machinima is. Send help, guys.
Across video game titles like Halo, Gary's Mod, Grand
Ooh.
Theft Auto, and The Sims. All of
Sims?
these games and many others had bustling communities of filmmakers, but one stood out as being utterly unique.
Okay. Wow. Huh. Yeah, just the Nutella, it fell.
The year is 2004. World of Warcraft was at the forefront of innovation not only in the gaming space, but for our entire modern culture as a whole.
Okay.
For many people, it was their first experience playing an MMO, and in turn, their first experience with the full potential of the internet and being able to connect with anyone and everyone all across the world. World of Warcraft was a trailblazer into our current internet-dominated culture. It was an adventure, a social platform, an addiction, and an unforgettable experience mixed all into one.
I'm addicted to the game, but I'm not.
I haven't seen a PC like that in so long. Holy shit. Like, I remember my like babysitter's like brother had like a PC that looked like that. Holy shit, I haven't seen something like that in like forever. Are you just eating the Nutella raw? No. There's like little like cookie sticks that come with it. But yeah. But also, oh my god, look at that PC.
Not fully addicted. Like I can quit whenever I want.
I don't know
That's
about
the way it
that,
kicks
sir.
ass, doesn't it?
For everyone at home, what is machinima? Machinima is animated filmmaking within a virtual 3D real-time environment.
Okay.
Basically using computer games to record scenes as if you would with a camcorder. You would actually set up, rather than playing the game and fighting and killing, you kind of set up the characters and record what they're doing, edit together, and create a movie around it? Exactly. It's like setting up to use a term, a puppet show to a certain degree. Only
Okay.
using this really elaborate and engaging environment, this really visually rich environment to use to create a whole scene. And because it's using the game technology, you get to benefit from all the things that you can do with the game, which is create new characters, creating whole new worlds and things like that. It's really amazing stuff.
At the same time, people across the internet were discovering the filmmaking potential in virtual spaces like video games. And a game like World of Warcraft was the perfect space for machinima creation. It was
Okay.
a massive world with countless locations for filming, hundreds of character customization options, and an open world environment that allowed players to collaborate with like-minded artists. Because World of Warcraft is a video game first and foremost, there are some challenges players must work around in order to make a film within the game. Like other players standing in your shot or not being a high enough level to film in certain zones.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Regardless, using the world of Azeroth to tell stories was an effective tool, and the rise of World of Warcraft's popularity coincided with the rise of the internet and popular video sharing websites. Before YouTube, there was a site called Warcraft Movies, which was created in 2004. According to the website's timeline, the first Warcraft movie uploaded to the site is a PvP montage from WoW's beta, set to the insane lineup of songs from the Braveheart soundtrack, Stone Sour, Marilyn Manson, and The Offspring. But I wouldn't consider it a machinima, as there really isn't any story being told here.
It's just
the next video
gameplay.
would be in December of 2004, called I Surrender, which is a music video love story set to Celine Dion's song of the same name. This pixelated masterpiece seemed to have touched the hearts of many, with comments on the site saying things like,
"Aw, nice. Nice. This is my first rating and comment ever. That was a nice movie thing, man. Hey, how do you hide the chat bar thing and the thing with the skills on it? You hit everything. How?"
Not entirely clear how the guy died indeed, but still, the part where you saw her first and then the same picture without her later just made me feel sad.
Damn.
Oh, MFG. I don't know either to throw up because of all the fucking spinning or cry laughing. GG. Fuck, that music sucks.
Damn.
I watched it again and I finally understand the part where he's in the water. He jumps, and when you see him in the water, he's a spirit. Once again, I nearly cried. This really makes you think about life and death and how unfair it all is.
This is kind of insane. Holy shit.
World of Warcraft and video sharing websites like Warcraft Movies and eventually YouTube grew parallel with the game. This is one of the many reasons why machinima became a significant part of the game's culture, and players use the game as a canvas to make narrative series, music videos, dramas, sketches, and really anything else that could come to mind. Also, during these early days of the internet, where the quality of content wasn't particularly high, one of the advantages machinima had is its relative high quality, and it was far easier to create and less of a time investment. Furthermore, many people formed a deep connection with these videos, not just because they were funny videos online. They were relatable because they were created in Azeroth, and viewers were living the experience of being in that world.
Hey, this guy's got a certain appeal, so I'll tell you what, noob, I'll make you a deal. You beat me, and I'll give you all my gear.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
The popularity of WoW Machinima was recognized by Blizzard during the first ever BlizzCon. In this very first iteration of the convention, attendees could enjoy lots and lots of alcohol.
Really?
Play StarCraft Ghost, which would later be cancelled. Play the newly announced Burning Crusade expansion, where one could play the new horde race, the Blood Elves.
Guess that means more guys playing girls, yeah?
Yeah!
And during the initial announcement, the Alliance race, the Draenei, was not made known to the public.
Okay.
2 new races, the Blood Elves of Quel'Thalas. And the second race? Well, the second race, that was close. That was good. That was good. That was close. It was? You almost got it out. Pandarians?
There was also a climbing wall, a jousting area, ping pong, and a Q&A with developers and writers.
This question's kind of inevitable. I know you probably don't want to address it, but
Okay.
why are there 2 Hakars in Warcraft lore?
Oh.
Did Richard Knack ask you to ask that? Did he roll me on that? Damn it. I'll roll that out. I'll let the guys off the hook. The answer is, my bad.
My bad is an insane thing to say. Honestly, props to him.
A Dota tournament where you could win an MP3 player, voice impressions.
What ho?
What?
Stop clicking me. Remove.
And most importantly, Jonathan Davis from Korn made an appearance. But the
What?
event we'll be focusing on in this video is the first ever WoW movie contest held at BlizzCon. This movie contest was sponsored by Nvidia and Asus, and 5 winners of the contest would be credited by their in-game names and the guild they were a part of. All 5 of these winning machinima films were premiered at BlizzCon. The first one being Condemnation, a story about a group of guild members rescuing a lost gnome in Duskwood.
You pathetic whelps! You think you can save your town with the help of an inept gnome?
I think we may have located the source of Ticket's disappearance.
Another was called Rise of the Living Dead, where a group of undead attack Alliance players in the Deep Run tram.
Taste your flesh.
There was also Wish Upon a Paladin, where a paladin is transported into a genie's bottle.
I wish my gear wasn't so bound to me.
That is a good wish.
He's naked?
That was a very good wish.
Another was called Return, a story of a soldier returning from war only to find his home destroyed. This is an important one that we'll be talking about extensively later in the video.
Oh no!
Hear this, young man. How is the road to Stromgarde?
What do you mean, old man? The road is as it always is. Do you not know the way?
I know my way well enough, lad.
And
This was so
lastly,
good.
there was
Oof.
Zinrath, the movie.
How do I know I can trust you?
Trust me? Do you know who I am?
I am.
What is...
Zinrath the
Okay,
movie
shit.
was created by Clint Hackelman, online name Mindflame, and his brother and guildmates. Clint helped write the script, voice act, and made the original score for the film, and his brother did the editing. Out of the 5 winners of the BlizzCon 2005 movie contest, this one was definitely the most technically impressive and filled with clever shots.
Gotta think of something fast.
What is these? You're getting an ass kicking.
Hey, how's it going?
Out of the way!
Come through.
Hey, dragon! Tell your mother brains were delicious.
What the fuck? Wait, this is so shit posty. I love
If you
it.
look at those videos now, the quality really isn't that great. And in some of the shots anyway, you know, it's like we were using a blue sky to composite things. You know, you point the camera at the sky so that you could composite something in.
Mhm.
And there were some really basic techniques before Model Viewer came into existence.
Ooh.
WoW Model Viewer is an open source program created by UFOZ and Dargic in June of 2005, and it would change the WoW machinima landscape forever.
Okay.
The program was relatively simple. It would search through your game's client and allow users to see every model, character, weapon, and spell graphic in the game.
Oh.
This completely revolutionized how WoW machinima was made. No longer were machinima artists bound to the confines of the game's limits. Now they could create practically whatever they wanted by filming an in-game background and then compositing a character over it.
Wait,
This
that's so
coupled with people using
goofy.
another program called WoW Map Viewer or creating their own personal servers to do whatever they wanted in the world allowed artists to push the limits of filmmaking in Azeroth. WoW Model Viewer allows artists to make a type of machinima that is incredibly unique compared to how machinima was made in other games. The limitations of making a film in a video game were heavily subdued, and now only an artist's imagination was the limit to what they could create. Mindflame and friends would put this to the test with their next machinima, created for another Blizzard movie contest in collaboration with Xfire.
Okay.
This video includes almost 100 player characters, 10 voice actors, an original score of 15 tracks, and over 1,500 hours of work.
Damn!
It is the illegal Danish Super Snacks.
Harken Night Reaper!
Oh!
I'm out of here.
I and many others are of the personal belief that the illegal Danish is the best machinima ever made. While many sections are filmed in-game, the scenes filmed using WoW Model Viewer highlight the potential of the program by mixing objects and characters and repurposing a model's use into something wholly different that was never intended by the developers. For example, we can look at the main antagonist of the video, who is made up of a gnome mech, a gnomish gear repurposed to look like a Gatling gun, a dwarf model head, and glasses that have this graphic from the Deep Run tram overlaid onto them.
Damn!
This is just an example that with a little bit of creativity, a machinima artist can combine an amalgamation of assets to make practically whatever they desired.
Damn!
And the illegal Danish also wasn't just technically impressive, it was also the most quotable machinima in all of Warcraft history.
Okay.
So there I was, in the Syllabus Desert.
There's an imposter amongst us, and he touched my ass.
An imposter among us?
To South Shore Beach, and let me tell you, it is awesome!
This is not the time for dwarven river dancing.
Are those the pants?
Pants?
The healing pants?
This film was wildly popular, gaining over 700,000 views on Warcraft movies alone. And the
Damn.
second illegal Danish movie, Illegal Danish: Escape from Orgrimmar, released 2 years later and garnered 500,000 views in the first 24 hours.
Damn.
The popularity of Mindflame's work allowed him to make content creation his full-time job, which was unheard of at the time. One of the main methods of monetization for his work was selling the original music created for his videos on iTunes.
Oh, wow.
But because of the obtuse legality of monetizing films made within a copywritten video game, Clint was severely restrained on developing other revenue streams when making content online. But he was motivated to make it work.
And I wanted to do it legally. So I spent quite a few years just going around the country, meeting up with attorneys and video game developers, and worked with Henry Lowood at Stanford University to gather together a bunch of game developers to put together a prototype of a machinima licensing agreement that everybody could use, and kind of came to this agreement between the game developers that we won't sue you. That's what they told us. They're like, well, we won't sue you, but you still can't profit. There were times to where we had opportunities to work with major networks to produce machinima for cable television. They would tell me, oh yeah, we'll take care of the licensing. Well, when it came down to starting production, no one could get the licensing.
I
So,
mean,
you know, Cartoon Network, MTV, they just couldn't do it. They could not get any of these game developers to allow them to create a show based on their video games.
what the fuck?
What the fuck? Mindflame continued to create WoW Machinima until the Cataclysm expansion, and during his career, he branched off and created his own website, did live streaming and Let's Plays, and nowadays, he has taken a break from creating content online and is learning to play Christmas songs on the ukulele.
Oh, that's so wholesome. That's so nice. Wait, I like that.
Let's talk about WoW movie contests again.
Okay.
There were a lot of these movie contests over the years and were the reason why a lot of the most beloved Machinima productions were ever even created. During this time, WoW Machinima was seen as an emerging technology and a new frontier of filmmaking for your average person, and there was a buzz in the air to support and pursue this new medium.
Guys, we're so sad today.
Easily, the most iconic contest was the Rogues Do It From Behind music video contest, sponsored by Comcast. This was a song made by the Elite Tauren Chieftains, a metal band composed of Blizzard employees. ETC perfectly frames that this was a different era in the history of Blizzard with their song Rogues Do It From Behind, which has iconic lines like, "Rogues do it where the sun don't shine."
What?
Do it where the sun don't shine.
"Gonna creep inside your back door."
Gonna creep inside your back door.
Is it all about bum sex? What the fuck?
And "Call me Ice-T, original gangster."
Call me Ice-T, original gangster.
This contest was actually split between US and EU. For the US, there were 3 winners, all of them winning an iPod with 8 gigabytes of storage.
Holy
the EU
shit.
winner was a 15-year-old boy who won a surround sound audio system. Now, typically these contests were a collaboration effort between Blizzard and other companies like Comcast or Alienware. In 2006, they collaborated with Xfire to make a film contest with $26,000 worth of prizes. The winners of the contest had their films premiered at Stanford University. Winners won things like a GeForce 7900 graphics card and an Athlon VX processor. The person that won first place got a $5,000 PC. That film in particular was Edge of Remorse. But not all iconic machinimas were made for movie contests.
Ooh.
Others were simply works of pure passion.
Oh, we love passion here. What?
Tales of the Past is the most ambitious WoW Machinima series ever made. This is a 3-part series which is almost 2 hours and 30 minutes long and includes a complex storyline that intertwines with Warcraft lore, has large-scale battles acted out by players, and has surprisingly well-made anime combat fighting scenes.
What the fuck?
These 3 films are created on the Dune Mall EU server and involved coordination of over 1,000 players and more than 20 voice actors. Some better than others.
Demons have controlled us. The Alliance has ordered us around. This time, we must stand alone.
Yimmo, we have to get out of here. Use the teleport now.
No, Blazer. I mustn't live.
What are you talking about?
What?
It will all be explained. Here. The book and the orb are in your backpack.
The final battle scene in Tales of the Past 2 required over 500 players from both factions, more than 10 raid leaders coordinating over Ventrilo, and kill squads of players that would camp trolls trying to interfere with the film's production.
Okay.
And this whole server-wide collaboration crashed the server multiple times.
Ooh.
The third film, Tales of the Past 3, has been viewed on Warcraft movies over 6 million times, making it the #1 viewed machinima on the site. A lot of the scenes, the combat ones especially, hold up even to this day and are just an incredible, over-the-top spectacle of machinima creation. One of the things I appreciate most in these films is the clever use of animations. Another advantage World of Warcraft machinimators have is a wide selection of emotes to use. In WoW Model Viewer, you can combine different emotes together and have the bottom half of a model doing one emote and have the top half doing another. In Tales of the Past, they use this to their advantage by combining multiple emotes together to create something totally unintended, which I think is super creative and requires a lot of out-of-the-box thinking. You can tell these films were made with a passion, first because of the sheer amount of effort put into it, and second because of all the copyrighted music added to plenty of the scenes. Like, we have almost all of Hans Zimmer's entire discography, the Naruto soundtrack, Nightwish, the Metal Gear Solid 3 soundtrack, the final battle scene ends with Trust Company's downfall.
Damn. Oh. Well, this bot's not getting monetized.
But Tales of the Past has earned its spot as one of the best machinima projects ever created, not only for its technical prowess, but also the server-wide collaboration that was required and the community it fostered. And yeah, the banger soundtrack of badass songs.
Yeah. That was kind of cool though, holy shit.
一定要为广大玩家造天亮。
Oh no!
为了早日开放巫妖王，我们玩家支持你。
开服就送4周年熊宝宝。
30哥威武，
保证没有外挂。
30哥荡漾
，3通线路。
30哥求交往。
What the fuck?
Meanwhile in China, a machinima was released that would transcend its World of Warcraft audience.
Okay.
The film, War of Internet Addiction, is a Chinese anti-censorship film made by a user named Corndog.
Oh.
It was uploaded January 21st, 2010, and used World of Warcraft as a framing device for the difficulties Chinese players of World of Warcraft were facing.
世风日下，我是看在眼里，疼在蛋上啊。
Even my balls start to hurt.
装备带大，文娱带爽，当老板号都不用自己上。结果呢？暂时不开就算了，还有点啥事那个没准备那么多钱。眼看水产之所回来开巫妖王，都几个月了，屁都没得一个。
The big thing that separates how the West plays World of Warcraft compared to China is that Chinese servers are not hosted by Blizzard. It's third-party companies that host official Chinese World of Warcraft servers. The Shanghai-based game operator called The Nine was given exclusive rights to host the game. That is until April 2009, when the license was moved to NetEase, so Blizzard could get a higher cut of royalties. This transition resulted in a rocky game experience for Chinese players. Additionally, the government organizations, the General Administration of Press and Publication, and the Ministry of Culture play an important role in the monetization and the censorship of the game. One of the most glaring instances of censorship is the removal of anything related to death, skulls and bones. One of the more hilarious methods of censorship found within the alternate Chinese World of Warcraft client are all of these grim assets simply being turned into loaves of bread. All that is to say, when the World of Warcraft expansion, Wrath of the Lich King came out, there was a lot of censorship that needed to be done. So much so, the expansion was released in the West on November 13th of 2008, and it wouldn't be released in mainland China until August 31st of 2010.
Dude, I've seen that
The War
before.
of Internet Addiction was released between these two dates and voiced the frustration of Chinese players who loved World of Warcraft, but were unable to play the new expansion because of their government censorship laws and because of the bureaucratic chaos of third-party companies and government organizations all trying to profit and control the operation of this
Yeah,
live service
I'm not
game.
surprised.
Even to this day, Chinese players have to deal with this negotiation chaos, and in January of 2023, the game servers were closed entirely after a failed negotiation between NetEase and Blizzard, and were only recently reinstated on August 1st, 2024.
Oh, shit.
Additionally, the war of internet addiction also criticizes the Green Dam Youth Escort, which is a mandatory software installed on computers that censored online content and harvested data from users. During this time, the concept of internet addiction in the youth was a hot topic in China. In July of 2008, the state-ran television channel Chinese Central Television premiered a special about a man named Dr. Yang, who believed a cure for internet addiction was the practice of electroconvulsive shock therapy,
By the way, this is
also
real.
known as CET. Families would spend around $800 per month for their children to be treated for their internet addiction with psychiatric medication and ECT.
Fun fact, if you guys didn't know, this became such a big thing. It's actually in Dead by Daylight. In Dead by Daylight, if you play the killer, the doctor, right? He is very much inspired by this doctor who tried to cure gamers with like electroshock therapy.
The war of internet addiction also heavily criticized this method of treatment, and the film's cinematic finish ends with all of the WoW players across China summoning a giant spirit bomb to defeat the symbolic version of Dr. Yang.
Yeah, it's really bad.
The war of internet addiction was a wildly popular machinima in China that reached an audience who were not even familiar with World of Warcraft, but Chinese internet users at large could connect with the criticisms the film provided.
被封号的危险去美服、欧服，他们骂我们是金币农民，我们顶着上万的延迟去台服，他们说我们是大陆黄种，这些何其贬低的称谓，我们都在默默的承受。凭什么就不能拥有每小时4毛钱的廉价娱乐？就凭我在国服，凭我是国服的魔兽玩家吗？
And although it was censored on various websites, its popularity could not be contained, and would later win the Best Video Award at the Tudo Film Awards. The Machinima's Wikipedia page cites that the video was even more popular than James Cameron's Avatar during that year, but there really isn't any source to this claim, but regardless, I think it shows the popularity of the film in mainland China. The War of Internet Addiction showcases the possibilities of machinima. The very game Chinese players are passionate about also gives them the tools to articulate their struggles in an entertaining manner in a filmmaking style that is not as artistically intensive as something like traditional animation. That is to say, the rudimentary art form of machinima can be used to bring attention to the voices of the powerless with simple yet effective storytelling. And I think the war of internet addiction should be recognized by the Warcraft machinima community at large for its cultural significance.
You know, I think I agree with that.
A college student studying history is playing World of Warcraft into the wee hours of the night. In his free time, he participates in his school's choir and has a passion for storytelling. A passion that he explores by making short films within his favorite game. His name is Brandon Dennis, online name Oxhorn, and creates multiple films for machinima movie contests and simply for his own personal enjoyment. Some of his films would win awards at these contests and were relatively popular at the time. But in 2007, he would upload an innocuous little short music video parody, think nothing of it and go to bed.
Okay.
Not knowing that he had just created one of the most popular machinimas to ever be uploaded on YouTube.
Ooh.
Oxhorn's parody song Rafflemau has almost 18 million views on YouTube, making it the second most popular WoW machinima on YouTube. And while I love the video and find it very nostalgic, I I'm not really sure why it's so popular. If I had to guess, it's because non-WoW players and children enjoyed it. It's like the World of Warcraft version of the Duck song, pretty much. Oxhorn was one of the most popular and consistent WoW machinima creators, making multiple shorts, movies, and songs.
Stay away from those crooked elves. They look like women and they smell like hell. So if you would take my sound advice, keep a distance of at least 10 feet.
One of my favorite pieces of Oxhorn's work is his Inventing Swear Words series. The series' namesake is based off the invented vocabulary of swear words used throughout the series.
I think we need a new swear word to add to our repertoire. I've been mulling it around a bit and I've come up with Bloit.
Bloit?
Bloit. Bloit? Bloit.
Why Bloit? It does sound too much like Blit, one of the ones we made up last time.
In the early stages of Oxhorn's machinima career, he made videos on the side while working a bloiting Amazon job editing spreadsheets. But one day, he got an offer that he could not refuse.
Someone reached out to me while I was working at Amazon and they said, "Hey Oxhorn, I love all your videos. If you fly to San Francisco, we'll give you a job and pay you like 3 times what you're making now to make movies for us."
Ooh.
Who's that? WeGame. And they were developing a software that could hook into the video game that you're playing, allowing you to either record video game footage to your hard drive or allow you to publish it to their website.
Oxhorn was hired by WeGame to simply make the videos he was already making and upload them to WeGame to attract more users to the site. And at first, it was amazing. A culture of young, upstart creatives pushing to make something big with an endless hunger for success. But as time passed, reality started to set in.
Like the founder of the company was 19 years old, okay?
Oh, wow.
I was older than him when I went to go work for him. And we all loved games. And he thought that he could take on YouTube. And we tried, all right? This was 2007, 2008. I fly down to San Francisco.
Oh,
Man,
no.
we tried hard. It was just like, I've never been in a work culture like that since. And it was one of the best experiences of my life. But then, of course, the housing crisis of 2008 happens. All of his investors pull out, and suddenly we're stuck in downtown San Francisco with this office that's like $200,000 a month in rent.
Ooh.
With a startup company that's starting to take off. You know, it's starting to look good, but absolutely no fuel left in the fire.
Despite the tribulations Oxhorn faced, he moved back to his hometown and continued to make WoW machinima. And he also sold merch, sold his original music on iTunes, had a beard care website, published a book, and had a weekly live stream. But at the end of the day, Oxhorn needed to support his family, and World of Warcraft machinima just wasn't paying the bills. On July 17th, 2013, Oxhorn uploaded his last WoW machinima, called Into the Tin. But that isn't the end of Oxhorn's content creation online. As of now, he has a wildly popular Fallout lore YouTube channel. So I tip my hat, not only to a creator who inspired me to get into WoW machinima, but also a fellow lore YouTuber.
07's in the chat.
Now, let's talk about
Holy
Blood
shit.
Elf rap music.
Hi, my name is... Who? My name is... Huh? My name is... Nim, baby.
Starting in the Burning Crusade, a phenomenon I will describe as Blood Elf rap music permeated through the World of Warcraft community. The figurehead of these World of Warcraft Blood Elf rap music videos was the warlock named Nim.
Alright, now loot it. Just loot
What
it.
the fuck am I watching?
The popularity of Nim's music and Blood Elf rap parodies are truly a product of their time. This is when World of Warcraft was at its peak cultural relevance, and the only time in our universe where WoW rap music videos are instantly dismissed as being cringe. And let me be clear, they are a bit cringe, but these videos have such blatant campiness that it just puts a smile on my face. So the Blood Elf rap warlock named Nim was a cornerstone to this subculture and kept releasing hit after hit.
Do I look like a vending machine? No, I'm a fireball and MAGE. Hard like heroic, more than you can handle. So let's do it like a druid in the general channel. We all just don't wanna be
What am I watching right now? Holy shit.
Probably my favorite Nim song is Death Knight Spree, a parody of Eminem's Without Me.
But this is still the game for me, making machinima Warcraft movies. But does Blizzard really need more money? And we're about to see a Death Knight spree.
And it's my favorite because I get to dive into
A piece of
World of
history?
Warcraft
Oh.
machinima diss track drama. And first, we'll review the bar that is dissing a notorious user on Warcraft movies.
Okay.
Warcraft movies. I see something that's scary. Someone claiming he's a shaman and killing my brainwaves. Horrible. Looks like he smells like he needs a bath. Just that fact is enough cause for me to harass.
This is about the Warcraft movie user named Dimmers, and he is
Okay,
the most
there's
underrated
beef.
troll
Holy
in
shit.
the history of the World of Warcraft community.
This disaster, movie catastrophe. Then he made about 7 more vids for the world to see. I am a shaman. Conjuring movie. Ugh, Conjuring movie.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Double platinum.
He made a series of videos called I'm a insert class name here, and they're the most low effort shit posts that seem to be lost to time.
I'm a rogue. I'm a mage. Oh, conjuring. Oh, conjuring. Oh, bread. I'm a warlock, and I'm gonna summon someone. Channeling
I have
demonic
so
powers
many
in my
questions.
pants. Channeling. Mom, what are you doing here? I didn't mean to summon you.
What am I doing here? I was busy shopping. Can you stop pretending to be a warlock and get off that computer?
The video referenced in this diss track is Dimmer's most popular video,
What the
I'm
fuck
a
am I
Shaman,
watching?
which achieved double platinum status on Warcraft movies, meaning it had 200,000 downloads.
What?
I'm a shaman. A shaman. Oh, electricity. Boom. Boom.
Despite this video's popularity, people hated this guy.
You suck. I lolled my ass off with your gayness.
My eyes bleed, my ears bleed. P.S. You're gay.
Damn.
What the hell? Oh my
Not
god.
funny, nor entertaining.
You need to die in a fire. The most creepy
Okay, people
movie
are
I've
also
ever
insane.
seen.
What the fuck?
OMG, YouTube emos are invading Warcraft movies. Run.
The next creator's Nim disses goes as follows.
But Nim's back. Fixing to ensure that movie's never seen again, and then again it's better than How to Paladin when you kick it up to warp speed and just show me spin. What's interesting, Jimmy's movie in the contest thing was funny but infringing on the Professor Plum ring.
The latter reference is to Jimmy, the World of Warcraft story,
Okay.
a popular machinima where he describes epics as Professor Plums.
Epic mage ring. And hell yes, baby, I'm all over the Professor Plums. That's a clue reference to purple.
The other reference is to a popular series at the time called How to Paladin, which all it was sped up PvP clips with migraine-inducing music.
Oh, that would give me so much brain trauma.
This has
Holy
almost
shit.
200k views on YouTube. But Nim wasn't the only World of Warcraft rap artist either. Who could forget artists like Summer Gale?
You smile and say, ni hao, and pump some gold. Ni hao, that's my fur bowl.
Or the swag of the Druid Boys.
Watch me switch ones, watch me go.
And we can't forget the slick
Wait.
bars of Gigi, aka PvP Girl.
No one in the BG has bonus like us. Bonus like us. Bonus like us.
Oh yeah, also Gigi, aka PvP Girl, had an app that you could buy on the App Store.
Why?
I have an iPhone app featuring 13 of your favorite PvP girl songs, including many of the collabs that you've heard and loved over the past couple of years, as well as a chat feature which allows you guys to chat with the other fans as well as myself. All of this for only $2.99.
Now, I could talk about WoW Machinima
why?
music videos all day, but let me just talk about some of my favorites. We gotta talk about Ulduar by Summer Gale and Cranius, which is just such an earworm of a song.
Guys,
The thing I love
what are
most
you
about
making
this
me
video
watch?
is the editing and the effects. It's just so incredibly 2009 with its style. It's like a Lady Gaga music video with a Warcraft sheen over it. And the actual subject matter of the song is about, well, let me just read you the description. Ulduar has a bit of a Romeo and Juliet theme, where the PvEer, sung by Summer Gale, is dating the PvPer, sung by Cranius. He's a punk and a bit of a rebel. She's a highly skilled and geared raider. She wants to bring him along to her playground of choice. The newest, most challenging raid instance. He wants nothing to do with it, and wants to show her the dark side of PvP. Another favorite of mine is Honor Kills. This is by the Azerothian 6, a parody of the real rap group D12.
I'm sick of all this raiding, we'll screw arena raiding, but nothing compares to pursuing all these honor kills.
And it features the best of the best. We got Nim, we got GG, aka PvP Girl, we got Decision, Abandonation, Dominion, and Red Eye.
So crit, come on crit. I said come on crit, everybody in Warsong just laugh a bit.
And the reason why I love this song is not only because it's a guilty pleasure track, but it's also like really well edited while simultaneously being utterly ridiculous and a thing that could only exist in 2009. With its World of Warcraft characters superimposed into like these badass gangster graffiti-filled subway stations, walking through Grand Theft Auto 4 skylines and futuristic bathroom peep shows. It's beautiful work. And lastly, I just gotta mention Jace Hall's I Play WoW.
Guys, I'm kind of in shock, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Parody, with scenes that
I don't
cannot
really
be
know how to
shown on
react.
modern YouTube. Jace Hall's just wearing a shirt that says gamer, and the best line ever uttered in a WoW parody song. And while people like to hate and discriminate and be mean, in my world we work together to defeat the Lich King. Doesn't matter if you're black, white, ugly, or fat. Everybody be kicking booty in the World of Warcraft. And all of these WoW music creators have disappeared off the face of the internet for the most part. The only creator that I know of that is still active is Sharm, and you gotta respect maintaining that passion for over 17 years. Other than that, Gigi, aka PvP Girl, is also active and is now posting anti-Zionist documentaries on her World of Warcraft music video parody channel.
Oh. Damn.
Let's jump all the way back to the first ever BlizzCon movie contest. One of the winners of the contest was the movie called Return, created by Taryn Gregory and Ezra Ferguson. Taryn Gregory was studying video production and film at the University of Washington at the time, and it clearly shows, as one of the things that this movie excels at compared to the other winners of the competition is its use of visual language and shot composition. In fact, it was so apparent that at E3 2006, he met with Blizzard employees who asked him if he wanted to work for Blizzard as an associate video editor.
Okay.
He said yes, and his first project was for patch 1.12, which featured the PvP towers in the Eastern Plaguelands.
Did we watch this?
He
I
would
think we
later
did,
work
right?
on site at South Park to help in the creation of their WoW-centric episode.
Oh.
Roll over him with your mouse cursors! And right-click!
And Taryn's first big project was the Black Temple patch trailer. And if the unique process of WoW Machinima interests you, I highly recommend checking out the Building Azeroth episode on the Warcraft channel because it's filled with fascinating stuff.
I remember when we were putting this shot together, just how tricky it was, because there were a lot of different layers and characters and effects going on with his wings and the transparency and the shadow. But we didn't have a lot of advanced tools. And I actually taped cellophane onto my monitor, and I would draw kind of an outline around where Illidan was when he started and where he ended, so I could frame up the shot again.
Damn.
And shoot it again with Kael'thas, again with Lady Vaj, and then the environment, and then the character, and then hope it all comes together, and it did. It did.
While working at Blizzard, Taryn kept in contact with the Machinima community and traveled to Machinima events and helped organize a Machinima creator meeting at BlizzCon.
Oh, that's nice.
I think Taryn's most iconic work is the Wrathgate cinematic, which is not only a highlight for the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, but for the entire Warcraft universe.
The big scene with the dragons as they're laying down the red dragon fire, we needed dragon breath. Instead of doing it traditional composite methods, we ended up making a vehicle out of the fire on the ground. The pillar of fire breath would sit in the seat of the fire, and then the dragon would attach to the pillar of flame. And the whole thing was now a car. We would just drive around the battlefield, and it looked like a dragon strafing when it was just this vehicle being piloted around.
Taryn would continue to work on countless projects. Some of my personal favorites being the Gilmea cinematic, the Siege of Orgrimmar cinematic, the Black Hand vs. Yrel scene, and the Junkertown cinematic for Overwatch. Taryn is now the cinematic narrative director for World of Warcraft, and I couldn't think of anyone more deserving of the role, and has left a legacy within the World of Warcraft universe that started with a simple machinimated film that changed the direction of his life and the world of Azeroth as we know it.
Patchy, patchy, patchy clap, guys. This is really nice for him.
What I would consider to be the second generation of WoW Machinima creators are the channels that were making films between 2011 and 2018, roughly. These creators were influential in their own right and carried on the legacy of WoW Machinima, but who, in 2025, is still making WoW Machinima? Well, I'd like to shout out a couple of creators still making stuff. The Lost Codex is a WoW lore YouTube channel that creates storybook-style videos covering the history of the Warcraft universe, told with an in-universe twist, and also has a great use of visual effects.
Our Emperor had a holy vision of a great battle, a clash between dark and light. We call it Renilash, the final battle.
Gorak's Guide makes animated shorts focusing on classic WoW and animates all of the characters by hand and has an incredible eye for slapstick comedy and pushing these ancient models to their limits.
What?
Sixten is a creator who recently started making video essays, getting into the weeds discussing the methods of storytelling within World of Warcraft and the game's unique history.
Excuse me?
And has a great way of articulating complex ideas.
Because World of Warcraft isn't just a scrapbook of your best hits. It's a living, breathing world with its own special way of remembering its players. Let's explore all the weird nooks and crannies that a long-lived game like World of Warcraft creates.
Weedelf is a machinimator and songwriter who recently has been involved with the hardcore guild OnlyFangs and is keeping the genre of World of Warcraft rap alive. And he also has this wonderfully made machinima called Weed Quest, the Ancient Blunt. And it's exactly what you'd expect.
Damn.
We're looking for an ancient magical blunt. Could you help us find it?
Yeah. I haven't had kush like this since Medivh's tower party back in Karazhan.
And of course, we gotta mention Captain Grimm, another master of WoW Machinima production with handmade animations and a keen eye for physical comedy. And there are just so many others, and some that I'm sure I'm forgetting. And additionally, over the past 20 years of World of Warcraft history, there are so many other prolific videos and creators that I can talk about, but this video is already getting really, really long. Like, I didn't even mention Spiffworld, who is my favorite WoW Machinima creator of all time, and my biggest inspiration to get into the space. And I'd love it if you went into the comments and said what your favorite WoW Machinima is. Whether I mentioned it in this video or not. This video is a work of passion to tell the history of the art form, and I'd love if the comment section reflected that. And what if you, dear viewer, wanted to get into making WoW Machinima? Well, I can recommend a couple resources to you. There's currently a version of WoW Model Viewer compatible with the War Within, but the Battle for Azeroth version is far more stable. You can join the WoW Model Viewer Discord, and there will be some very helpful people that can help you get started. There's also an add-on called Narcissus that you can use to green screen WoW characters, and there's this other add-on called Scene Machine that is some crazy black magic that allows you to make scenes in 3D spaces and animate the camera, and it's actually unbelievable. And of course, OBS is the simplest way to record and capture your gameplay. All of the tools are here for you to get started. In fact, I couldn't think of a better time to get started because you have 10 expansions worth of assets that you can use. You want a scene in a swamp? Boom, swamp. We have so many different types of swamps that you can go to. You want a scene in the mountains? We got so many different zones in the mountains. Want a certain type of house? We got a lot of different types of houses that you can make a film in. Do you want a chair in your house? We got a million different types of chairs. So many chairs. There are so many assets in this game. It has inadvertently turned it into like a Microsoft 3D movie maker from the 90s. Like, the world is at your fingertips here, and you don't need to make a single asset to make a cohesive movie. Am I the only one that thinks this is crazy?
I mean, I guess,
In
but
the early
also,
days of
holy
Machinima,
shit.
it was seen as its own specific art form to make music videos, short stories, and films. But now we're in 2025, and the way people consume content online is vastly different than what it was back then. Nowadays, Machinima could potentially be your full-time job, but the algorithm-based consumption of content online pushes creators away from making films and instead making more recognizable YouTube videos. That isn't to say Machinima is dead. Rather, it has the ability to take a new form and bleed into other content for the game, like class guides, video essays, lore videos, and news updates. So while what we recognize as old school Machinima may be lost to time, the art form can innovate into the type of content that is consumed today. And for the past 20 years, World of Warcraft Machinima has become an iconic part of the game's player culture, blending creativity with in-game mechanics to craft compelling works of art. And it's through this creativity players have fundamentally changed the legacy of World of Warcraft. Not only this, WoW Machinima has made a lasting impact, leaving a notable mark on the early days of video sharing websites on the internet as a whole, and even to this day, there is still a community of Azerothian filmmakers, turning the world into a canvas for their creativity. And I think that's pretty neat.
It is nice that people have like a medium to express themselves though. I think it's really fucking cool that this is actually a thing. I don't think I would ever do it personally, me, because I'm just not built like that. Also, I'm so sorry, but I missed it. Thank you so much for the follows, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I don't personally think I'd ever do it. I don't know if I'd ever get like a WoW VTuber model either. I don't think I'm that WoW pilled, so I don't think I'd ever get a WoW VTuber model. But yeah, holy shit, this is actually really fucking cool. This is actually really cool though. Okay, because WoW wasn't really a thing when I grew up. I think what I had when I was growing up was like MapleStory versions of this type of thing. Zeus, thank you so much for the 5 gifties. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Zeus. I appreciate you so much, Buzzy. You're the best. Yeah, I think like when I was growing up, it was mostly like, I don't know, MapleStory AMVs? Yeehaw, 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you, bestie. Arigatai. Yeah, oh my goodness. Thinking about it, it was all fucking MapleStory, holy shit. I don't remember anything else. But also, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm feeling a little tired, a little eepy. So I'm gonna end the stream. I think, you know who we're gonna raid? We're gonna raid Simo. Because this is my bestie. Say hi to Simo for me. Tell him he looks good today. We gotta praise all of our besties. Tell him he looks good today. YouTube chat, you will be going to Leah, my queen. Should I probably be going to Leah on both sides? Yes, but I would like to support my bestie. Oh, you know what? Wait, we'll direct YouTube chat to Maple instead. Maple, my queen, she's unboxing Yu-Gi-Oh cards right now, and that's really cool. There's some really cool ones. I might watch them off stream. I don't know if I'll watch them on stream, mainly because it might be copyrighted material, you know, like the tunes and everything might be copyrighted material. I don't think I could realistically watch them on stream, but maybe one day for like a Discord movie night or something. So yeah. Wow, cool. Free sub. Congrats, Moo. Congrats. I just got here, Hunter. You've been here all day. Trust. But yeah, I'm probably like a little tired. Maybe I'm just like, maybe we're not in like the same generation. Holy shit. Or maybe it's just because I'm Asian. That's why everything was different. Moo Washburn, thank you so much for a follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. I'm gonna send, say hi to Simo, tell him he looks very nice today. We gotta praise the men in our lives because I don't feel like men get enough praise. Therefore, praise him, tell him he looks nice, tell him everything about him very, very good today. Tell Maple that you love her and that she has nice hands. Okay? I love you guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow we are gonna be doing, I think we're gonna be playing .hack on Twitch because I miss Leah and I want Leah to give me attention. So tomorrow's gonna be me being an attention whore for Leah. Okay? We have a specific goal, and that is for Leah to DM me again. Trust. But anyways, I'm gonna see you guys, okay? I love you guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Bye! I've just sent off